Yeah, sure. There you go.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting-edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Hello everyone and welcome to Amazon University Esports Spring Finals, brought to you by Prime Video, Prime Student and Omen. Don't go anywhere, listen guys, we've got ourselves some champions to crown today.
Oh my goodness! Frosty, give me the tops or it's dead!
We are live from Confetti X Nottingham. How's everyone? We have missed you so much. We're back again, 2023 Spring Finals, a two-course meal today, League of Legends and Women Non-Binary Valorant. It's going to be an absolute barn burner. You don't want to miss it. Now, despite it all, it's been a while. We have missed you so much. It's great to be back here again with another LAN final. Now, despite it all, the two teams today, SamJ1406 and the Germs. Now, this is the grand final for League of Legends. SamJ have gone all the way through winner's bracket. The Germs have made a Cinderella run all the way through it all. But overall, I think at this point, we want to get to meet the teams, get them all out, shall we? What do you think? Okay, introducing first, De Montfort's very own SamJ1406. And now for this next team, you might want to wash your hands before you get to meet them. It's the Germs! Now listen, before we get into this, let's start with SamJ1406. Now, your run in this tournament has been quite spectacular. We're talking about only losing one round in winners. I mean, instant reactions there. How do you feel as a team you did? Really well, or even still room for improvement?
Honestly, because there was a previous tournament before, 2 weeks ago. So we kind of lost that one, but yeah, we had to practice a little bit. So I played 151 solo queue games in the last 2 weeks. So I guess I'm kind of prepared.
Enough. And now long to be rent-free from the Germs. Now, in terms of it all, I think backstage you spoke about your Cinderella run in this. I mean, coming all the way from losers round 1 to here. I mean, how has it been for you as a journey for the team and overall?
Oh, it's been light work. We're all multi-rolling gods, so if there's any gap present, we can fill in.
Now, back to you again. I think in terms of it, there's a lot of confidence booming from the side to my left here. But overall, how are you guys feeling about the Germs?
Well, honestly, we have history together. Because we played here December last year. So it was kind of stomp, and my team is better, so I'm pretty confident as well.
And now back to the Germs. I mean, you heard it right there. Fighting words from SamJ1406, but overall, can you give me some insight? I mean, in terms of how confident are you feeling today?
Well, personally, I'm operating on about 1 hour's sleep, which is about 1 hour more sleep than I need for putting the DMU into the mud. So should be light.
Okay, right, fellas. A handshake, please, in the middle here between you two. And back to your stations. Thank you, everyone. Right there, SamJ1406 and the Germs. But now to bring you all the action today, it's going to be our casters, Clear and Blacklock. So, hey, guys, how you doing?
Thank you, Connie, and welcome everybody to this incredible final here between SamJ and the Germs. Block, so they said it already, it's a rematch from the Winter Finals, and it's bound to be hype.
Oh yeah, these two teams, plenty of history together. We've got SamJ, who have been wrecking the scene throughout all of university esports, doing incredibly well, and the Germs from Kent, who have been okay. They've constantly been up there in the top echelons, but never quite managing to hoist that title for themselves, not in the last while anyway, and so these teams have really got a lot to play for.
They absolutely do. Like we say, SamJ, they're here to defend that title, but also to get back a bit of glory after the loss from a couple weeks ago that they mentioned. You know, had a bit of a stumble, but it sounds like they're ready. They've come back 151 solo queue games. That's nothing slight, so they're really prepared for this.
I mean, honestly, you should have seen our reaction when he said that in this little room. oh my God,
Yep.
that is truly ridiculous.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you, when you've got so much on the line, put the practice in, because this is it. This is the culmination of your split so far. Everything you've played for up until this moment doesn't matter. It's all about what you do here today.
It really is. And Connie broke it down before, but we're going to take a look at the bracket here. Samjay have done a really good job through this winners bracket, as you can see on screen, taking out some really big names like Roehampton, for example. The Germs, though, losing in round one, but taking it straight through that from there in that losers bracket. A real Cinderella story.
It really is. The amount of games they've played, 12 games to the 5 or 6, that Samjay have played. And so the amount that they have gotten experience-wise is huge. And that can really mean something throughout these kinds of tournaments. Build up your momentum. Sure, you got knocked into the losers bracket, but it's not like Roehampton, for instance, who got knocked down right at the last hurdle. They went down right at the very beginning, and the Germs, they fought their way through that entire roster. Some brilliant names there, like you highlighted, Warwick, Roehampton. Those are top-tier teams. If you saw the rankings of the top esports teams, that is Warwick. Throughout all the esports, they are the top ones. And right there, the Germs take them out 2-0. So this Kent team, you have to fear them. Sure, we know that Samjay are excellent too, but you cannot discount how good Kent can be.
And that's exactly it. I think you've nailed that. They really have played against some great teams, but you have to feel for Samjay to be the favourites. You have to, because they're the defending champions, right? They're coming back. They've got so much LAN experience as well.
Oh, yeah.
They just have become this dynasty, it's felt like, over the past year in the university scene. And I think that just is going to hold so much weight, and they're going to have so much confidence going into this.
Really is. They have taken that crown off of Warwick in League of Legends, at least. Warwick, they were at the top for years and years, but it's university scene. Players cycle through every 3 or 4 years. All of a sudden, DMU, they've stepped up and they are that top dog team. And I mean, man, they are just so strong. They were in the finals 2 years ago. Yep. They were in the finals and won it last split as well. Constantly one of those top tier teams. And every single member of Samjay feels like they could carry at any one moment. Whereas if you look at the Germs, they once again have some excellent parts, but as a whole, they don't tend to play quite as well. But, with the amount of practice you've got, 3 weeks since the last games that any of these teams played, have plenty of time to get that synergy going.
Of course, yeah. I think you really did sum it up there as well. Samjay, they just have so many threats. And I think that all comes down to jungle mid synergy, is what we're going to highlight, and we're going to keep going back to in this series, because if the jungle mid can get going and enable Soxu and Didal in that bot lane, that just is when the game feels completely unlosable.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it. Soxu and Didal, watch them. When Soxu and Didal are on, this Samjay team feels completely unbeatable, but we did see them falter 2 weeks ago in another big LAN finals, and so, there is a way forward. If you are the Germs, if you're Kent, you are going to have wanted to look back at the way that Exeter managed to beat Samjay, because they kind of got stomped. Samjay really did not have a good day, and that was so recently, same patch and everything. You've got a lot you can learn from that, and what I learned from looking back at that tape was that if Sox and Didal don't manage to get going, things can really begin to fall apart.
And I think that what that series also highlighted, for me at least, was they don't want to play through top lane. That's fine. Obviously, we're used to in League of Legends, especially at this level, top lane being an island. But like you say, if they're not getting this bot lane going, and if Kent are able to really steamroll through bot lane, where do they play through? Like, what do Samjay look to try and get back into these games if bot lane is falling behind?
Yeah, usually I'd have said Notice in the mid lane. Except if we take a look here, QQR has been playing really well. And even in that last finals that we saw between Samjay and the Germs, where Samjay did come out on top, QQR was still having the number of Notice basically the entire time. It was not a particularly good series out of Notice, and it was being made up for down in the bot lane. But we've seen the bot lane falter recently for Samjay. Top lane specifically, though, I think that's the Germs' biggest strength right here. In this matchup, I can see Smee being able to really get the number of Boots as well. Boots didn't have the best finals over at the NSE, and so you got to worry a little bit about what is this man going to play. He played a lot of Mordekaiser, but that's relatively easy. Just take that out on the ban. What else does he have to show for us? Because we know Smee likes to get a little bit aggressive. Maybe some Riven. We've seen some Fiora out of him. Really interesting picks that would really spice up the matchup.
Yeah, it really would. I mean, they're the carry champions that you want to look for in top lane. Like you say, if you can neutralize or keep bot lane even, having the carry in the top lane that's going to be able to just take the game on their shoulders and just run away with it, it's going to be really good. Boots, though, did say, 151 solo queue games, so you've got to wonder, what has he been playing in those solo queue games? What extra spicy picks can we see coming out? I think looking at it, we're seeing a lot of tanks and the stable top lanes.
Yeah.
how does he play into carries? That's the question I think that might actually be quite important in this series. If the rest of the map is managed to be neutralized, like you say, Germs, have they done their homework? It's going to be very important.
Indeed. It's such a good position to be in, to be fair, for Kent to be able to say, oh, we've got some tape of exactly how you can beat this team. 2 weeks, though, plenty of time to have changed things up. I think if we're looking anywhere, it will be the bot lane in this matchup, just because it's Soxu and Dido.
Of course,
These two, when they're on, so good. We saw them be a little bit off, though, as well recently. Dido had an unfortunate game on Thresh where he ended up dying about 4 times in 5 minutes. And it didn't fully throw the game. I mean, SamJ had put themselves behind in that game, were having to fight their way back in, but it stopped that comeback that did feel like it was on the cards. So they need to be really on point. Whereas if you look at Kree and Rent-Free, the amount of hook champions that could be down in that bot lane could also make it an incredibly spicy lane.
And I think generally, if we look across the last couple of patches and we look all the way up to pro play and stuff, bot lane has been the real big focus for a lot of teams, right? Because you've got the Jinx coming back in, the Aphelios as well. These super scaling hyper carries that have so much range and so much poke, but also once you get to 2 or 3 items, can just completely take over a game. We're used to seeing that from Soxu. That's the playstyle we expect. Now I'm wondering, can Kyrie answer with the same sort of stuff? And like you say, I do think the supports are going to play a big part in that.
Absolutely. If Rent-Free is able to pick up one of those hook champions, land a lot of those like we know that he can do, I mean, those are the kind of champions that can truly change the course of a game. Sometimes support feels a little bit hard to have an impact. On a hook champion, though, that's not the same. If you can hit that death sentence on a Thresh, also having that Lantern, he's going to be a super high priority pick. The other high priority AD carry and bot lane duo, though, is going to be that Zyra Khan. Zyra Khan have been coming up in the meta for the last 4 or 5 patches, and at this point, the Zyra is fine, but the Rakan is broken.
Yeah, absolutely. Rakan, one of the highest priority picks, I think, at the minute. And because he enables so much of a team comp, he's going to enable low-range AD carries to get on top of things with the knockup, but he's also going to get these huge engages, flanking positions and such. And I just expect Rakan to be really... I do think it will be Rakan Thresh as the 2 big priority picks here as well. You know, there is a bit of a counter matchup there, but how that actually goes, we'll have to see, because I really don't know, you know, the specifics between these two, how comfortable they're feeling in that matchup. But keep an eye on the Thresh, everybody, because I think that will be the key to this bot lane.
Yeah. And I mean, we've spoken about every other lane, but there's one sort of matchup that we have missed out right here. Hope and Capslay. I mean, these junglers going to have massive impacts. You did highlight Hope in with the jungle mid duo. But Hope is going to have to be all across the boards because we don't think Boods is going to be able to win potentially that matchup, but maybe you have to head top lane to try to relieve some pressure. Got to get mid lane to see if Notice can win out versus QQR, something he hasn't managed to do previously. At the same time, though, Dido and Soxu, they are massive resource hogs. When they get those resources, they are great, but they do demand a lot of jungle attention. They can get themselves some kills in the 2v2, but we know how aggressive they can be. It helps to have your jungler backing them up. And so just having Hope manage his time effectively is going to be really important. Where they start, where these junglers end up starting, massively important. We'd expect from SamJ to see that Hope starts up in the top lane, moves down towards the bot lane, and if there's something different than that, then there's an interesting strategy going on.
I really like how you're highlighting that as well, because if we look at the champion pools between the two, it's very shared. The Wukong, the J4, the Viego, the Lee Sin, these are all the jungles that we expect to be played. And the fact that they share this champion pool, and all of those junglers have a really similar playstyle. It's gank early, play for your lanes, hit 6, and sort of just take over the game. I think that will be the key through those first 5 minutes, is where are the junglers looking, and can Capslay answer, especially in the bot lane if they are going there early. I think that's going to be such a high priority for Capslay.
Yeah, it really is going to be. You've got to be just all across the map for both of these junglers, which is incredibly difficult. I mean, you've played solo queue, right? As a jungler, you're getting pinged top mid bot constantly, and wherever you go, you're always wrong. At least in these situations, you've got better communication, but you've got to use that effectively. If we see a lot of focus down towards the bot lane, is that over-focusing into a lane where SamJ are just going to be able to win out anyway, or do you think that that is a lane weakness? If you can't shut down Sox and Dido, are they able to take over the game, or do we see something like we actually did 2 weeks ago for SamJ, where it was the rest of the map falling to pieces? Boots got it a little bit destroyed. I think it was Refresh who had... It was a solo kill. Malphite versus Set. Malphite shouldn't be getting the solo kills in this situation, and yet he was. If you get that kind of situation up top lane, then all of a sudden, hey, Capslay, you gotta go there. You gotta be able to stem that bleeding. I just worry for how much both of these junglers are going to be pulled across the map, but I know Hope is better at juggling these things simply because he's so used to having to give so much time to Soxu and Dido.
Yeah, great analysis there. I really do want to keep an eye on Hope, especially in that early game, because when I've cast Samjay before, Hope has been that like superstar that you want to keep your eyes on, just makes all the plays, doing the big flashy flash kicks, ironically, on the Lee Sin, you know, making these big plays that just completely change the course of the game. And so while Soxu and Dido are going to be your like 20+ minute superstar carries, Hope is really what is going to facilitate all of that action, and then I just, you know, can Capslay keep up with it? It really is the question overall. And maybe I'm going to ask you, do you have any particular picks you're expecting to see today? Anything, maybe something spicy? I know 2 weeks ago we saw something spicy from Samjay, but...
I hope it's not the same spicy. For anybody who missed that one, don't worry about it, all good. What you missed in game 1 was an interesting draft where we had a Taric Pyke bot lane, and it felt like Samjay were being disrespectful to Exeter. They'd beaten Exeter solidly during the regular season, but in both of the main university tournaments were feeling good, and they pulled out this absolutely bananas draft. What was it? Set Wukong, Karthus, Taric Pyke. It did not work. It did not work whatsoever. And so I would like a little bit more respect out of Samjay for the Germs, because this Kent team is excellent. They can play really well together, and they have good individuals as well. And so just pull out something a little bit more standard, and it doesn't have to be completely standard. You could pull something a little bit wild out. Karthus mid, that's been popping up, and I do quite like that pick. Just perhaps not with that Pyke Taric bot lane, simply because I can see that bot lane working in plenty of situations, but not for Soxu and Dido. They need that standard sort of pick, because Soxu wants to stand there and just deal all of the damage with an AD carry, something that can scale into the late game. You said the Jinx, I'm expecting that to pop up quite a lot, along with the Rakan, Thresh, that kind of bot lane.
Yeah, and what actually was an interesting point of that game for me was that Exeter answered with full poke in the Varus Karma.
Yep.
Now, having a look at Dido and Rent-Free's champion pools, I don't think Karma is going to be really high priority.
No.
But that's not to say they can't play it, because Karma's pretty straightforward in lane. You're just poking with your Mantra Q, helping the wave push, right? So is that going to be an answer? Is that something that we've hyped up the Thresh and the Rakan and these hookers? Is the Karma going to be a big priority pick that just comes from nowhere? I
could definitely see that happening, especially because QQR also plays it in the mid lane, and so you have that flexibility to say, actually, that's fine if we want to pick it nice and early, and we'll move it around the rest of the board. I remember specifically a time in League where the Karma was going into all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
We're not quite at that point in the in the game right now, but it's not that far off, to be fair. She is really good into the mid lane too, can neutralize a lot of the picks that Notice does like to take into that lane. I can see the Karma popping up in a couple of the drafts. I don't think it would be the highest priority, but as a potential, way to get back into the game, perhaps, as it there.
And there we are. We're into draft here for game number 1 of this grand finals between Samjay 1046 and the Germs. And we're starting off. Taric already taken off the board, but it's a self-ban here from Samjay.
Yeah, clearly wanting to make sure that actually, not going to pick this one up for themselves. Makes a lot of sense, to be fair, for Samjay. Let's see what else is going to be coming off of the board.
I do expect to see some of these high priority bans coming through, the Thresh, the Jinx, maybe to take them away from other people.
Yeah, quite possibly. I can see a lot of support and AD carry bans coming off of the board. Both of those are such high priority picks. It makes a lot of sense to just take that away. Don't want to deal with it. I see this Viego being taken off of the board. It's been incredibly strong, and the amount of CC that you can, lay down with that champion, it can make laning just impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. And we highlighted earlier, it's a shared jungler between both. So it looks like Samjay, they're going to prioritize something, and they are going to want to take away that. I have just noticed the players on stream are the wrong way around. So for anyone watching, the players and the team names are the wrong way. So it's DMU on the right side of the screen. So not a self-ban, but yeah, that does highlight that one. And Jinx taken away from Soxu. So that does make sense now to see that one.
Absolutely it does. So it was not a self-ban. The Taric just being taken away from Soxu and Dido. And then you can see, taking the Jinx off of the board as well as the Viego. Final ban out of Samjay is going to be that Xayah. Alrighty, so a lot of AD carry bans. See what's going to be this first pick right here. See a lot of priority usually towards the bot lane as well as the jungle. It is going to be the Thresh first pick right here for the Germs, and that's just a nice, safe pick. It's good into basically any composition.
Absolutely, and the good thing about Thresh is that even if you're slightly behind, you just become that Lantern champion. You stand really far back, and you Lantern for your immobile mid laners and AD carries what it normally is. So no surprise to see that picked up, as we said, was going to be the pick here for the supports. Now, do DMU decide to answer with a support bot lane here, or do they have a priority elsewhere?
Oh,
there it is. Yeah, Nautilus being picked up.
Okay, Nautilus into Thresh. Both of these champions take a relatively long time to wind up their hooks, and so it's a bit of a neutral matchup. It's not like the Thresh into Blitzcrank matchup, where Blitzcrank wins that massively because he can instantly rocket grab before the Thresh has any chance to do so. That is quite an aggressive bot lane. It scales great, but there's a lot of early pressure that this bot lane can lay down with that Tristana Nautilus.
Absolutely, yeah. Tristana does so much burst if you get the bomb onto the head of the AD carries, especially if you're running something like the Hail of Blades as well. With the Nautilus, it's going to do so much as well. Ironically, this was something I was wondering if they might pick for the Germs, because QQR plays it mid as well.
Yeah.
So that's that little bit of flexibility, but DMU saying, nope, we're taking that. And the answer will be that Moonlight AD carry. It is the Aphelios on the Thresh standard bot lane across the world.
Yeah, it is so good, simply because Aphelios is not very mobile, but you pair him up with Thresh, got that Lantern, can get him away from that situation pretty easily. Also means when you land a death sentence, there is plenty of damage that the Aphelios can lay down. This does, however, come online a little bit later on than this Tristana can do. Obviously, both scale incredibly well, but Tristana just does a little bit more damage with that first item. This Zilean is locked in. I absolutely love this pick. It has been. Okay, so this is now a very, very safe Aphelios. You do not have to be worrying about your life if you are Kree.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, that's exactly... And maybe actually a bit of heads-up play, because Zilean is a really good counter into the Evelynn. Actually, you can totally negate all that Evelynn's burst with the ultimate.
I was not expecting an Evelynn, I have to say. I mean, I know that Hope plays it. It's actually Hope's favorite pickup in most situations, but it's not been the biggest meta pick, not for a while. And it's so much fun to watch. So what you're going to expect from this champion is nothing until level 6, and then if you are Kyrie, if you don't see the Evelynn, it's behind you. It's just behind you, and you're probably dead. And so having all of this to be able to support you, I think the Germs have managed to draft themselves incredibly well, and I question why Hope has decided to take the Evelynn into such a protective composition.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one, especially with them banning away top laners now as well. They haven't even thought about banning junglers and trying to limit that pool, so we'll have to see. You know, obviously, like you say, it's a comfort pick for Hope, and that's something you expect at university level. Sometimes they will fall back onto comfort picks because they know they can perform on those champions. But looking at the rest of the bans here, Gwen, Fiora taken away, Sion and Malphite. So we're getting pretty deep into this top lane pool block, sir.
We are, and I love the split right here. You can see exactly how Smee likes to play those aggressive carries, so you've got 2 of them banned away, whereas Boots much happier to just be on a big tank, and so that's the pickup over there. Boots is going to be given this Cho'Gath, something he's picked up a couple of times recently and is very good on. It gives you a good bit of frontline damage, and also is pretty good into those 1v1 matchups. You know, those hate spikes deal a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, especially with, you know, if you get the Heartsteel online, the Grasp as well, it all just combining for a good amount of burst. And I think really Cho'Gath is pretty safe, blindable as well, like has some really good matchups, but also some pretty safe ones. And there it is, actually coming in much later than I expected, but Jarvan finally being picked up here for the Germs. I'm really liking this rounded comp they've got so far. I think it looks pretty good.
I think it does as well. My only issue with this Jarvan is that you are against a Tristana who can jump out of your pit and an Evelynn who can ult to get away as well. These champions are pretty safe, but you still have enough ability to lock them down, and if you do that later on into a team fight rather than as the initial engage with the Cataclysm, that's still fine. They've probably already blown a lot of those escapability tools. With a Camille though, it doesn't matter what tools you blow, you are coming back into that pit. And it's a great combo between the Jarvan and the Camille. Smee, really good on this champion too, and it has a great matchup into the Cho'Gath, can deal a lot of true damage to get through all of that health and resistances that he does have. And it is going to be that Seraphine as the final pickup into the mid lane, or is this going to be a mid lane Tristana, bot lane Nautilus? Okay, it's going to be a mid lane Seraphine. And it's supportive mids. I actually love it when supportive mids are in the meta. I really enjoy the way that it allows your junglers to say, fine, top lane, probably don't need to worry about them. Bot lane, we can just focus there because the mid lanes are also fine.
Yeah, and one thing, Seraphine has this like insane potential to get an ultimate through the Cataclysm and catch off 2, 3, 4 people. And because of the way that extends, if it hits someone, he can actually like work in reverse. Jarvan can put himself in a bit of a tight spot with the ultimate as well. So that last pickup actually, I think, just really undoes everything that we wanted to see coming through from the Germs, which was all this dive engage.
Yeah, I love to see that Seraphine pick. It really is such a great neutralizer. It puts you in a situation where, oh, everybody's jumped on top of us. That's fine. Everybody is being healed up from my team, everybody on the other team charmed up, not able to do anything. And like you said, with the Cataclysm, you're trying to get that ultimate through as many of your champions and your enemy's champions at the same time. If everybody sat in a pit together, much, much easier. This top lane matchup really interesting to me because we don't expect junglers to head up there too much, so it should just be a straight 1v1. And Boots hasn't been playing so great recently, whereas Smee has been on excellent form on this Camille, has the potential for a lot of solo kills.
Yeah, and I think he's picked the right champion for it with the Camille as well. Has the self-engage, has high damage, has peel, has the lockdown in the Hextech ultimatum as well. So I think Camille as a champion is going to allow Smee to do so much more in this game than if he'd have picked, you know, the Scions or the Malphites or something of that nature.
Exactly, and it gives you that split push ability as well. This is a pretty good split push composition, to be fair. You wouldn't usually expect it when you don't have a mid laner who's good at split pushing, but Tristana's actually okay. That's kind of what got Reckless famous, was the Tristana split push, because you are quite safe on that champion, especially when you've got a Thresh who could potentially hover around in the jungle, grab you out of a bad situation. There's a lot of moving parts right here. It is a little bit more with the Germs kind of trying to scale into the later stages of the game, I'd say. Their bot lane scales a little bit later on, and I just worry slightly about the Germs composition. But if you can execute it well, I think it has a lot of really good moving parts.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, one thing that, you know, that I think SamJ have going for them is the amount of burst, but also the sustain coming through with the Seraphine as well. And I worry that the damage, the sustain damage isn't there apart from the Aphelios. Jarvan and Camille aren't exactly known for long team fights. Exactly, you know, Camille wants to go in with that Cho'Gath R on her Q and take out someone, you know, instantly take out a health bar.
Yeah.
But once that's gone, then I'm worried, you know, Tristana could just be free hitting and just getting away with it. Seraphine's sat back, and then if Evelyn's hidden somewhere, God only knows where, invisible behind the backline, all it takes is the Zilean to not be able to pop ulti in time, and Evelyn's got herself a free pick, and then it starts to look really scary.
I mean, that's the curveball, right? Is this Evelyn going to get ahead? If yes, I think it's going to be, you know, absolutely great for SamJ, because hope on Evelyn is a scary, scary proposition. However, Evelyn, who's behind, who's died a couple of times, is nigh on useless. Like, doesn't add any real utility to your team. Can hit the charm, I guess, but that's kind of it. Is super duper squishy. You have to be able to get into the backline and just delete somebody. Pick somebody, gone. And if you're not doing that to somebody in the backline, all of a sudden, you're kind of in a 4v5, despite the fact you actually do have all 5 members of your team there. So how much can Hope get going? Not a high ganking priority jungler either. You don't want to be ganking too much before level 6, before you have that invisibility. And so that gives a lot of time right there for Capsule to be able to get out onto the map and do things, because Jarvan is a high ganking priority jungler, is more than happy to get into every single lane and try to get things going. And every single lane has good CC setups to be able to get your jungler in. Sure, we said that the mid lane and the top lane aren't exactly where we're going to be focusing our attention, but if Capsule wants to get into these lanes, plenty of lockdown CC to be able to make those ganks work and at least blow a couple summoner spells.
Yeah, absolutely, and that will mean we will keep eyes on here. We're jumping straight onto Summoner's Rift here for game number 1, and it looks like Hope going to be started on this top side jungle, like we said in the pre-game here. Actually, he's gone for an invade. So has gone for an invade here, taking away the camps from Capsule to start out.
I really like this. Straight up lane swap out of SamJ. Wish that we'd seen the initial part of this game, because this is fascinating. And I mean, why not? You're looking to get as much farm onto your Tristana as quickly as possible. And this is straight back to, what season was this? Season 6, season 7? With the lane swap meta. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is super interesting. Split maps are always going to be spicy, but if you move your like really susceptible bot lane away from that, then that split map becomes way less scary. And Hope here is going to be looking for something. He's still only level 1, not been able to hit a single creep yet. So Hope just going to back them off this tower, and this Camille is already taken out of the game completely.
I mean, who else would you want to be getting loads of plates into as well? Oh, hang on.
TPs are coming through here. Charm's coming through already there. Smee being forced to flash out, but the ulti are going to come through from that Tristana. First blood here in this final. Going the way of Soxu. QQR now has TP'd in. So Noah teleport well not coming through as well. As threat play, everybody's here in the top lane. Boxer at level 3. Hope trying to get their way out. Smee has used the hook shot as well here. Will heal up slightly, but I will imagine abilities will be coming off cooldown soon. There we go. There's a flame coming through. Should be able to pick this one up here. Should have the hook shot.
Still healing.
Yeah, this is starting to get a bit questionable here. There we go. There we go. So despite the craziness level 1, it's 3 for 1 in favor of the Germs here. And wow, what a level 1.
It looked like it was about to be so good for Samjay. You had Smee push right off of the wave, getting plenty of plate gold right there onto Soxu, lots of farm. And then all of a sudden just overdiving. And this is an issue Samjay has run into a lot. They play with a lot of confidence, earned confidence, sure, but occasionally it turns into overconfidence. They go for a play that they really shouldn't have done. Now you can see this is a lane and a half. You've got Camille and Thresh laning together.
Yeah, not what I'm used to seeing.
No, absolutely not. Down the bot side, Kyrie perfectly happy to be farming up versus a Cho'Gath. I mean, yes, both of these happy enough in this lane. And why not, you know, as Aphelios is trying to scale up into the late game, not particularly invested in getting ahead early. This is not the level 1, or I guess to this point, even first 5 minutes I was expecting. Capsley coming in though.
He's found a nice angle here. Flag and Drag gonna land. Knockup coming through. Flash out from Boots in those there. Kyrie trying to pop some damage down. Will get a nice bit of poke here with both sets of Qs. Boots in about half health.
And why not go for that gank? Blow a summoner spell already, and now you're in a good position to be able to repeat gank down onto this bottom lane. Finally, you can see Rent-Free actually roaming back down to join up with his teammate, actually give Kyrie a little bit of support. So let's take stock of this first 5 minutes. Where did the kills go? Who's really benefiting? The kills pretty spread out into every single lane that you kind of want it to go. The only person who hasn't gotten in on the kill action is Kyrie. Smee having just a terrible time of it. Sure, got a kill and an assist, but might be getting dove once again.
Looks like it here. Charm is on flash from Dino. Actually going across there. Charm knocked up everything you could want him. Bomb on the head. Soxu will pick up that one. So nice clean dive coming through from Samjay on the top side.
QQR is here, but I highly doubt that this Zillion is going to be able to pick anything up in return, and indeed, everybody managed to get away. Now, that is the kind of dive that Samjay were looking for at the early stages of the game, and that's a second kill right onto Soxu's head. What did we say right at the beginning of the day? If Soxu gets ahead, it should be Samjay's day. And so, right here, exactly what you want to be doing, and all of this map weirdness is in service of getting him ahead.
Notice slightly caught high. Will get a slow down. Dino's here as well, though. Flying drag. Coming through as well. It looks like Capsley here. I've turned this one. DJ Charm coming through. There's a Brute coming through. Six coming through as well. For the on-call from Notice there. Will pick that one up. Bomb, not enough damage there. So a double kill despite the disadvantage in numbers at the start.
Notice, be careful, buddy.
Okay, nice flash. Smee still only level 3, by the way, Boxer, so not able to do anything there.
No, with just a couple more levels, that may well have been a kill, but instead, Dido and Notice just going to be able to walk that one out. I slightly worried Dido was going to have to sacrifice life, and Hope still living in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Kyrie, though, maybe has overstepped here. Not able to get that bomb proc through. Oh, okay. Nice death sentence coming through from Rent-Free Play as well. Dragonfly, everything being used. Soxu trying to do what they can here. Not able to do enough, and that shutdown will go the way of Capsley.
Samjay, overdive level 1. They get a nice dive level 3, level 4. Overdive once again, and just Hope, my man, what did we say? It should be a nice, chill, calm, early game with an Evelyn, you know, just wants to farm up, hit level. Nope. We were wrong. We were so wrong. And it is not our fault because this is not the way you would usually play this champion, but Hope clearly perfectly happy to just get ahead any means necessary. And it's half working out, you know. Soxu does have 2 kills, but also does have 2 deaths. It's kind of keeping up in farm, which is the impressive thing. Kyrie having to move kind of across the whole map to just find farm wherever possible. And I was thinking once the early game shenanigans had stopped.
Oh, Smee just does not get to take a breath in this game, Boxer.
He's scared.
Gonna be one shot. Soxu gonna die. Yeah, 1 for 1 actually. So not bad for Smee there. Maybe helps bring him back into the game.
Yeah, I take that as Smee. You just need to get a little bit of gold. That shutdown is nice. Notice though needs to dodge this hook.
Play gonna come through. There's no ultimate available. Death sentence, okay, will land, but no damage to follow up there.
No, I mean, the amount of damage that you're actually laying down as you are with a Thresh and a Zillion is not that much. So at this point into the game, 7 minutes in, things are absolutely insane. And to be honest, I couldn't really tell you who's winning because despite the fact that it's been so ridiculous, it's been pretty even in terms of its ridiculousness. Tiny little gold advantage over to the side of Samjay, but when I mean tiny, it's just on 100 gold. This is interesting though. Germs are going to pick themselves up this first Drake. No response out of Samjay whatsoever, despite the fact Hope is down here. And so that is finally a bit of an advantage for one of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. An 8-minute Drake is going to mean they're going to be stacking towards that soul nice and early there as well. So that's good for them because it gives them that late game insurance when you've got something like an Aphelios and you're already looking for late game. But maybe Rent-Free caught out here is forced to flash over the wall there. So a small win for the side of Samjay.
Yeah, Rent-Free does have that Hex Flash though, so it's not the end of the world, but still managing to blow these summoners can be useful. Just going to help out Soxo and Dido push this lane in. I'm not sure how long ago Soxo and Dido managed to base. I'm thinking pretty recently considering the items that Soxo is currently sat on. I mean, he's so strong right now.
Yeah, Hex Flash, Dido just going backwards there. Hope slightly caught out behind enemy lines. It has the level 6 though. Notice has shown up as well. Last Duress not going to be enough damage there to take down Capsley. Hope still looking
going.
though, still trying. Kyrie does have the stacks available here, and a nice death sentence coming through from Rent-Free. Encore not going to matter there. Rent-Free still going, by the way. Ignite ticking down. I think that should be enough. It will be a double kill for the Thresh. Now 3-0-4 in this game.
Hope, buddy, you're playing like you're a full build. You're not. You've got some components. You're basically just sat on these Sorcerer's Shoes. Needs to be a little bit calmer because currently not dealing enough damage to be going into the backline like this. Rent-Free just getting through the enemies, and at this point, 3-0-4, this is a strong, strong Thresh.
Yeah, it really is. Already got the tier 2 boot, so he'll be looking to roam as much as possible here. Kyrie, though, looking... He's kept this wave frozen. Look at the sneakiness here. They managed to get into this bush, and I don't think they've been spotted here, but this wave is not great for them to look for a dive.
No, it's not, but since when has that stopped Samjay?
Yeah, very true, Blocks. Very, very true here. You know, when you've got something like a Tristana, but Kyrie can sniff it. He knows something's up here.
Yeah, he's just going to sit back. He does have that support of Capsley not being too far behind, so Dido, they're perfectly happy to just sit here.
Okay, flash forward, it does land there. Exhaust has come through into Soxu though, so the damage is not going to be there. Kyrie already taking that one down, and look at all those chakra imps there. We'll be able to do so much damage here to Dido. Gets the Q on through, and lovely plays here. Double kill going to the Aphelios.
That exhaust is saved Kyrie's life, and it in extension made that play work. And finally, that was a couple of kills going on to Kyrie. He was the one who was just sat chilling, the only member not really getting hyphy in the early game. Now he's 3-0-3, incredibly strong, and overtaking Soxu in what was Soxu's early game to lose. You can see Hope going for this Herald. Rent-Free needs to be careful, we'll spot it out, but this should still just be going over nice and easily into Samjay's pocket. This should be a good injection of gold if it's used correctly. Interesting where it actually ends up being used. You could put it top lane and just crack that turret already and get boots out onto the rest of the map, but I mean, it's a Cho'Gath. Getting a Cho'Gath unlocked onto the map isn't that impactful.
No, it really isn't here. It's QQR just looking for a little bit of poke from to notice there. We take stock of the game and look at some of these items coming through, Blocks. I mean, we said Aphelios is going to take a little bit of time to scale and want to go up. Never mind, I don't get to talk as both hooks are going to go through. Went free, taken down there. But yeah, the Aphelios needs that time to scale up and to, you know, really come online. But when you're 3-0-3, you're 80 CS at 11 minutes, it feels like he's already getting so accelerated so early in this game.
He really is, but interesting thing to note, he's not managed to base yet, and so it is actually an item advantage to Soxu. Dive happening again.
Death charge coming through. Hook's going to land as well. The Charmed Up cannot move, and that's a shutdown going the way of Hope's. Evelyn here, Jarvan's come through as well, so Cataclysm will turn this fight. Shmi's here as well with the teleport, a really nice ulti out from Hope there to stay alive. 1-for-1 so far. Notice is here as well, but they'll walk this one away with some slight wounds after that fight.
Yeah, that last crest to get over the wall, using it more as a defensive tool at the moment is Hope than an actual offensive one, but why not? It's on a pretty short cooldown, and it does give you so much ability to be able to escape, something that you... This won't be a kill. I don't think it will even proc the ultimate. No, it won't. Not quite. Not going to proc that chrono shift, so everything is fine. This game, it feels like it's on a knife's edge. We're only 12 minutes in. I'll notice.
Yeah.
The flash.
Encore's going to be used as well, but there's no follow-up. Dido's here as well. Flash forward. Oh, unfortunate there. Another kill going over to the Thresh, though. So again, this Thresh just continues to balloon what is an insignificant support lead.
Yeah, Rent-Free is just wrecking down in this bot lane. Be interesting to see the gold lead that he does have right now, because while it is not the most impactful players for you to have all of this gold, it's simply the map pressure that he is creating every everywhere else, just constantly meaning that somebody is dead. Right now you can see Dido having to sit in this mid lane and just catch this wave, otherwise it's going completely to waste because Notice isn't able to pick it up. And this game is nothing like we were expecting. Sure, plenty of gold onto the AD carries, but other than that, it's been absolutely wild. Soxu is going to be able to take this full turret in the early game though, and that is so much gold into this man's back pocket. Sure, he's died 4 times to his opponent's 1, but who cares? He's playing that aggressive Soxu patent style.
Okay.
Gets out.
Capsley, nice dash through though, the jump out from Tristana. Half health here for Soxu. Dragon has been started as well, so this is going to be a straight-up fight here. Didal having to hug out here. Looks like the Germs winning out on this one. Didal, maybe the sacrificial lamb here, is going to use the ultimate onto Kyrie.
Flash. Oh, he dodges it!
Okay, he does get out here. He's actually going to survive, I think. No, flash forward. QQR, though. Wait, what is going on, Block says? Soxu's back, jumping out from Capsley. This is crazy. Renfree's gonna miss the hook there onto Notice, so despite a million sums and a million spells, nobody's actually dead. The Dragons reset and we're looking back here for the Germs.
And now you've got to restart this entire play. Plenty of time for Soxu and Didal to go back and get themselves a little bit more health. Unfortunately, they won't be able to make it back in time. Boots just hanging around. Is gonna get caught here though.
Yeah, but there's a very tanky Cho'Gath. Capsley diving onto the backside here. They're trying to do what they can. Hooks around as well. Exhaust again, though. And there's Sicilian ultimate onto Renfree. So the last correct, not even enough to take it down. Top of the screen there, Smee's taking out Notice. Boots having to walk out here. 1 down. A Dragon still on the board.
Soxu and Didal are back. It's been enough. You've managed to delay the play enough that Soxu and Didal are back.
And like you say, Didal going in there. Oh my! The damage! The damage is just insane here. AD carries are both down, but Smee on this backside might finally be able to take down Boots here. Didal's dying to Capsley. Everybody's dying across the map, Block, sir.
It's a full A. Samjay are completely taken out. The Germs come out on top of that one, but oh my goodness, that was not what anybody was expecting out of that play. You could see Soxu, who's feeling himself, everybody's low health, get one of those resets, run through everybody, and boom. I mean, yeah, let's have a look at this replay. So Boots is just trying to delay long enough. You can see, if you take a look down at the mini-map in the bottom corner, Didal and Soxu, they're on their way in. And so here, just trying to survive for as long as possible, but Boots getting taken super low. Hope tries to get into the back line, isn't able to because they do get exhausted up on the top side of your map as well. Smee just wrecks Notice. But then you have waited long enough for Soxu and Didal to get in as... Oh, no.
Okay, everyone's dying across the board, Bloxer, so double kill going that way. Kyrie is here, using the... the flash, Gale Force, QQR's behind. It's double kill so far. Didal will hand over a triple kill. We missed the double kill, but it doesn't matter because we got to see an incredible triple kill there.
Oh, Kyrie is absolutely feeling himself, and why wouldn't you be? 7, 2, and 5. He's got that Gale Force completed. Is nearly making his way through the entire cull as well. I mean, he took the cull in this game expecting it to be a little bit calmer. It clearly wasn't. He's still quite a lot of items behind, though, on Soxu. Soxu has been farming up a Storm. He's managed to keep himself level while getting just all across the map. But, I mean, what is this game?
Yeah.
Not what anybody was expecting. Germ's going to pick themselves up this Herald. Do have plenty of places still to use it as Boots. You need to run, buddy.
Yeah, there's one bomb. Second one's going to land as well. Stun coming through. Gravitum available for Kyrie as well, so has that second stun to follow up. Capsley here as well. Dragonfly will put Boots in full CC. Not going to be able to walk this one out. And Kyrie, yet another kill here for the Aphelios. Now 8, 2, and 5. Just going to be unstoppable across the map here as we get into this late game.
Really is going to be. You can see Herald's going to be summoned up towards the top side to get that turret, whereas mid lane turret just going to be taken out by Samjay. I'd actually say that's quite the win for Samjay. Mid lane turret much more impactful, but it should be a second turret picked up right here for the Germs. They just need to keep the pressure up. Smee trying to respond in the mid lane. Needs to be careful though. He could be getting flanked. Free going to join, and this mid lane tier 2 turret is going to survive, whereas the top lane 2 tier turret for Samjay will fall.
Yeah, and interestingly, despite all these big plays and the huge kill leads that we're seeing coming through for the Germs, the gold's still relatively even. It's around about 800 gold. It's neither here nor there. So they're still managing to keep really close, Samjay, in this one. And a lot of that, I imagine, is on this Tristana, like you say, getting the first tower, getting so many plates as well. Really doing a good job of staying in this one as well. But I think we had to come out of the replay quickly. But one thing we highlighted in that replay was how easy it is to shut Hope down, exhaust, chrono shift. Like, there's so many spells on the side of the Germs that can just completely lock out Hope from doing anything in the game. And I do wonder, how do they start to play these fights now, knowing how difficult it will be for Hope?
You have to hope, for Hope, that they get exhausted, or that Soxu gets exhausted and the other's able to do what they need to do, because there is only one exhaust. There's one exhaust right here, and you've got two champions that you would probably like to exhaust. However, multiple times we've seen that big ultimate of Hope come through, Soxu go in for a kill, but the Zillion ulti's there. You can't actually manage to pick up the end of that kill. It's making playing these fights with reset-based champions really difficult. And they just weren't playing all together as well. We've not seen a straight 5v5. We've seen plenty of 5v5s that took the course of 5 minutes and nobody was all there at the same time. That was one bit of poke.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. Aphelios now with the Infinity Edge coming through as well. Really online for this champion. Still 12 procs on the colour as well, so going to have even more gold coming through eventually. Dragon number 3 here on the map, and it would be a nice one for Samjay to pick up to try and stem the bleeding here from this Dragon's Soul. Bootzing just tanking up a little bit here. We have a true 5v5 in the river. Dragon going to be started at 7,000 health here. Airborne coming through silence. There's a lot going on to Aphelios, but he's so dead. A nice Cataclysm on this backside. Look at the damage. He might have died, but everyone's one-shot. I don't understand how they're supposed to come back in this fight. Kyrie still got the Graviton coming through. If he gets rid of this, Root will come through. Smee's trying to do what he can here. Is there going to be any answers from Samjay? Death sentence will go right. Look at the health bars are so low, and there is Kyrie picking up a double kill. 4 for... Sorry, I can't do maths. 4 still alive for the Germs. Maybe they could set their eyes on Baron here.
And certainly can threaten for it, at least, with only Notice and Soxu left alive. Just about able to pick up the Drake is Samjay, and that is the only benefit out of that entire fight. Boots was able to survive for a decent amount of time. He is relatively tanky, but like you said, straight over to the Baron go the Germs, and they should be able to pick this one up. Hope is not spawning for another 6 seconds at this point. He won't make it to this Baron. Is there anything that Notice and Soxu can do?
And look at the Aphelios guns there. White and red is going to shred through this. As Death Sentence, it's not really who you want to hook, but full CC coming through. They're getting through that health bar though. Bootzing already taken low there. Capslay, that's a nice chrono shift to keep Capslay still in this one. Moonlight Vigil, Notice is gone. The flamethrower, Moonlight Vigil will just completely take them out there. Schmee's diving into his backside. Soxu is really weak. Keep an eye on Soxu here because they're trying so hard, but Kyrie is not afraid to step. Okay though, the shutdown does go to Norwest though, so that's unfortunate, but they're going to keep the fight going here. Hope is shut up as well. Cataclysm again. Flag and Drag will take them out there. Double kill going to Capslay. The ace picked up for Zillion. No Baron, but a good team fight win for the Germs.
That's the second ace that the Germs have picked up for themselves during this series, and I have to wonder if Hope wasn't on this Evelyn, if this game would be going differently, because every other part is working, but this Evelyn has died 7 times. 7 times is a ridiculous amount of deaths, and on an Evelyn, it's completely inexcusable. You cannot die that much and expect this champion to do anything, and you can see it doesn't. Even when he was going in, sure, he's getting exhausted, sure, there's a chrono break that's meaning that things aren't actually dying, but still, you're getting basically no utility out of this pick. And when the team fights are this close, and by God have they been so close, it's just not working out.
Yeah, and if you think about how much Capslay has done in this game, multi-man cataclysms, multi-man knockups, I feel like this Jarvan has just been so, like, important. In that last fight, they were just able to hit Boots for free because of how much space Capslay was buying for them. And I think that's been the real difference maker in this game, is these jungle champions just not able to really... We're not seeing anything from Hope, like you say, and it's going to start to become a problem even more as the game goes on. Not far with the Void Staff, though, so that might begin to help, but still, it's looking pretty rough for this Evelyn.
It really is. You need a couple more items, but unfortunately everybody else is getting tankier and tankier. Plenty of healing onto Kyrie as well. It's just the way that this Aphelios champion works. He is shredding people. At the same time though, Soxu is so close to getting those resets off. If there wasn't that chrono break, that would be working out. It's just every time not quite managing to get that first kill and just playing a little bit too aggressive. The positioning Soxu's been going for has been a little bit too close to the opposition, and when there is a death sentence on Rent Free, you can't do that, because as soon as you get hit by that hook, even if you buffer it out with a jump away, you're still gonna die because you've been slowed up enough, and there's plenty of follow-up out of Smee and Capslay Capsley.
Yeah, absolutely here. Just keep an eye on Hope, just maybe trying to fish for something. This is the good thing about the Evelyn, though. Can get some of that little, like, deeper vision without being spotted out. So, you know, has been able to see all three of these members on the map. At least they know that, you know, there's nothing scary happening, like Baron, for example. Hope just playing with fire here in the mid lane. And this is still a thing, though. I still think with how healthy and how much health, full stop, that Boots has, they can still push up these waves quite freely.
Yeah.
LDR has come through for the Aphelios, though, so that's going to help. His Death Sentence is going to land onto Sotsu. He can't move. Hextech Ultimatum, like he said, dragging him back in. Multi-man Cataclysm coming through here. Kyrie was able to pick that one up. Smee's going back in with the Zillion ult on as well. 4 versus 4. Death Sentence is going to land again. Kyrie's still so healthy, though. We'll be able to just pump out damage on this Aphelios. Smee did come back with the Chrono Shift here, so Notice probably going to end up dying here as well. Ceres will not be enough double kill for Aphelios, and surely they will turn to look at Baron here.
You have to. I mean, sure, Hope is still alive, but he can't really do anything at all. Kyrie is perfectly happy to step up in this situation. Imagine feeling confident enough to step up when there is an Evelyn about on the map.
Oh, sniffed him out here. Flay, nice rocket belt out. Stun will land from the Everfrost, though. I think Hope gonna die there as well.
Sad.
Yeah.
That's sad. When you are on an Evelyn and you're not quite able to take out a Thresh, that just tells you how this game has gone. 8 deaths now for Hope. And we were excited for this pickup, but we said question marks as to why it was being picked up into a Thresh, into a Zillion. Like, you knew that that was there. It wasn't like these were counter picks to the Evelyn. The way this game's worked out, you would have thought so, right?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's been awkward for Evelyn, to say the least. There's QQR maybe caught out.
Stunned again.
Yeah, it's hitting so many double bombs, by the way. Really good to see here. Sotsu taken very low. Kyrie going to pick up another one, and another one. Bood, you're not allowed to walk there. There's a Camille there, will stun you up. Hextech Ultimatum as well. You should pick up this kill, and then...
This is a triple.
Yeah, and then maybe we look at Baron. Dragon is up, though.
Yeah, why not go for the Dragon? You are perfectly happy to keep pulling Samjay around the map and making them fight with you because it's working out every single time. Because Boots is absorbing a ton of damage in the top lane. Perfectly happy to be a human meat shield, but there's nothing you can really do when he's being shredded so quickly by Kyrie. Hope is looking, is going to be spotted out, though. Does get past.
Okay, flash in. Oh!
Okay.
Nice. So Hope not able to get anything done here, but the flash and the ultimate will secure that dragon there. Will give them the second Infernal. Yeah, and survives. Yeah, really importantly as well, actually, that he survived. Managed to work his way to the backside of the dragon, get out with the last caress there as well. But it's Baron on the cards here for the Germs.
As the Germs, you should not have let that happen, but that being a complete game changer is unlikely. All of a sudden now, as Hope having to absolutely book it to get back for this Baron play.
Notice trying to get a little bit of poke through. Death Sentence again. Yeah, into the box. The Flame won't stop Soxu's job. Look at that Inferno ultimate. It's not actually going to land on the backside. So Death Charge going to go front to Kyrie. Hope taken very low here. Kyrie stepping up, actually. A little bit scary there, but there's so much dive coming through. QQR's gone into the stopwatch. Has used the Chrono Shift on himself. Boots in, taken down as well. Capslay's picking up kills here. This is such an even fight, it feels like. But Capslay able to turn in again. Sotsu is getting the resets coming through here. You're right, Monster. 3 versus 2 here on the wrong side of the maps. It's AD carry versus AD carry in this one, and the recall's coming through.
Baron was picked up by the Germs, so they did manage to get this big, important objective. However, plenty of shutdowns coming through, and Soxu, despite getting hooked again, is able to...
Oh, we're going to ignore that.
That was definitely a mistake.
Yeah, we're going to ignore that one. That was... fat finger the W, that's what we'll say. You can see in the player count. Look at the player. Like, Hope is absolutely loving this game, by the way.
Oh, absolutely great to be able to see reactions to those high-level League of Legends players that you've all tuned in to be able to watch. Okay, we're going to pretend that didn't happen. It was well played out of Soxu. I need him to be hit by less hooks.
Yes, yep. I mean, you know, I had flashbacks to the reckless, like, Danny insane plays that we seen in the mid lane on the Tristana. I really wondered if for a second we were going to see something akin to that. But Soxu just not able to get enough on, like you say, getting started off. What is crazy is that fight went so well despite getting hooked early. I think that's the crazy part, right?
The fact that he survived in that fight, and the big thing, in that fight too was Hope actually had a decent fight, was able to not get insta-kills as Notice is going to be.
Okay, Red Freeze are showing off now, Blocks.
Yeah, absolutely. This man has been on fire with this Thresh. I can see the Thresh either being picked away by Samjay or being banned because, oh boy, has it been strong. Hook missing out a Dido too. Hope offering around the backside.
Yeah, and they're just sieging onto this tower. This is the, the perks of an Aphelios to so much range here. As Dido's looking for the time in.
Freeze.
Okay, Renfree is put into the chrono shift, so that's taken down nice and early in this fight. Capsley does have GA as well. Another nice hook from Dido here. He's going to get blown up on the backside. It's 2 for 1 so far. Smeek diving forward. Hextech ultimatum onto Hope here. And everyone's just going down here for Samjay. They're not able to do anything. Last Caress will not be enough to keep that Evelyn alive. Soksu, Notice is coming off spawns here, so can they end here? We'll have to keep an eye on. Encore is available as well. Flash in from Kyrie. The exhaust coming through onto Soksu. And that should be game here. Number 1 going the way of the Germs as they get a clean ace minus Renfree across the board. Nexus going down block, so what a game 1.
What a game 1 indeed. It was so close for parts of it. That early game was absolutely insane. It's such a shame we missed the first 30 seconds, but either way, we jump in and everybody is in different places all across the board. What on earth is happening? And it looked so good for Samjay. They got multiple kills into Soksu. Exactly what you want to happen. Except Hope on this Evelyn, it just didn't work out. It didn't give any utility. And because it wasn't blowing anybody up, there was no real point to the champion. Soksu playing a little bit too aggressive, getting hit by a couple more hooks than he really needed to be. But overall, I'd say that the draft out of the Germs was so clean.
Yeah, absolutely. We highlighted it a lot. It was almost a counter pick middle of the draft with that Zilean. It just offered so much utility because of not only the CCs, but the Chrono Shift is just so strong once you're against something like a Tristana and Evelyn. And I think what was problematic, at least for Soksu, is I don't think Tristana gets to play the game very well into the likes of an Aphelios and a Zilean, really struggling with the range, and that became really apparent in that game.
It did. You could just see the way that, you couldn't quite get onto whoever you needed to get onto. Soksu is such a good player, but he knows he's such a good player, so he likes to play really aggressive, try to get in onto people, and it was just too much. It was just a little bit too much, and the draft that Samjay had for themselves in isolation, you could see it working, but into their opponents, you had seen that you were going to be into a Zilean, and you still pick yourself an Evelyn, you still take a Tristana who's pretty short range. It just didn't quite work out. The top lane matchup was about as even as it could have been. Actually, I was pretty impressed with the way that Boots played out that game. Mid lane also relatively even, but it just fell to pieces because you're a team full of people who need to execute someone, and you're against a Zilean whose whole thing is, nope, you can't kill this person.
Yeah, and there was so many times in that game where I just felt like they were so close, yet so far. And just like you say, only because of the Zilean ulti that they're able to do that. And it just really did make the difference. And then it makes me wonder, is Zilean taken away? We saw it game 1 in the the other finals a couple of weeks ago. Zilean was a problem there as well, right? So maybe it's a cursed champion here for Samjay, I'm not sure. But I guess I wonder what they're going to change up. Is it just the Evelyn? Do they look at different AD carries as well? Like, what are we thinking?
Thresh also needs to come off of the board. I could see the Zilean not working out quite as well in a composition where you are just about the sustained damage rather than blowing somebody up. If you had maybe the Aphelios for yourself, instead you had a more standard Sejuani, Jarvan, Xin in the jungle, something like that, all of a sudden the Zilean, while it's annoying, it's not the end of the world. It's not like you've completely made one of your champions basically useless. The Thresh though, Thresh is good in any composition. I don't think there's a single AD carry where I'm like, oh, that doesn't really work together. I don't think there's a single matchup where I'm like, oh, the Thresh is getting destroyed, other than the potential of a Blitzcrank. He's just so good, so well-rounded at the moment. I can see that coming off of the board. Or Samjay, pick that one up first. It was first picked by the Germs, so they should now be on blue side to get their first pick. Take it away. You know that Dido can play it, and you know Dido can play it well, and you can see that giving it to Renfree is a really, really bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the cast, he was showing off at points, like he was hitting so many good hooks.
Over the wall!
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's really good stuff to see, but it's really scary, because if you're having to take away the Thresh, you're limiting what else you can take away, and I think there's so many power picks at the minute. We didn't even see a Rakan this game, and we already highlighted Rakan's still available, and I think that's scary as well, because I see the same potential engagers, but multiplied by 4-man knockups and charms and all that stuff, and then it just starts to look really scary again. But you've got the Thresh gone. I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking in that.
As Samjay, I'm a little bit worried. I'm not counting them out. I think they can definitely pull their way back into this game, but this is kind of the way that we saw them lose the NSE finals. Was game 1 went pretty badly for them in a draft that wasn't necessarily disrespectful like the last one was this one, but with the Evelyn, it wasn't completely standard, let's say.
Of course, yeah.
They pull it back in game 2 and then just never really found their footing in the series. And so as Samjay, as you come off of the stage right here, big deep breaths, and you need to be calm, because overall this team can win. They can definitely beat the Germs. There were a couple of team fights where it was really good. That steal out of Hope, awesome, but they just need to take a step back and play a little bit calmer, because they made this game crazy and it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I think that's what they're hoping for, though, right? If they can get this like early, transition level 1 with the lane swaps and taking the half map, I think they were hoping for that craziness to go in their favor.
Yeah.
I don't want to entirely see that go, though, because
No.
we know Samjay very well up to this point. We've seen them in so many finals, and they thrive in that sort of craziness.
They do.
I just think that the problem was the team comp that the James drafted just really negated that. So I don't want to see them entirely pull that away. I still want to see some of it.
I can absolutely understand wanting a little bit of craziness out of Samjay. Just when you see the opposition composition that you were into, maybe it wasn't the best decision, but there's definitely a situation where that dive at top lane was a little cleaner and they do pick up the kill. Or perhaps, in that mid lane play, things just got a little bit nicer. Overall, I think that we're still feeling good as both of these teams, but the Germs have got to be very bolstered by this. Whoever's doing the drafts for the Germs, nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was like a really, well-rounded draft overall. One thing I also am worried about is Kyrie, because we didn't have that much info on Kyrie coming into this. Felt like, this new name, how was he going to play against Soxu? And we already saw in that pretty damn well.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely ridiculous, and he was perfectly happy to just sit nice and calm, ignore all of the shenanigans happening everywhere else on the map, and then once the kills started coming to him, he used it incredibly effectively. I'm excited to see more out of both of these teams.
Yeah, so there we have it. An incredible game 1 started off with a fiesta. We'll have to see if game 2 will be any different here. We'll be back after a short break, so stick around for Samjay versus the Germs.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future,
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Amazon UK University Esports Spring 2023 Finals, brought to you by Prime, Student, and Omen. I'm Clay, and joining me is Bloxer here after Game 1, which saw the Germs take the lead here in the League of Legends Finals, Bloxer.
What was that game? That is the main takeaway that we have. It was a great game out of the Germs, a brilliant draft to kick things off specifically, but it was absolutely crazy. The first couple of minutes, we saw lane swaps, we saw split maps, and then we saw dives at level 2s, dives at level 3s, and the game just never got calmer. It just kept going the whole way through, and if this is the pace of the entire series, oh boy, we're gonna need a lie down.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we said coming into this, defending champion SamJ kind of had that bit of an advantage in our minds, but the Germs just showed up in such a presence here. Kyrie really standing out here in Game 1.
Really was. I mean, he was the only one who was left alone for a little while. Everybody else was going off on one. He was into Boods, who was on a Cho'Gath, you know. Yeah, sure, at level 1, we had an Aphelios into Cho'Gath matchup down in the bot lane. That was kind of the way that game was going, and he was allowed to just sit back and farm, and although he never really got ahead in farm versus Soksu, he was just way more consistent in not dying. It certainly helped, though, that he did have that chrono break, as well as having that thresh to be able to keep him as nice and alive as possible, but the amount of damage that man laid down was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw when we cut back from that replay, Flash Gale forcing him for a triple kill. Like, yes, he was ahead, yes, but he just, like, continued to push his own lead and really had such confidence in his own play.
It really was just an impressive showing, and if he can keep that up, I'm worried because Soksu and Didol, that's the main carries. I mean, if you had only been watching finals in terms of League of Legends for Newell, you'd know Soksu and Didol. If you're at all a part of League of Legends University Esports, you've heard of these two because they are insane. And then all of a sudden, Kyrie and Remfry, they were looking really good. Remfry too, hitting a ton of hooks. He said he was showing off, and damn right he was. And why not flex it when you're hitting hooks over walls, in tight windows, constantly landing them when you needed to? I don't think I saw him miss too many hooks, whereas Didol, he was with that Nautilus hook as well. That is the biggest hitbox in the game, it feels like sometimes, and yet not being able to land those consistently. It was just not quite working out for Samjay down in the bot lane, and as we saw previously in the NSC finals that Samjay just lost 2 weeks ago, once you can shut this bot lane down, the whole rest of the map begins to crumble a little bit.
Yeah, and that's definitely what it felt like. But taking our eyes away from that bot lane and looking at jungle here, we spoke about it a lot in game one and in that post-analysis as well. This Evelynn, it's a big pick for Hope, but it's not what we wanted to see here.
No, it is not. If you had a composition where it's a ton of squishies and mobile squishies, fine. Go for it, do your thing. However, in this situation where the Germs have drafted themselves a Zillion and a Thresh, as well as a Jarvan too, who's plenty tanky, you know, he doesn't care. Camille doesn't really care either. You know, the only person who was kind of up for grabs, I guess, was simply going to be QQR because he didn't want to use that ultimate on himself. That's kind of the only place where you weren't really looking to use that ultimate, and it just stopped everything that Hope was looking to do. And Hope is such a good player. When he's able to find a champion to use and be able to run through the draft, be able to actually get into the game, he's so great. But last draft, it just didn't work for them.
Yeah, and speaking of draft, here we are. So DMU decided to take blue side here. No surprises there. We did allude to that before. A couple of majors taken away in the Syndra and the Veigar, and Taric still being taken away from the Germs.
Yeah, clearly the Germs really don't want to face that Taric down in the bot lane, whether or not it would be the Taric Pike again as we last saw it. Actually, the Germs, they are pretty scared of Dido in general. This is a second ban targeted directly towards this man, and keep him off balance because he is one of the most consistent, one of the best players on this team, but he's clearly not playing at peak performance right now, so keep him on his toes. Make sure he's not able to actually get comfy in the game. I am not surprised by that Samjay ban.
No, absolutely not. Zillion being taken away there had such an impact on game one. Makes me wonder if we're still going to see something like an Evelynn or something, and that's the game plan still. And that's fine, I think, if you limit the tools. They're going to get fresh on P1, I would imagine, so it makes sense to take that Zillion away.
Yeah, you can certainly just wait a little bit later on into the game and pick it up. Maybe not first rotation, pick an Evelynn if you want to go with something that crazy. Not necessarily the Evelynn, anything that's a little bit odder.
Yes.
Leave it into a little bit later on. Viego going to be the final ban out of the Germs. We're just going to get a little bit more target onto Hope. And so what is this first pick going to be? We both think it's going to be the Thresh simply because leaving it up is so risky. Do you really want a Samjay to give this one back over? But if not, you are still leaving quite a lot of good stuff on the board. The Xayah was banned out last game. Now it is up and available. Jinx too, okay, all right, Samjay, they're just gonna go straight for some pure comfort for Soxu.
Yeah, everybody's favorite rocket launcher wielding bot lane carry there, the Jinx. And instantly, just like that, Kyrie and Rent-Free, they're gonna get Thresh back and they're gonna run it back with Xayah this time though.
Xayah Thresh, again, a great matchup because, hey, Thresh is good with any AD carry. He's perfectly happy with all of them. Xayah already has some inbuilt survivability with that Featherstorm ultimate. Plus having the ability to then use that lantern perhaps a little bit more aggressively to pull them in to get into these fights can be absolutely excellent. Samjay, though, they clearly thought that the Jarvan last game was pretty fun and want to try it out for themselves. To round this out, you're going to see another support perhaps because the support pool is getting pretty limited.
As it's something I like seeing, I'm going to be honest, it's Jinx and Jarvan, because Jarvan makes it really easy to not miss the Jinx rocket. You've got 2, 3, 4 people in that ultimate, you stick the Jinx rocket on top of them and you're instantly going to probably at least kill one, maybe get really low health bars. It's such a good combo together, and I think it's going to offer a lot of strength going into the late game. Nautilus going to be picked up, so we're seeing the same support matchup at least from game one.
Yeah, and the support matchup, it wasn't the biggest issue of the game, and the Jinx is a very different pick as well. However, as a Jinx, something I don't like to see is the Malphite. I gotta be honest, Jinx is a super squishy and super immobile AD carry, and if you just have this gigantic mountain, just whole mountain flying at your face, it ends pretty predictably actually when you have small girl versus entire mountain, and it just worries me just a little bit. Soxu needs to position really well. The thing is, Soxu didn't position really well last game, got caught out by a lot of hooks. Versus a Malphite ultimate as well, which is pretty difficult to miss. If the flash isn't up for Soxu, oh boy.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. We'll have to keep an eye on Summoners for Soxu, and then it makes me wonder, you know, if Jungle can get early picks there, that's going to start to look really good if you get that flash out early as well. Taking a look at the round 2 bans here, Silas and Sion already taken away, Wukong as well, so we're going to see the jungle pool hit a little bit with Jarvan already being picked up by Samjay.
Orianna, the final ban to come off of the board, going to make sure QQR can't pick up one of his signature picks. All right, so we're going to need ourselves a mid laner and a jungler right here for the Germs. I would imagine leaving the mid laner till later on. QQR, he'd like himself a little bit of a counter pick, but there is the potential to take your jungler last and pull something a little bit crazy out. Instead, looks like it's going to be the Vi picked up. Vi has been nerfed a little bit on this patch. We are 1 patch behind live patch right now. Vi has just been nerfed. Isn't quite as good, but still absolutely fine. And once again, it's targeted CC that you can just point and click directly onto somebody, and that somebody is Soxu.
Yeah, absolutely. And if nothing else, they saw that Samjay had an arcane buff, so they needed one for themselves. And we all know that that's really important block, so that's all you care about. Now, here's something we spoke about earlier, and this is the comfort pick for Boots. We saw it a lot in the NSE finals. It's that Mordekaiser going up against the Malphite, which is a great matchup because you've got a magic dealing fighter against an armor stacking top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a little bit of a worrisome matchup for Smee, which is great for Boots, who actually had a pretty good game last time around, and that's one that you highlighted for us. You said that the Karma might be popping up. Karma into this mid lane, it's just safe. You know, you're blind picking it. QQR's got the whole pick of whatever he wants. I think the Syndra is... Oh, no, Syndra's off the board, sorry. Ooh, I'm trying to think what the remaining Premier mid lane is. Yeah, Victor kind of is the last remaining one. Everything else that we tend to see is coming off of the board. Victor would be pretty good in this situation, you know, if the Cataclysm is landing and...
Okay.
There's not... I mean, you stop the Jarvan dashing. You can stop the Nautilus from being able to hook. You know, that's not awful.
I think the Petrifying Gaze is going to be pretty big though, right? Like, yes, Miasma's one thing, but if you're stunning up the Mordekaiser, the Jarvan, and the Nautilus, then this Xayah, who's already going to be low range and struggling into the Jinx, I think actually gets to play the fights a little bit better. Yeah,
and the Karma, we were about to say, super safe matchup. It's perfectly happy and... No, absolutely not. Nobody gets to have a safe ranged matchup. As soon as you manage to land just one of those Noxious Blasts into Twin Fangs, you're so done for, and this matchup can be just incredibly poke heavy for both, which means that these junglers, both of whom are great at ganking, should be looking at this mid lane, because I'm expecting there to be low health bars. The poke that could come out of a Karma is legendary. The poke that could come out of a Cassiopeia is also pretty ridiculous, and so these junglers should be watching around into this mid lane just a little bit. To be fair though, I think these junglers could get into any of these lanes.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I mean, like we say, if we can get the Mordekaiser ahead, that's instantly a winning matchup in top side, and that's going to help Boots feel a lot better and a lot more confident on the top side as well. And then I think would like to have an effect across the map. And one thing that, you know, a good thing for a Mordekaiser is, yes, he doesn't win in isolation against the Cassio. That's fine. But if Cassio's not free hitting your team because you're in the Death Realm, well, then the team fight looks a lot better.
It really does, and it's just a great way to be able to stop somebody from being annoying. And another benefit, like you said, it's Boots' sort of comfort pick. He likes to pick it up when he's not really sure what else to do, except in this situation, it's not that. It's actually a great matchup into the Malphite, like you highlighted. Malphite just wants to stack armor. And sure, that's plenty useful when you're against some high-powered AD carries and things, but it's less useful when you're getting wailed on by a Mordekaiser, and the fact that that comfort pick is now also the correct counter pick, incredibly useful for Samjay. I think they've drafted themselves a much better, well-rounded composition. The Germs, though, same kind of thing. It works in the same way, basically, as previously. Something to highlight, though, Soxu, once again on a reset-based AD carry. However, this time around, there is not going to be that Zillion to put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, and obviously, it's really easy for the Jinx to navigate team fights against the Xayah specifically. Both having Ghost, I think I saw in the Champ Select, so once you get the Ghost popped plus the Get Excited, the Jinx with the 700 plus range really does get to have a free time.
She's absolutely zooming around, and if you can just get that one reset, and that's what you got to watch. I mean, if you weren't already watching Soxu in a team fight, you really got to be watching Soxu and just making sure that absolutely nothing is able to touch Soxu, because Soxu is going to die very quickly.
Absolutely. We are on to Summoner's Rift here for game number 2. And we'll just have to see where these junglers are starting. It's Hope starting on the bot side here. Actually will be leashless. So going to start this red buff and make their way towards the top lane. We already highlighted top lane being a bit of a winning matchup for Boo, so no surprise he wants to look up there early.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a split map situation. Capsay going to start towards the top side, work downwards. And it makes sense for both of these junglers. If Hope can get into a Oh,
Okay.
okay, never mind. Potential level 2 here. I love this idea out of Hope, because if you can get just an early bit of aggression onto Soksu, this man does know how to carry.
And Observer's doing such a good job to show the lack of vision there. Didal walking up, okay, Thresh will block that one. He's going to be rooted up. Nice flash coming through from Rent-Free to dodge out on the Dragon Flag, so we'll be able to walk away there. Ignite used as well from Didal, but flash blown.
It is a flash right out of Rent-Free, and we saw how he enjoyed using that. Oh, okay.
Didal just not afraid to go back in there. And now we're seeing a bit of that range difference coming through. Soksu just going to poke out there. Yeah, really good play.
Excellent poke right there, and that's what you can do, because sure, Soksu is going to have not that much range with the minigun, but with those rockets, you get that massive increase in range, which means that Xayah, who's a relatively short-ranged AD carry, can really struggle, and you're making the most out of that gank. A lot of AD carries and supports will go, oh, the gank happened, the support lost a flash, okay, that's fine, and that's the end of the play, whereas Soksu and Didal, they know that they could get more as...
Okay.
Hang on. Okay, it's fine. All good. Everything is fine. However, Capsay is down here.
Yeah, does have level 3 as well. Yeah, okay. Just going to go for the Gromp there, so going to choose to clear away the camps. Getting, you know, the fourth camp, sorry, coming through as well. Hope working their way to this top side. And look, we're already highlighted as well. Push is coming through in top as well, so maybe a potential dive on the cards for Hope.
Absolutely there is. You just got to be super duper careful down towards this bottom side of the map. However, it is just a slightly delayed set of clears right here for Hope, so he is a little bit further behind. Capsay is going to be able to pick up this blue buff and then get it straight into a Scuttle Crab, whereas Hope's still got quite a lot more to have to deal with. But everything is still calm and collected. Such a difference from the first game.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot more calculated, I think, in this game. Obviously, less shenanigans and exactly what you expect to happen there. In the, you know, a level 2 from Jarvan is not really uncommon, especially in solo queue. It's such an easy thing to do. So maybe you're playing at home, keep an eye on that one. QQR will be getting pushed in very slightly here. And something I wanted to say as well is what's nice to see, I guess, as you mentioned earlier, Notice having a bit of difficulty against QQR in previous matchups. It's kind of nice that Notice feels comfortable playing the supportive mid laners, realizing that, yeah, okay, maybe I can't win this 1-for-1, but I can do so much more for my team on a Karma and a Seraphine. And yes, it didn't work out in game 1, but maybe that could be a difference maker here in game 2.
Unless you're Faker, there will be somebody mechanically better than you. And so being able to put the ego aside and say, that's fine, I will play something supportive. Again, obviously Notice was on that Seraphine in the previous game too. If that's the style that they want to go for, that's fine, because you know Soksu is good enough to carry you. Bood's stepping up in this series once again, so you feel confident that you can play through him too. Capsay just hovering, but the hook does go wide out of Rent-Free. And this is a better showing out of Soksu and Didal, to be honest, because last time around, this would have been a hook landed.
Yeah, and look at this wave they've got stacked in.
Didal
is going to face check into that, so will be hit by pretty much everything. Okay, nice flash out. Blade Caller will not land. Ignite ticking here. Kyrie trying to do what they can. His first blood going the way of Rent-Free. So just like game 1, we're seeing the Fed fresh here. Nice dodge coming through on the Zap. Hope probably not able to do anything. First blood will go the way of the gems.
Or if that final zap had have landed, Soksu might have been able to pick up that kill, get excited, and return it for a little bit more. Didal was doing such a good job of not stepping towards that bush, but they had no vision, absolutely no clue of what was going on in that split situation. And you do end up losing out a kill. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on who you are supporting, Rent-Free, absolute kill master right here, managing to pick himself up another one, which, hey, it's not ideal, but still, it's a kill down for your bot lane. However, DMU, they're going to turn it around and pick themselves up this Drake. No real response. Capsay is around, but unless he wants to face check into 3 members, he's just going to let this one slide. And so once again, we're seeing Samjay pick up the first Drake. They did it so in the last game. Just want to try do your absolute best to keep working your way forwards.
And there's the safety of the lantern we talk about. So for anyone who's not too familiar with Thresh's kit, that lantern is just going to offer so much safety to something like a Xayah, be able to pull them out there to safety as well, and Didal not able to hit the hook. We're in a bit of a lull state here, as it looks like a nice pushing wave here. Okay, that was a replay. We're not going to get that one right now, but that's fine. Bit of push in here for QQR. Still hasn't been able to recall, actually, yet, so... still probably sat on quite a bit of gold, actually.
Yeah. He's going to be sat on an absolutely ridiculous amount of gold. And why not? You're not in a particularly scary situation. You're constantly getting pushed in because the poke out for Karma is absolutely ridiculous. And so just allow yourself to be pushed in, absorb as much pressure as possible, and scale into the late game. Because Cassiopeia, one of the main benefits that you get out of this champion is that she melts objectives. If you want to go for a Baron nice and early on, you will just be able to get through it so very quickly. Just sit back, relax. It's all good. Stack that tier.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that's also worth noting is at the minute, this Rod of Ages and this Seraph's build is so strong because it offers you not only health, but shields and protection on top of all the mana as well. Okay, Didal finding a nice angle there onto Kyrie. Good flash out with a flag and drag. Okay, that was a nice blast code back through. See if Hope can pick this one up. Blade Caller actually will keep them alive for a little bit longer there. Q gonna come through from Hope there, and we'll pick up that one. A slight catch out there from Kyrie.
Yeah, it was a really nice hook, and Kyrie just stepping into a situation where he didn't have the vision or should not have been there, gets punished for it, and so as we move forwards, it's a kill onto Hope. Hope having a much better game this time around on the champion that offers a lot more utility as mid laner's going to begin to start poking at each other. It was finally a base coming through. You can see the Dark Seal already going to be picked up for QQR. He clearly is not expecting to get too hyphy in the early game.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. Capsley is looking for something. It's a big stacked wave. No vision as well for Soxu and Didal. Hope's here as well, though. So Flash, actually from Red 3. Dredgeland's going to land as well. Okay, there's the cease and desist. One already down here for the Germs. Capsley doing what they can, and nice flash, and will be able to pick up Soxu there. Vi, clearly the better sister, but double kill coming through for Hope. It's 2 for 2 in the bot lane. Kyrie just wasn't back in time for that one. And I'd say it's a pretty even fight across the bot lane.
It really is. Soxu managing to pick up a couple of assists right there. Not any kills, though. Hope the one picking up all of the kills. And this means you are fully unlocked to go for a more aggressive Jarvan build. You can go straight towards that Iron Spike Whip, as you can see, build it into a Gore Drinker, and just sit in the back line, perfectly happy, absorb every bit of pressure that is thrown at you, and deal a decent chunk of damage back. You can see, it's just too aggressive out of Rent-Free. Doesn't know that Hope is sat in the bush. Gets taken out almost immediately, and it looks like it's going to be excellent for DMU. However, Capsley does manage to get in, just about get that kill onto Soxu. Otherwise, that could have been turned around onto Kyrie too.
Yeah, I mean, the level 6 is coming in really clutch there for the junglers. I can only imagine what that would have looked like if we had level 6 on the bot laners as well. Yeah. But overall, like you say, it's really nice for Hope to be able to pick up these kills. Being 3-0 after game 1 feels pretty good because it's going to be a nice reset mentally. And we're going to see them starting up Herald here on this top side as well.
Indeed, we are just going to begin this one, see if there's going to be any real response. The answer is absolutely yes.
Okay, nice. Hook coming through. Looks like Boozin will be sacrificial lamb here as well. Has popped the ultimate here onto Rent-Free.
Just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, just not going to be able to pick this one up, unfortunately. Will they give this one to QQR? They will, so that's nice. So Cassio gets a kill. They're also going to get Herald here as well, so a really good answer from the Germs.
Incredibly good, and you just want to be able to find a small window to get back into this game, because currently you're getting quite badly out-jungled as Capsley. Every single play you've gone for, Hope has been there to be able to turn it around. Instead, finally pick this one up. Now you can use this Herald into... there's no real great place to get it put down to get a full turret. Not this time around, indeed. But still, get a couple of plates worth of gold into the back pocket of whoever you want. QQR, great decision. Kyrie, if you want to as well. I'd honestly say QQR is probably the best choice because once you get that Cassio unlocked off of that mid lane, she can actually roam around pretty effectively. And once you get a Cassio on a roam, it could really be good for this bot lane perhaps that's constantly being pushed in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if QQR can pick up a little bit more gold here, they can really look to be the carry one in this later game. Like, Kyrie, unfortunately, has been perma-pushed in, and this is what you expect as a Xayah versus a Jinx. Yeah. But it's meant that there's a CS lead now. They're even overall in, like, KDAs and stuff, you know, minor differences. But this CS lead is going to start to hurt the Xayah, I think, as we get towards the late game, and really struggling to find that range in the team fights.
Yeah, because the Xayah spikes much harder in the early stages of the game. She's looking for that 2-3 item spike where you've got yourself a mythic, a couple other things, maybe some quick blades perhaps if you want to be just throwing out feathers constantly. That's the sort of build that we've been seeing quite a lot recently. You're expecting it to be a Kraken Slayer into quick blades. However, Soxu wants to scale much later, wants that 3 to 4 item point. You know, full build Jinx is a terror.
Yeah.
But if you're ahead already as Soxu, you're just accelerating yourself up to that point at which you're useful that much quicker. It's exactly what you want to do as a Jinx into the Xayah. And because you outrange her, you're able to do so through just lane pressure and not necessarily having to go too aggressive and get kills without your jungler around.
Okay, Dredgeline's going to hit the wall there. Little bit of poke onto Rent-Free. QQR's here as well, so's Notice. Okay, nice. Death sentence coming through. Looks like Dido might be called out here. Okay, but the death charge is going to turn this one. Rooted coming through onto Red.
Soxu's excited.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can pick up this one. Hope going to get another one here. They're still looking. Blade Caller will go wide there, so Kyrie not able to really run up. 2 kills and a Dragon picked up for Samjay.
Nice, quick kills, exactly what you're looking for. And it's going to be the second Drake into the back pockets of Samjay. Now they're able to start Drake stacking. And the great thing about Drake stacking is that, sure, the first 2 Drakes, they're not contributing to your soul. They're a small bit of extra stats, but you know, it was a Cloud Drake. This is a Mountain Drake. It's not that much. The most important thing is that you then get to dictate the flow of the game. If you go for that 3rd Drake and your opponents just let you have it, then you're so in control of who fights when for the soul. So you start being able to say, if we pick this fight, the enemy has to respond to us, because giving up an entire soul, Chemtech Soul 2, can be really impactful. There's a ton of CC on the Germs, and if all of a sudden Samjay have that bit extra tenacity, and also taking that bit less damage, it can really swing team fights. You're able to dictate how the pace of the game works, and so as the Germs, you have to fight for this 3rd one.
Yeah, you really do. Hex Flash being channeled. Gonna get a dash out from Capslay there, so nothing too crazy. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This Chemtech Soul will start to be a problem. And I'm looking at some of the fighters on that side, and the Mordekai's and the Jarvan. They're gonna like that low health extra damage as well. But a replay here of that Fire Round Dragon.
Hey, you can see Dido gets hooked up, but that man absolutely does not care, and Hope at this point has got a full item completed already. He's perfectly happy to go in, get aggressive, and manage to pick up some nice quick kills. QQ are very lucky to have dropped the Miasma slow in order to be able to get away with that one, but it turns into a Drake as well, and every member right now of Samjay is having a much better time than they did previously, even up in the top lane, where Boots, you know, has been taken out in one of those plays. He's still perfectly happy. Hope, though, Hope is absolutely on fire. It's 3 mythics completed for Samjay. Boots would have one if he'd have gone for a mythic build. Hope going in again, and look at the damage this guy does.
Yeah, already a half-health Cataclysm going to come down as well. They're forcing everything onto Kyrie, trying to split this one to get both kills in the mid lane. Notice was taken down, actually, so QQR was able to pick one up there, and Herald's going to go down as well. I'm not sure if we'll get any kills in the bot lane. Maybe looking for a dive. Okay, nice. Rocket coming through from Soxu. Able to pick up a kill there, but a good answer from the Germs in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're pushing onto this mid lane turret, going to be able to pick this one up. Returned down in the bot side as well. And you're having to use a Herald to only get 4 out of the 5 plates, whereas bot lane, this is going to be a full first turret going into the back pocket of Soxu. At this point, Soxu is online, and you shouldn't be able to say that about a Jinx at 14 minutes into the game.
No, really. And I mean, this mirrors game 1 because Soxu got an early tower in game 1 as well and got all that gold. But now I'm interested to see if they can do something more with it, because they're a totally different champion, a totally different play style, and someone who just loves this huge injection of gold. I mean, look at the items. It's a Kraken Slayer, BF Sword, and Boots coming through as well, compared to the no mythic of the Xayah.
Xayah should be ahead at this point in the game. Sure, she should get pushed in early versus the Jinx, but she should then be able to get that first mythic and use that early aggression that Xayah can so easily put down. Instead, absolutely not. Soxu has been given so very much attention, as we would always expect, and because it's working out for Hope as well, the key factors of this composition are online. Notice just has to play a supporting role. Boots just has to be able to take somebody into the Death Realm and split push the rest of the map, and obviously Dido should be supporting. That's no surprise to anybody whatsoever. But Hope and Soxu, they are the main carries of this team, and they are online. Exactly what you would want as Samjay to be able to pull this one back and get back to an even state in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. For anyone who's been following University Esports for a little while now, this is the Samjay you've come to expect over the past couple of years. This pure aggression. Okay, we're looking at another split fight here. Soxu's been taken down low, but so much CC coming through. That shutdown, though, is going to hurt as Hope just caught out on his own on the bot side. Notice going to back this one up. 1 for nothing, and Germs getting the shutdown as well.
I was actually surprised by how quickly Hope got taken out in that situation, but he's gone for quite an aggressive build. You know, he's picked himself up that Gore Drinker and then is going for another Caulfield, so possibly building into a Black Cleaver, or...
Death Stance,
Death
maybe?
Stance, perhaps, as well, just to be able to deal with the damage that Capslay and Kyrie can put down. But just interesting that he did die quite so quickly, and it meant that that fight, which could have been okay, actually ended up not being, because it was so split up. Soxu and Hope, they weren't able to actually get into that fight together.
Yeah, and credit to Smee just really reading that he had to go straight in on Soxu, because if Soxu wasn't taken away from the fight, I think it looks completely different, you know, with the ultimates and stuff. Okay, though.
He's picked up.
Yeah, and a nice lantern out. Smee's going to be caught up there as well, though.
Flash?
Dredge line as well. Depth Charge, sorry, is going to come through. Smee, yeah, will actually be taken down there. So a little bit of sacrificial lamb, I think, from Smee caught out, but they do get the Herald.
Oh, the life of a support, unfortunately. Everybody else does manage to get away, and most importantly, somebody did manage to pick up the Rift Herald. There was a slight moment there where QQR and Capsai went to walk away from it. I was like,
yeah.
Okay, it's fine. They did manage to pick it up. It is onto Capsai, and that's the second Herald for this team as well. They used the first one to get most of the mid lane turret down. Now they're going to be able to use this second one to pick up perhaps one of the other remaining outer turrets, or threaten an inner turret in the mid lane, really unlock the rest of the map.
Yeah, but look at this from SamJ now, just the confidence to go in and fade, start taking away some of these camps from Vi. We're already seeing a slight CS lead in the jungle, so gonna grow that even more. Dragon 10 seconds away blocks her, and SamJ has such good positioning.
Oh, we could get a really big fight here. This should be incredibly hype. Channeling up already is Capsai. Let's have a look. Boots going pretty aggressive. TP coming in.
QQR, there's going to be hooked out already. And now it's Petrifying Gaze onto 3. Cataclysm is going to come down as well. It's already looking like a really good fight here for the Germs. They've already taken 2 down. That's 3 already. A double kill going to QQR. Hope's being forced out on the backside. And it looks like they'll be able to pick up a Dragon onto the back of a teamfight win.
Oh, QQR with that massive Petrifying Gaze. That was ridiculous, managing to get 4 members stunned up, and it just stopped everything. And that was before the full TP had managed to come in from Smee. He went into the back line.
Yeah.
I was expecting the play to pause for a second to wait for him to get there. Instead, no, absolutely not. And this is the power of the Cassiopeia. It's exactly what you said. Sure, maybe the miasma has a little bit less of a impact in this game, but just the ability to stop people who are jumping directly into your face. We'll see it again in the replay. The hook is going to go wide, as is everything else. So there's a TP right behind. So obviously everyone from DMU is scared, but look at this. Petrifying Gaze just stops every bit of damage in its tracks, and you manage to burst out the main members instantaneously. Soxu is dead, and that is 99% of the damage on SamJ just gone in an instant. And they were so far ahead in this game, and all of a sudden, it's back to dead even gold.
And, you know, it actually looked good because the death sentence misses, the dredge line hits onto QQR, the one person you don't want to get hit. But again, like I said earlier, this Rod of Ages build just gives you so much health. You're managing to get off this Petrifying Gaze, and it really turned that fight. So credit to QQR there with the quick fingers to react with the ultimate here. SamJ looking to push in on this top side, and it's QQR looking to defend. Oh, but look at this Twin Fangs damage, by the way. Is able to defend that tower there as well. And it's looking like the Germs may be looking for something. Nah, I don't think so.
Soxu really wanted that turret, really wanted to push forwards, but QQR at this point does, well, a lot. We'll call it a lot of damage. Oh, needs to be super careful though.
Okay, Depth Charge is going to be used instantaneously. Drag and Flag as well. Does dodge out on the Zap, so Jinx not going to be able to get that one. It's another shutdown going to Hope to continue to accelerate this Jarvan.
Did need to use the Cataclysm to be able to finally pick that one up. Baron not spawning for another 40 seconds though, so that's absolutely fine. And you're picking up more and more turrets. Another hook gonna land. Referee has to flash.
Okay, these hooks are just landing across the borders. Halfway, he's going in there. Nice lantern out to safety. Looked pretty scary for a second there.
Yeah, looked way too aggressive out of Capsai. Was feeling confident in those lanterns coming through. And hey, the Thresh might not be straight on the ban board because this time around it's looking mortal, whereas in the previous game that is absolutely not the case. Soxu continuing to just chip down onto this turret. Hope has also rejoined. Just going to keep pushing. They should be able to pick up this turret. Now they can turn back and head back, threaten around the Baron, at least get a little bit more vision, take a reset, come back out onto the map because you've got 3 minutes until the Drake spawns. You don't have to worry about that. So either pick up your lanes and just chill, or if you want to, threaten onto this Baron and make your opposition walk into you. At least blow a TP out of QQR to see if something's happening.
Yeah, and just taking a quick stock across the map here. Like you say, 2 minutes 20 now on the next Drake. We've got Infinity Edge picked up for the Jinx here as well, and Kyrie's not even able to get parts for the second item, really, apart from that that dagger there. So really, really behind, and that Infinity Edge is just going to explode this Jinx's damage going into this next team fight.
Really is. I mean, the fact that there's an Infinity Edge already completed at just 20 minutes into the game, going for a second item, it is a standard enough Jinx build, but it shows the confidence, you know, not going to go for anything that's going to give it a little bit more utility. Nope, pure damage. The way Soxu's going to survive in this game is by killing everybody else.
Yeah, definitely. So you could understand if they wanted like a rapid fire cannon against a Cassio, for example, like you said, this utility. But Soxu, we know what Soxu brings to a team fight, and we know how confident they are in something like a Jinx as well. We are going to see the second Herald used on that top side, so they should be able to pick up this tier 1 top before the Dragon spawns up. But look at the answers from Samjay.
Yeah.
They're just pushing Kyrie completely back. Just cannot lane.
Look at Soxu, man. This is the Soxu we've come to love.
Yep.
Stepping forward, perfectly happy. However, a little bit of a flank coming through.
Oh, okay, some flashes being forced across the board there to dodge out the unstoppable force. Karma's already taken down. Hope's trying to do what they can. Featherstorm being used early as well. Soxu's got one.
He's
Look at the
excited.
excited. Let's go. That's 2 taken down here from the Germs. QQR's around as well, so the miasma will stop anything extra. But look at this Baron's up, dragging in a minute. They can turn and look at this Baron, I think.
And that was a play that the Germs wanted. Smee went in with that unstoppable force, but it really did hit an immovable object. And that is Soxu just melting through this big tank. Hey, we said that Smee was going to take a lot of damage from the magic damage of the Mordekaiser. No, plenty from the AD of Soxu. There is still a jungler available, so this is a little bit risky.
Oh, Flame Chompers aren't going to land onto QQR, so he's at about half health here.
He can go
Keep
in,
an
he
eye
can
on
go
Cat
in.
Play. He's got Flash as well. He's channeling 2000. They know that. They know they're stopping the damage, so they take it down. Flash still available as well. Okay, and Baron will be secured.
Ooh.
No contest there from the Germs.
We saw a flash into steal out of Hope in the last game. Capsley could have gone for it, decided not to. Had a blast bomb, had that Q to get over the wall, had the flash, plenty of options to get into that pit. Clearly didn't feel confident to do so. Baron onto Samjay. They've put themselves into a 4K gold lead, and they are feeling very confident in this game.
Yeah, 10 seconds on this Dragon. I think Germs might be able to get this one, but look at this block, sir. Ardent Senza coming through for the Karma. So this Soxu is going to be a monster.
Oh, man, and that's what you want to see. Look at this play. It's straight in with the unstoppable force, but flashes out of Hope and Soxu mean that they are able to get away from that play nicely. And just watch Soxu. He melts through Smee. Perfectly happy to do so. Flash into Hook as well as...
Oh! Jarvan able to steal that one away. He's going in onto the backside as a Soxu. Soxu takes a hook down as well. Is into a stopwatch there, so still alive for now. Cataclysm coming down as well. Look at Boots doing so much on this backline here. Trying to take down Kyrie. Flash out, coming through. 3 versus 3 here now. Keep an eye on QQR. Can they go for any more? Dragon stolen and a 1 team count coming through for Samjay.
Oh, Samjay, it looked bad because Soxu ended up dying, but Boots able to do so much on the backline. If Kyrie isn't able to get any damage down, if he's constantly having to turn tail and run, even if he manages to get Boots killed in the end, it doesn't even matter because he's perfectly happy to just have stopped everything. Yes, a replay of the previous fight should be coming through in just a second, so let's have a quick look at what it was that we missed. Oh, it was just a straight steal. It was just a straight steal. DMU were late to the team fight, managed to get in, pick that one up. The Unstoppable onto 4 members, but watch Boots. He's managing to get both QQR and Kyrie away from the fight, and that's what allows DMU to be able to keep fighting in this situation. If QQR and Kyrie are able to sit and just free hit and land damage, that fight goes completely differently.
Yeah, and huge shout out for Capsley as well. Doesn't get the Dragon, but instantly looks to turn on Soxu straight into that ultimate, and that's exactly what happened. You know, Soxu did have the stopwatch, but it didn't matter.
No.
Take him straight out, and that's a really good heads-up play from Capsley there. As we're looking for something on Malphite, Unstoppable Force will get Shmi out there as well, but they're going to push in with this Baron as well from the Nautilus. Yeah, just a huge team fight, and it's really good to see the Germs still finding their way back into this game, finding advantages in this team fight. They're still looking so aggressive despite the slight goal deficit.
Indeed, and if they'd have managed to pick themselves up that Drake, it would have been huge. Unfortunately, not quite, and now you are in the situation we highlighted earlier where you're against a soul point, and so you have to fight for this next one. You do not want to be giving over this Chemtech soul to your opposition. It's plenty useful. There's a lot of situations right now where, hey, Soxu wants to get excited and just run at people with extra tenacity. It's a lot less hard for him to do that. There's plenty of slows on the board as well. Also to highlight Smee down in that bottom lane, having to use that Unstoppable Force defensively, that's not what you want to be doing as a Malphite. Sure, it's great to be able to get yourself out alive, but now you've got another minute and a half or so until you can find that big, massive knock-up again. It just delays things a little bit, and Samjay, they're happy with delays. This composition scales brilliantly.
Yeah, and I think we saw, you know, a quick glimpse there of Soxu farming the jungle camps. Got to be close to the Ruinan's Hurricane now, and when you look at the low range that we've got for the Germs, that Ruinan's Hurricane is going to shred through all of them. I'm seeing pentakill potentials there, Bloxer. I'm seeing it.
Oh yeah, and oh my god, would that be hype. Let's hope that we can see one. Free just gonna land a quick stun over onto Dido. I feel like we haven't highlighted enough how good that Glacial Augment is on both Dido and Rent-Free.
Okay, Blade Call is going to come through. About half health into Dido. Redemption will keep them up. And a nice flash as well to dodge out. So no deaths there for Dido. Oh, still fishing for it, blocks her.
He is just looking for every single hook. But there's no real point to be too pushed up right now with SamJ. You know, the next Baron doesn't spawn for 2 minutes. The next Drake doesn't spawn for 1 minute and 45. It's actually a pretty big thing. It's going to be very close with both of these objectives spawning. And as SamJ, because you're on soul point, you have the pick of the litter. Do you want to take yourself to get that soul point? Sure. If you want to just go get that Baron and concede the Dragon, you don't care. It's only the second one for your opponents. You're in such a good position for just choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think SamJ are doing such a good job of navigating this game. You'll see them getting deep vision in here as well on screen, so they really are navigating this mid-game so well. And I think we're going to look soon at a point where they can really start to blow up in the game and start punishing the base of the Germs.
It really can just begin to push everything in. You kind of want that next Baron. There is enough range on Soxu to be able to push turrets, but Boots, not any range. Notice, not really enough, doesn't really deal enough damage anyway, has gone that slightly more supportive build with the Ardent Sensor as well. And so it does mean that you need that Baron to be able to most effectively push. The Germs, though, definitely don't want to let that happen. Plenty of vision set up for both of these teams. There's a couple of deep wards if there's a potential flank TP out of Notice or Boots.
Yeah, and we're just seeing the vision war here that we expect. 30 seconds till Dragon, okay.
Oh, no,
QQR, yeah, rent-free, it will just die. It was just left on his own there, unfortunately, I think on different pages on that one.
And Boots stepping up, perfectly happy to just crap Smee, interestingly, into that ultimate.
Yeah, just deciding no unstoppable force here. He's going to come out on top of Soxu, though. There's the Cataclysm, though. Don't forget, Jarvan has that GA now, so he's happy to die if you have to. Oh, Cataplay's behind him. Cataplay's onto Soxu. Soxu is able to get out, but he's on the wrong side of the fight. He's taken down here. This is huge for the Germs. Kyrie's trying to do what he can on this bottom side of the fight. This is such an even fight. Just keep an eye on QQR, though. These twin fangs will do so much to this team fight here late game. Boots trying to do what they can. As you say, the shields are coming through. Oh, but Capsley, you're a little bit pushed up, my friend. Rooted and stunned through. QQR is still going. Kyrie's still alive. I thought he died earlier. He was still alive in the bottom of that fight. Germs are doing such a good job here, and QQR is just not afraid to keep walking at this. They're going to start dragging up after the team fight win.
Rent-free is back. This team fight has lasted long enough. The Rent-free is back. Carol Capsley's about to die to the Drake.
Oh,
he needed that shield.
Okay.
That would have been ridiculous. That fight lasted so long that the entire minute-long death timer of Rent-free was able to go fully through. He was able to walk his way back into that fight. And the Germs, they are fighting this game tooth and nail. They do not want to go back to an even state in this series. They want to be up 2. They want to be on match point already, looking for an early night.
Yeah, absolutely. They're pushing every advantage they've got across the board. Shout out to QQR, just was able to put out so much damage there. And noticeably did get a Void Staff off the back of that.
Yeah.
So Boots' Jack Show is going to mean nothing in this team fight, because those twin fangs are going to eat every bit of magic resistance that he had, then some.
Straight at the Drake goes SamJ. They are interested in picking this one up, and it's not a lot of response, actually. Teleport coming out of Smee.
Yeah, they are looking to challenge this one as well. It's going to be a pure 5v5, 6,000.
Oh, the ultimate. Unstoppable.
Okay, Death Sentence is going to land. They're going to try and turn the fight. Oh, man. Knock up there from Smee is going to cause a havoc in this team fight here as Rent-free landing more hooks. Soxu's trying to get as much poke down as they can. QQR still pretty healthy here, though, as Cataclysm going into the... Gets a 2-man Cataclysm. Featherstorm going through. Oh, my God. So many roots coming through here. This team fight is so insane here as Soxu getting the double kill coming through. They have lost nobody. They can turn to Baron and look to try and push into the base.
Oh, it looked like it was going to be so good for the Germs. QQR was laying down the damage. Smee got a 4-man knock-up without Unstoppable, but Boots is once again the man for this team, and that's not something we usually say. Usually, it is almost everybody else who is carrying, and Boots is there on a tank, absorbing pressure, doing good things, but not the main carry. But Boots, right now, is perfectly happy to step up and has so much shield that he is able to just absorb every bit of damage that the Germs are laying down. Sure, the Jack Show doesn't really give him that much protection versus QQR, but if you constantly are landing damage, you're constantly shielding yourself up as this champion. Mordekaiser is a problem right now for the Germs, and a problem they haven't yet figured out how to deal with.
No, I mean, we saw a quick glimpse there. Notice shielded Soxu in base, and it was nearly 1,000 shield, I'm pretty sure. Like, it was huge. These shields are insane.
There's no QSS. Nobody's bought a
Yeah, no, nobody. I mean, your two biggest carries, especially QQR, has nothing. Now, I know, granted, QQR does win that 1v1, we said it earlier, but if he's not hitting anybody on the rest of the team, I just feel like they're lost instantly.
Yeah, and Soksu was happy to just free hit in that situation. You cannot be allowing Soksu, this man, to free hit. He's 4 items. We said that was the point that you were looking for on a Jinx. Baroned up, pushing through these turrets so very quickly, and this game feels pretty much won for Samjay, but the final hurdle is certainly the highest for this team. Being able to just close this one out cleanly, going to be pretty tricky. Drake, 2 minutes time. It is sole available for Samjay.
Yeah, it definitely is. And look at how well they're managing these waves blocks. So they've got bot pushing in, got top pushing in as well. So they're on a 4-1 at the minute. We know that Shmi cannot answer this Mordekaiser in the side lane, so that should be a nice push in there as well. And we're seeing here now, Kyrie is just sat so far back in the base, cannot do anything to help.
Scared.
Literally cannot do anything. This is the problem with the Xayah in the late game. If you're not ahead and you're not being able to pump out big amounts of damage with the feathers, you kind of just have to sit back and sort of think, okay, well, what do I do?
Yeah, exactly. And you're not expecting a Xayah to be scared with a Featherstorm with that lantern out of the Thresh as well. That should make you pretty safe. Instead, absolutely not. Is terrified of getting too close to the opposition. Has died only 3 times, but that's 3 more times than sort of the team can really afford. So 1.5 minutes until this next Drake is spawning. Resets need to come out of Samjay because they're going to have a lot of gold off of those big pushes onto turrets. Once they do that, can set up around this Drake, a look to pick this one up and then end the game.
Yeah, and they're doing such a good job of pushing in these waves as well. Getting bot tower down and the inhib as well here. So already put big dents coming through across the board here. They're doing such a good job managing this. 1 minute until Dragon. We'll have to see if they are going to base for any extra items here.
Should do with the end of the Baron recall, but if they don't decide to, that is a little bit of gold they'll be missing out on coming into this next team fight.
Yeah, I keep thinking Capslay is going to look for something, but it's so hard right now to find any advantage in this team fight. Soksu's picked up a Guardian Angel, so even if we get onto Soksu, still going to come back after a brief death as well. So it's just really hard to find advantages in these fights.
There we go, final little bit of Baron recall going to be used, making sure to get the absolute maximum out of that Baron buff. Used every single second of it, pushing up, keeping the Germs firmly within their base, quarantined away from everybody else. Exactly what they want to do. Now you can come back out onto the map. They have reset just a tad bit late, so you are having 15 seconds until the next Drake. Dido.
Okay, Capslay caught out on the other side. He's going to use a stopwatch there. Flame Choppers will still root up, and they're hit by absolutely everything there. Moonsin did use the ultimate once to try and get this early stack in this team fight. But QQR's already got a shutdown, so Dido's already gone down. Boots was caught out there, but it dived in. It's a nice petrifying gaze down the backside. Oh, okay, Flash, Featherstorm out to keep Kyrie alive.
2 kills though.
Double kill going over to Bootin and a third as well. They're TPing into the base. They're going for the end.
They just want to end this game, and why not? When you've got so many members dead, just can head straight towards this base. Minions are going to arrive now. It's done. It's done for.
That's it. Yeah, they managed to get the TPs in. They got the picks in mid as well to stop any recalls coming through. And the solo laners are going to be able to end that one out after what felt like such a big blowout game for them. A really good answer after game 1.
Going to finish this game up 10k gold in the lead. They didn't need to finish off with that soul point. Instead, just going to pick up the Nexus. It is the ultimate prize in League of Legends after all. And a brilliant response out of Samjay. They got put in the dirt in game 1, and they firmly put the Germs in the dirt this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope having such a turnaround after game 1. You know, that Evelyn didn't work out, so let's go into the strongest jungle pick in the meta right now and completely blow out the early game.
And this is what we want to see. This all of a sudden means that the Jarvan is a priority pick. It's won both of the previous 2 games that it's been in. I mean, I'd say Hope's performance on it was even better than Capslay's, but still such a strong pick, and it will be fascinating to see if both of these teams are going to let it through in the next draft, or if it's going to be taken off the board. Samjay were just blue side, got that first pick, and so the Germs, now they are going to be on blue side, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah.
Will they want to pick that one up first? I certainly would.
Yeah, I would hope so. Like, obviously Jinx and Thresh are going to be high priority for us, but this Jarvan, we just can't ignore it. It really has taken over every single game that it's been in.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, maybe you ban it away if you're on red side and stop the Germs getting it?
I could see that happening kind of either way. The Thresh was still pretty good out of Rent-Free, but clearly it's not something you can never let through. You can let Rent-Free get it and still work around it. Question, would you let Soksu get Jinx again?
Maybe, but I wouldn't answer with a Zaya.
Okay.
I think that was the problem. I think there's better answers, and a couple of those that I want to look to. Aphelios was still on the board.
Yeah.
If Kyrie does, well, we know Kyrie plays it because he played it first game, but Ash has been a great counter into Jinx. Okay, and people have been ignoring this, I think, but I know Reckless was saying in solo queue and scrims he was playing it a lot because it feels really good. You get an early laning push and stuff. So Ash is there as well. Maybe that's something we can pick up. I don't think Jinx was the problem. I really don't. I think it's how everyone played around the Jinx that facilitated Soksu, and that's what we normally see out of Samjay.
Exactly. If you take a look at Samjay and you've never watched them before, you're just watching them this time around, you'd say, oh, Soksu on that Jinx, absolute issue. This man will get resets on any champion. Whether or not they actually have an inbuilt reset, he will run through people. I kind of would expect him to destroy anybody in a good situation on any champion. Even non-AD carries, he's still that strong. And so, yeah, the rest of the map working out. I mean, I want to highlight my man Boots again because I was really harsh on him in the finals they played in NSC. He was not looking good. He got solo killed on a Malphite versus Set. It was not a great look. This time around, though, Boots has been an absolute madman. In the first game, he was the only member really trying to actually make something happen. This game, the fact that QQR and Kyrie were not able to just sit and hit damage was everything in these team fights. He was the main carry, but without really showing it.
Absolutely. It looks like those 151 solo queue games have helped Boots in here after the NSE finals. We're going to another quick break. We'll be back for game number 3 to see who can get the edge here in this series.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's got an Edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Spring 2023 Finals here, League of Legends at Confetti X. We've got Samj 1046, the University Dynasty that has won everything, facing off against the Germs Boxer.
Oh, and finally, Samj actually wake up, show up, and bring us back to an even series. We've at least got 4 games on our hands, and I could not be happier.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1, you know, we saw something a little bit different out of them, but Game 2, they were straight back to what we expect from them. Soxu on the hyper carry, engaged in the jungle, and it looked so good.
It really did. I mean, that is exactly how Samj likes to play. Hope and Soxu, they are the main carries for this team, and they were making it work. It wasn't completely clean. There were moments where the Germs were able to get back into the game, but overall, it was a much better game out of Samj and a much better draft as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we highlighted a lot of the strengths of the draft as well, and some of the problems that we saw from the Germs. So the Xayah having a limited range, I felt like QQR, despite having some great team fights, also was not able to find all the advantages they could, especially in some of the late game team fights. So it's not to say it was flawless. You're absolutely right with that. One thing I want to shout out, you did highlight it earlier, is Boodzin.
Oh, man.
Such a recovery.
I worried about him in this situation. He got put in the dirt a little bit, bio refresh up in the top lane during the previous finals, and it was a little bit worrying because Smee usually is a great player. He's able to find solo kills quite often. This time around though, Boods, on what is the standard pick for him, that Mordekaiser, was just able to do so very well at keeping himself in the game and then disrupting exactly what it was that the Germs wanted to do. What they wanted was to have QQR and Kyrie be able to sit and hit. That's all you need to do as a Cassiopeia and a Xayah. And instead, they were running for their dang lives, just having to sprint away. And sure, dealing a lot of damage to Boots, killing him eventually, but it didn't matter because they'd been out of the fight for 15-20 seconds, and that is more than enough time for the rest of Samj to be able to kill everybody else and be able to pick themselves up the win.
Yeah, so we highlighted, you know, post-game analysis of game number 2. Jarvan being this, like, signature prestige pick at the minute. Is there anything else we should be keeping our eyes on? I know we keep highlighting the Thresh, but you said it as yourself, you know, it doesn't feel like it's defining this series.
No.
So what are the answers? What else can we see coming through?
I wonder if we're going to continue seeing the exact same set of 3 AD carries, if it is going to be the Xayah, Aphelios, and that Jinx, or if somebody's going to pull something different out. You said the Ashe could possibly pop up. Draven has also been floating around, not as a true meta pick, but as a counter when everybody else is going for something that's going to scale into the late game, isn't good in the early game. Fine, we're going to find kills right here, right now, and win it nice and early. That's the kind of style that Samj can play pretty well, but I'd like the Germs actually to pull that out, to get a little bit more aggressive, because I think they're on the back foot after this loss.
Yeah, and something we've actually not picked up on, but I think will become a lot better for Rakan comes through, is Kai'Sa. Now, I absolutely love Kai'Sa. I don't know if I've mentioned that she's my main champion. I actually think she's really good into Jinx if you're in an even game state, because when you dive in, the pop that comes through on the passive is so big, and I don't think Jinx can do something. Now, obviously, Kai'Sa suffers in the same way as Xayah. The low range is really hard to deal with, but an even game state feels pretty good, and with Rakan, I do think that could be something that we'll see to come through, stacking plasma across the board. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that as well. We've had a lot of talk about bot and top, ironically, with Boodzin picking it up here, but mid lane has been something that's kind of gone under wraps, which, when you've got Caliber caliber of players like Notice and QQR feels a little bit weird.
Oh yeah, QQR finally sort of broke the trend we've had today of supportive mid lanes with the Cassiopeia, and sure, was dealing a butt ton of damage. However, wasn't able to really make that work in any way because, like we said, Boots was chasing around the map, wasn't able to actually just stop and deal the damage that a Cassiopeia wants to be able to lay down. Other than that, we've had 4 mid lane pickups so far. 3/4 of that have been supportive mid laners. The Zillion, the Karma, the Seraphine. Those are the picks that we've been seeing more likely, and I think we're going to continue that trend, to be honest, specifically for Samjay. I think Notice is perfectly happy to not get too aggressive in this matchup because we saw in game 1, while it didn't quite work out with the Seraphine, it was okay, it was fine, and in this game 2, much cleaner, and I like the way that it just allows the rest of the map to be exciting. Because the top lane is all of a sudden quite an exciting lane, it means that Hope is getting pulled around everywhere, doesn't want to have to focus on all 3 lanes, so if the mid lane is the one that wants to take itself out of contention, that's just fine.
Yeah, and I highlighted it earlier. You know, props to Notice for being able to do so, recognizing that. Jumping straight into draft, and we're seeing so many of the similar bans coming through as well. So it's Taric, Viego, Vigar, and Syndra already taken off the board. And look, it isn't getting through for this game. Jinx taken away from Soxu.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly, the Germs not looking to first pick the Jinx. That's usually a pretty bad idea, so going to be taken off the board. The Zillion also coming off of the board. That was banned by Samjay in the previous game too, so I think they're just not interested in letting that one through again during this series. Interesting, because I'm pretty sure Notice can play it. I think I've seen that from him previously, but clearly they don't think that that is the play for the minute. So what are the Germs going to first pick? It's been Thresh in the previous games, and it's once again going to be Thresh. This has been a first rotation for the Germs in all 3 games so far. The response, though, you're leaving that high priority Jarvan up and available. Now, do you want to take yourself your AD carry? No, it's going to be support instead. Nautilus plus Jarvan. We saw what a deadly combo it was last time around, and hey, Samjay like, yeah, we're fine to just draft basically the same thing. I'd imagine it's going to be the Aphelios here because you don't really want to give the Aphelios over to Samjay because in this composition of giving them the same level of draft scaling that had previously isn't a great idea.
Yeah, and you highlighted it there. There's a hover. We'll be locked in as well. So that's that signature pick with the Thresh, the Aphelios as well. And Kyrie had an incredible 20 kill game. I think he hit 20 in game 1. Maybe I might be over-exaggerating, but he got so many kills that it doesn't even matter. Really took over game 1. So if we don't see anything spicy that we did in game 1, it'll be interesting to see how Kyrie can play out a standard game on the Aphelios.
Yeah, indeed. Hopefully, just as cleanly as he did previously, because we'd like this game to continue to be nice and close. And that is a great pickup into both the Nautilus and the Jarvan. Really makes them have to stop and pause. Notice looking like he's just going to run this one back as well. And Samjay, they really do just want the exact same combo. So I'm really expecting the Germs to take away that Mordekaiser unless they have a big counter pick into it. But looking at Smee's champion pool, I'm not really sure what he'd take.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously could be Poppy going top. We don't know that. I constantly preach about Poppies, Zillions, Lissandras, these counter dive champions that do so much against the likes of the Jarvan and the Nautilus. I absolutely love this pickup. I think it goes under the radar so often, and I really am happy to see it come through here. Orianna's going to be taken off the board, so that's probably we're going to see some of the mid lane mages going our way. We're already limiting the pool with, you know, the Syndra and the Vigar gone as well, so we'll have to see what the Germs are willing to drop to. Again, Victor's still available, so...
Yeah, there are still a couple of the high-powered mid laners up and available. Are going to take away that Draven. Yeah. I can see why you have enough early power. Draven plus Nautilus, if you get hit by one hook, you're pretty much dead.
Yep.
And, you know, you don't want to let that happen during the early stages of the game. Gwen coming off the board too means that we are not expecting, if you're Samjay, for this Poppy to be up in the top lane. Think of it more as a jungle pick. That's where I'm expecting it to be too, but having that flexibility is also very nice.
Yeah, it definitely is here as we just wait on this last ban. So it's going to be Malphite.
Malphite, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Just pick the mortar, I'd say, as Samjay. You know that Boots likes to pick it. Are you that worried that there's going to be a counter pick? Not necessarily. This would be aggressive.
Now, this is a signature Soxu pick if this gets locked in. And this is exactly what we want to see.
With a Nautilus, though, that's not the premier pick you want with it. Okay, they take it.
They're going to take it. One thing I will say, though, is that Notice did go for a more supportive build after Leandra's last game, so picked up the Ardent Senza. So still has that bit of a support behind them, but it does feel weird without the Lulu, for example.
It does, especially because, obviously, Milio is, I don't think we highlighted this previously, we probably should have, is not available in this tournament. Otherwise, that's another great pickup to pair with that Kog'Maw. is going to be an Ornn locked in, so still looking at what this mid lane pickup is going to be for the Germs. The Vi available, again, it was okay in the previous game, didn't quite find the success that you really wanted, but Cogmore is even less mobile, I'd say, than a Jinx, so you could definitely pick it up, use that ultimate to just make sure that the Cogmore isn't able to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting all hands on deck onto the Soxu will be so huge. And there's Victor picked up the spot that was still available earlier. And I think that's a really good pickup here. He's going to have so much range, so much scaling. The scaling the Germs have drafted is actually so huge with the likes of an Aphelios, an Ornn, and a Victor, that late game team fight looks huge. And there you highlighted it, Boozin back on the signature mod.
Perfectly happy to pick this mod right up. And we'll see how this matchup goes versus an Ornn, because I have seen far too many Ornn solo kills. And it does always make me nervous whenever he's picked, because should he get a solo kill versus a Mordekaiser? No. Will he? We do not know, actually, in this situation. Victor into Karma. Karma's still going to be able to get the early push with just how much poke Karma does have. However, you know, Victor should be able to get that back into the mid game once those sort of items and stacks begin to get up. Those upgrades pretty important for him. His bot lane matchup, though, not something we've seen for quite a while.
No, it really isn't. I mean, the range is going to be relatively similar, especially if Kyrie has the Calibra and the sniper rifle up for the Aphelios. But what's scary is, like you say, Cogmore and Nautilus doesn't pair that well.
No.
Cogmore's not exactly a bursting champion necessarily. But Aphelios, if he has, like, you know, the root in the Gravitum or the Flamethrower up, he's going to offer a lot more burst than a Cogmore. And so I actually do like what the Germs have got in their bot lane. This really standard signature bot lane, I think, is going to look really good for them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, to be honest. I think that is probably a little bit better of a bot lane, but you're not caring about the early stages of the game.
Yeah, of course.
You do not give a single dang about what happens during the laning phase, as long as you don't int constantly. All you're looking to do as Soxu is farm, 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 get, once again, to that 2 to 3 item spike, and then shred. It'll be interesting to see what the build is this time around, because Cogmore builds, they do tend to change around quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going up against the likes of an Ornn and a Poppy, I'd expect there to be a Bulk thrown in there, probably first item, Kraken Slayer as well. But, you know, for anyone who's not seen a Cogmore in a while, unsurprisingly, because he's not that meta, it's not going to be too dissimilar to the Jinx gameplay. You hit W, you get the extended range. With a Runans, you start to hit everybody, right?
Yeah.
So it's still a pretty similar game style to what we get on the Jinx, just maybe slightly less flashy than you could expect.
Yeah, and it is 4 out of 5 pieces of the same composition that we saw last time from SamJ that managed to win them the game, and in a very nice fashion. The only difference is the Cogmore, obviously, and Cogmore is quite a big difference, to be fair.
Yep.
But like you said, he's not that far out of what a Jinx is. We just don't see it very often. Pretty interesting versus what is a very standard bot lane. You see the Aphelios and that Thresh all the time. That's now the 3rd Thresh game in a row for Rent-Free. He played brilliantly game 1, pretty good game 2. We'll see how he's able to do this one as we jump on into the Rift.
Yeah, we have it. We're on for game number 3 here. It's 1-1 tied up between SamJ and the Germs. Who can begin to get a lead here in game number 3? Capslay's going to be starting up on the blue side, so looking to get some aggression into that early bot side. Same for Hope as well on Jarvan. So we actually are going to see, hopefully, some level 3, level 4 Spice in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting some large amounts of aggression out of both of these. So Poppy does not clear that quickly on the top side camps, actually. Clears a lot faster once she can get down onto those big chickens as well as Krog's camps. Whereas Hope going to be perfectly happy to quickly farm up in the top lane up here. So might be down towards the bottom side just a little bit quicker. And we saw that level 2 gank out of Hope earlier on in the previous game. That was pretty huge, and it managed to set up SamJ for a really nice win. Got this lovely split cam right here, and you can see pretty even in terms of this clear, but Hope already finished up with the camp, so just going to be a little bit more accelerated.
Yeah, ever so slightly there. We'll have to see if Capslay can look to catch up here on the Wolves or not. Hope just has this really good AOE. That's what the Jarvan is known for in these camps as well. So we'll have that slight edge as we get into, you know, these early camps. We're taking a quick look at the mini-map as well. We're getting a bit of a push in top lanes to be expected in a Mord versus Ornn matchup as well. Slight CS advantage as well as that wave crashes, but this is where we want to be looking. This is where the action will be soon, Bloxer.
Yeah. All of the jungle pathing and watching them farm is in service of them getting down here to this bottom lane to see if we can pick up a couple of kills. The horrific and brilliant Pugmore skin is also on Soxu. I don't know if that makes me want him to lose or win more.
Okay, Notice is not afraid to take advantage of this early aggression here. Nice Q at the end to bring QQR to about half health. And this is what I'm saying. Notice might be on a defensive, support champion, but still not afraid to step up, get the poke through, get these waves pushed, and maybe look to play around the map a bit more as we get, sort of into the mid game.
Capsite going down towards this bottom side is just going to hide in the brush and back away. And part of the reason that Karma is a support is because she's built in a way where you have a lot of damage on your early, just base level stats, but not a lot of scaling. That's what denotes a supportive champion. And it means that when you put her into a lane, all of a sudden, she does quite a lot of damage. Hope snuck into this bush right here. I don't think he can step one further up, but plenty of range on that flag and drag. Kyrie and Ropefree, they know something's up.
Yeah, they've sniffed it out every time so far. In game 1, we saw it as well. Capsulate's hovering around. It's not warded out. Didal is going to walk up here. Just look for that aggression.
This is the long game.
Remember, though, Soxu doesn't have that big engage that something like a Tristana might offer as well. Renfree's going to walk up. There's the flag and drag coming through. Renfree taking to about half health. Poppy gets a nice one coming through. So Kyrie probably going to get first blood here. Ignite seeking down. Red Freeze Fresh had first blood again here, blocks her. As Kyrie just looking to try and poke out a little bit more here onto Didal. Probably shouldn't be a kill here. I wouldn't have thought.
Not quite, but still, massive chunk of damage. Oh, Didal gets hit by the hook.
Okay, Gravitum did get that roof result. Soxu's very healthy, by the way. Has flash available, but not going to go for any more. Pretty low on mana.
Like you said, not a lot of burst that can actually come out of this early Kog'Maw. He's just tickling the opponents. You've got to get quite a lot further into the game. Another hook. Oh my god, Renfree, he is scripting with these, just landing every single one. My man is so good at this. And Didal needs to be very careful because he is 1 or 2 hooks away from just getting destroyed. Hope, though, is going to wander around. Not going to get spotted by that ward, I don't quite think. Are they going to go for a dive?
That ward dying was so huge, by the way. Oh, Kyrie. Lantern's going to go down to try and help there. Graviton. Oh, okay. Renfree trying to do what he can. Didal was tanking up the tower there. Soxu's going to get taken to half health. Does get the kill and the reset there as well. So a nice dive coming through from Samjay.
Could pick up a plate here as well, and that would be a chunk of gold into the back pocket of Soxu. Oh, they don't quite grab that plate. Not the end of the world, though. Soxu getting that kill is huge because the Germs, once again, funneling, and I mean like...
Capsley.
Okay, good. Speedrun funneling gold into Renfree, and it is not ideal, Kyrie would have loved that gold, Capsite would have loved that gold. Instead, Renfree picks it up, and it's not ideal, is it?
No, it really isn't. I mean, we've seen it. I say that, though, Renfree in game 1 picked up a lot of gold and just did bits across the map with it as well. Nice to see, though. Karma, notice has actually picked up the Bandle Glass Mirror, so he's going to be going for a supportive build. Yeah, and we're not seeing the Leandries come through that we saw in game 2.
And I agree with this build, to be honest. I think previously, in the previous game, I was perfectly happy to get the Leandries, deal a little bit of extra magic damage. There was a supportive champion down in the bot lane. This should just be a wet noodle fight, right?
I mean, it is an Ornn, so... And you never know. Does have Ornn available, though. This flashes up for both of them. Boodsin, I mean, even so, it's a great trade for Boodsin to get his wave pushed in.
Managing to get a huge amount of damage out of Renfree needs to be super careful here. QQR is hovering. You can see with this Drake spawned, everybody is stood around it right now. Soxu has managed to pick up that first kill, so does have a recurve bow.
Notice poking out a little bit in the mid lane. QQR's low mana. They haven't seen the barrel start. Okay, Dredgeline didn't connect. That's crucial there, because that means Didal will get picked up here as well. Good flash out, actually, from Didal there. Soxu's here as well. They're looking for an engage. Nice interrupt coming through. Didal did tick down on the mid lane, so will be taken down. That's 1 kill going the way of QQR. And Capsley still not afraid to step up here. Blast going out to safety.
Gonna bully everybody from Samjay off of this objective. Should be going straight towards this Drake. Not gonna know that, though, as Hope just decides to go farm up some chickens, doesn't want to risk going in on this play once again. And this is the thing. Sure, you're in a pretty nice spot to be able to turn that play around, but once again, and we will have to keep saying this until he gets more items, Soxu does no damage.
Yeah.
He does basically no damage right now. He really needs to at least get that first mythic or just first item, depending on the build he decides to go for, in order to be in any way useful.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Recurve Bow is literally just pure attack speed. There's no AD attached to it at all, so really is going to be just no damage at all. And we saw that in that fight. That fight with 2-3 items looks completely different because Soxu can start to do damage. Kyrie's moving up here. There's no... Okay, I was going to say he looked for the Moonlight Vigil, but not able to get it off. Notice he's going to try and poke this wave down. But yeah, I think it's been a good game so far. We're pretty even across the board if you look at items, gold, etc. We're not seeing any super significant leads anywhere, really, apart from CS in the mid lane, maybe.
Hope gonna manage to steal away this blue buff. He's pretty low in terms of health, but just gonna pick up some of this honey fruit actually, and is gonna threaten onto Capsay. Just decides to chuck up that wall and to run away. You saw that interrupt actually in the previous fight as well.
Yeah.
Pretty impactful. Capsay gonna have to hold that one on, use it for the flag and drag most likely, and it's pretty useful, eh?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is why I continue to preach about Poppy being a premier pick in the meta, because of this counter dive that she's going to offer. I just think it's so huge and it just goes so unnoticed. Now, granted, I think the rest of her kit's kind of wishy-washy, and that's why she isn't like, you know, tier 1 pick, but we're going to see it in this game. And one thing that I kind of didn't... Okay, Kyrie, I see you. Nice flash coming out from Soxu. That was insane, by the way. And the Lantern as well to get Kyrie that kill. Dido should go down here as well. Look at the chakrams being stacked onto Kyrie here. Oh, rent-free, by the way, Bloxer. Yes.
So, you know how I said maybe it isn't a pick you have to ban? Maybe it is once again a pick you have to ban. Rent-free just hitting that one, and even with the flash being blown out of Sox, who's still not able to pick up that kill. Oh, the Germs, they really wanted to pick up this next game. If they're able to pick up this next game, all of a sudden you're in the same situation SamJ were in previously, where they lost the first game, won the second game, lost the third game.
Yeah.
Or if they get taken out in the exact same way in a second live final in 2 weeks, that would feel pretty bad.
Really would for what is our defending champions across Newell and NSE. You know, doing so well in that winter split, really showing themselves to be the best team. We're still seeing some winning advantages. Like I say, top lane still got the push, but as well as the kill, we got Herald picked up for the Germs as well, so they can get that down somewhere, maybe on the Victor, maybe on the Aphelios, and just inject even more gold into these carries.
Yeah, you just want to be keeping your foot on the accelerator right now because you're in a nice spot. Sure, it's only about 1k gold, but you can keep increasing that pretty easily. 2.5 minutes until the next Drake, so we're back to another relatively big lull state. See just the push that Soxu's getting.
Okay, this is the game of hooks, by the way, as Ignite will tick down. Capsula's here as well. It will flash onto Soxu. So Soxu's going to go down, but Notice is here as well. Lantern got warded out, by the way. Keeper's Verdict's going to be enough to push away Dido there. Notice, obviously, no damage there as well, so Capslate will walk away from this one.
Hope didn't expect Soxu to insta-die there because he was sat in the bush waiting, and he was waiting for a good moment, wanted to bait Capsay in a little bit closer, but Capsay was like, no, straight flash into the wall. Yeah. It does a ton of burst damage, manages to just take out Soxu all of a sudden. Still though, hook landing. It was the kill picked up by Dido rather than Soxu though, so it's not as good as it could have been, and you lose quite a lot of pressure in the mid lane. So while the play overall is good for SamJ, the Germs still just keeping themselves even in that play, and that means because they were already ahead, they keep that lead.
Yeah, and about a 1,500 gold lead started up now as well. I can't imagine, if we take a quick look here, Victor actually picking up the majority of that lead, and about 400 on jungle as well. Dido's going to walk up here. Oh, nice sidestep. Death shot. Really cannot point and click there. Will actually get a hook of his own. Soxu, though, does pick up that one crucially, so will actually be a benefactor of some more gold here as well, be able to get the wave pushed in. And now he's playing the bot lane and blocks it. It just feels like jungle is a recall bot. Yeah. Capslay's back again, by the way.
Where else would you go in this matchup? You just want to be mid lane constantly. A little bit of an overdive perhaps out of Dido.
Dido, yeah. Will just be ticked down, and Kyrie's going to get that one. So, you know, the hand that giveth is also the hand that taketh away and all that.
Look at the damage that Soxu does with that book already completed. I mean, he's just perfectly happy to step up and walk forwards, and we know that's what Soxu wants to do just in his playstyle.
Rent-free's back again. Hope, I think, will be taken down. Yeah, there's the power of the Poppy. Rent-free picked it up again, by the way. But Moonlight Vigil will land onto Soxu, as you say. Yeah, a little bit of an overstep there.
It really was. He was trying to kill out Kyrie. Nearly got him, but not quite enough damage. Quite able to be landed. And so, a couple more kills and 30 seconds until the Drake. See pings down from both of these teams. Hope and Dido, Hope and Soxu even will be up and available in time to get down there, but really going to have to book it if you want to get onto this play. The Germs picked up the first Drake. SamJ don't want to get into a situation where there's Drake stacking happening against them.
Yeah, it feels like so much of a replay of game one. Yes, we didn't have the crazy, you know, split map lane swaps, but we have Kyrie's Aphelios fed, Rent-free doing insane things on the Thresh, and Hope behind. You know, that's all there is to it. Hope is behind. He's not able to get these advantages on the map, and we really are seeing the Germs just push Samjay so far in these games, really bring it all out of him. Harold using mid there just to get a bit of pressure with Drake on the map as well. I think they'll try and take this for the second dragon.
Yeah, they will. Another little bit of gold into Capsize's pocket as well, but you can see plenty of pings out of Samjay. And actually, is Boots making his way down? He is. They're going to get a bit of a pincer down onto this middle lane. And this is 5 members down here. Smee is a little bit late to the play, but everybody just setting up around this play. Watch where this Ornhorn goes. This could be absolutely game-changing. Same thing with Boots. Who does he take into that death realm?
Yeah, Dragon's already at 2,000 health, so that one should probably be picked up. But is there going to be a fight after this? Oh, another hook hits, by the way. As Notice is taken down, Boots cannot do anything. He cannot move. Orn picks up 2 kills in that fight, and despite losing the Dragon, it's Germs coming out on top.
Dido, oh, he stood on the ward. He knows now that he stood on that ward. Just going to head out of this play. Hope, though, over the wall. Nobody else knows that that is what's happening. It's just going to be an aggressive play right here out of Capsai.
Yeah, Hex Flash coming through. Keeper's Verdict is available as well. Dido, yeah, it's going to land onto Red Free. Insta flash out. Hope's here as well, though. There's the Dredge line. Keeper's Verdict. Going to get the combo out of this. That's huge. Moonlight Vigil's not going to do that much damage there. Can Kyrie get anything? Oh, he ghosted in to the hook. He's going to be taken down. He's not going to be able to get any kills there. That's so unfortunate.
Kyrie, that was such a bad decision. Oh, obviously we can see into that bush. We know that you're in a terrible spot as Kyrie to ghost forwards into that bush. It just looks super janky, and that is going to be 2 quick, nice kills into the back pocket of Samjay, and it looked pretty bad for them after that Drake fight. Sure, they got the Drake, but losing out on 2 kills, and they managed to pull that one straight back. We're still in a 3k gold lead for the Germs, but the Drake stacking has been thwarted, and more gold is being put onto Soksu. He's now on his way to completing that second item, like you said, expecting it to be the Kraken Slayer. And at that point, he does actually deal quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the real, like, spike, I think, for Kog'Maw. You know, he wasn't a big benefactor of the IE and the Quick Blade changes. Now, don't get me wrong, Quick Blades feels pretty good because perma W uptime feels insane, but he didn't benefactor as well as the Aphelios or the Jinx or someone, you know, of that nature. Now, it's not all doomed for Germs. They do have a 3k gold lead, as you said. They got tier 1 mid as well, so first tower going their way. Ornn has managed to pick up the Radiant Virtue, and not too far off getting those ornaments coming through as well here. So there's still a lot of silver linings here for the Germs, and despite that overstep from Kyrie, still incredibly strong now. Tier 2 boost and the Kraken Slayer coming through.
Yeah, doing plentifully well for himself. And Hope still, even though he's not having the best game, just in general, absolutely fine, because this Jarvan still adds so much utility. It's unlike that Evelyn, where once you're not doing well for yourself, not actually able to get into the game. Sure, even if the Jarvan's down, you still have that Cataclysm, you still have that Flag and Drag. Pressure, so much pressure down towards the spot side. They're going for a dive on Ornn.
I mean, there's a lot of CC coming through. Ornn is coming back. But that's Soksu's, that's the power of the Borg Kog'Maw, by the way. The shred of armor coming through from his Q, as well as the W as well, is going to do so much damage as Kyrie may have stepped up in top lane, but that's Aphelios with 20 shock rims in melee range, by the way, Bloxer. That's exactly how that should go.
Hang on, bot lane, bot lane, bot lane. What is happening? That's a lot of low health bars and a very, very dead QQR in just a second. Gonna be taken out right here. There we go. Nice. And so it is. Multiple members up in the top lane for the Germs, picking up an outer turret, but bot side, it's going to be a couple of kills, and Soksu gets himself another tier 2. That's 600 gold. They changed that not too long ago, where you get so much extra gold for taking down these tier 2 turrets, and he's now going to be able to go back to base and come out with so much more stuff in his back pocket. Let's see what the buy is actually. Oh, he was going to go back. Now he's being chased by Smee.
Yeah, Bootin just teleporting in to stop the Herald there. I wonder if we can maybe swap to gold if the observers get chance. We can see how much gold this Kog'Maw really has, because such a huge, I mean, yeah, 1,000 gold, but also like someone like Victor, who's at 10 CS a minute, he's 1,000 gold ahead of him as well.
Yeah, well, that actually might be a bit closer to 2,000 gold ahead of Notice, but it doesn't really matter because Notice isn't looking to be that main carry. Has that Moonlight Vigil, it's going to be going for the Ardent Satan's a second, and we saw down in that bot lane play where you had Dido being the big tank. Notice providing a lot of extra stats right onto the Kog'Maw, and Soksu just shredding people, able to get through everybody so quickly. I mean, Smee has plenty of armor. He'd pop the ultimate, so you know that Radiant Virtue also coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, Radiant Virtue is going to do obviously quite a bit of work when Ornn brings in the Ornn Horn as well. And when you're frontlining, that feels really good to pick up that extra health. You know, you're already taking so much damage, why not pick up that extra health as well? But that's not to say that the team fight for SamJ is completely doomed. Like you pointed out, Moonstones come through for Karma, so going to offer a lot of healing and shielding. Kog'Maw has the Kraken Slayer now as well, so at 2 items way before Aphelios. Aphelios is still, you know, probably about a couple hundred gold short of the IE. I think this Kog'Maw is really online, and we're really, as always, we're going to have to keep our eyes on Soxu.
Every single game. This man, I mean, if he likes attention, then he's definitely doing things correctly. You've just got to watch this ugly little Kog'Maw pug skin. I kind of love it. I kind of love it, and I definitely hate it too, but...
Be more for the win.
You've got to watch it, that's true. Actually, that is the better version of the weird, jokey skins, but still, either way, getting lots of attention on it right now. Big 5v5 opportunity right here. Who's Boots going to take into that death realm?
Yeah, keep an eye on all the ultimates up and available. Nice hook gonna land through. So yeah, Capslayer's in the death realm here. Can they stay alive? Doesn't land the storm. Ornn Horn's gonna come through. Flash in from Red Flame. It's a nice Moonlight Vigil, but it's not quite enough. Keeper's Verdict will bring out hope. So he's not in this fight. Look at Soxu though. Look at the Ghost and the lethal tempo is coming up here. He's shredding through everybody. That was an awkward Blast Cone interaction, but he's gonna get hope back into this fight. Cataclysms come down as well. Kyrie is still hitting on the backside. Flashing in, by the way. Red freeze for everybody's going in, and it's an ace coming through once that Pokemon dies for the side of the Germs. They played that so well, Bloxer.
Oh, it looked like it was going to go well just about for SamJ, and then all of a sudden into the backline, Capside just manages to punt Hope out, so you've lost a ton of damage as well as frontline, and everybody else is just able to so close keep themselves in this game. So Boots goes in, takes Capsite into the death realm. Decent idea, you know, you're going for the Drake, so jungler, get them out of this. Not able to fully land everything. Capsite has to flash away, and then look, Ornn Horn lands onto 2 members. Notice and Didol get taken down so very quickly, and then Boots, he's caught out, he just gets taken down, and Soxu, he's still on the edge of this team fight, dealing as much damage as he can. In this situation, or if Notice had gone over that wall, used that Blast Cone, Soxu was looking to use that to get over to kill Capslate, and then we might have seen some extra damage being able to lay down. Definitely an extra kill. Rem-free though, this man is using heat-seeking missiles on those death sentences and really using them to the absolute peak of their ability.
Yeah, and I absolutely love the confidence from the likes of Kyrie flashing into this Kog'Maw, not afraid to go in. I think what we saw there actually was the problem with the Kog'Maw is if you don't have Q available, your damage is really negated by armor and you don't get to shred it as much as you would if you'd hit the Q on a champion. So Soxu, yeah, they were free here for a long time, but it kind of felt for nothing.
Yeah.
And despite the low health bars across the board, they couldn't really get anything back, you know, get the resets like you say with the ghosts and stuff. Not able quite to win that one out. A really good team fight from the Germs.
It was, and these teams have both shown brilliant team fights together, but SamJ, they thrive in a mess, whereas the Germs, they seem to be able to set themselves up really well for these well-executed team fights.
Yeah, absolutely here, and they're getting pushes in across the board here as well, picking up those waves. I mean, just look at some of these champions now. Victor's online, almost has the Seraphs coming up. Aphelios managed to pick up that IE as well. We've got to shut down on the Thresh because, you know, again, it's
Why
Thresh.
not?
Why not? Exactly that, Block, so why not?
Okay, so Baron coming up. It has just about spawned. 3 minutes until the next Drake, so you don't need to worry about that. Plenty of vision up into this top side for the Germs, whereas SamJ, they're kind of struggling for deep vision. They've got a couple of wards on the backside of the pit, but no real way to get to the pit at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping an eye on these bases. Seraphs has come through for Victor now, so it's going to be so strong going into these later team fights. Hope did see him on that wall just on the other side of the wall there, so a little bit of poke, but nothing crazy. Baron on the map, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. That has to feel like the next 5v5's got to be around that Baron.
It has to be, and the Germs want it to go just as it did previously, whereas SamJ, they're still only about 4k behind. It feels like this game, it keeps going to accelerate out of SamJ's control, and then they manage to just about claw themselves into a position where they're okay. Soxu, though, he's managed to complete 2 little bit items. Rent-free just landing another hook to keep that accuracy up. That's all. He's just looking to land those hooks, keep up that stat. And in a minute, though, nice, calm, and collected. Bot lane being pushed in well by Boots, and so you don't need to worry about that lane for a while. Top lane being caught right here by Soxu. The mid lane, though, is being pushed in for Germs.
Yeah, Victor will grab that wave, though, still at such high CS. Now, one thing I want to point out, we've got a Warden's Mail on Thresh. I think he's going to pick up either a Frozen Heart or a Randuin's. That's what that builds into in my mind. And that's such a good item against Kog'Maw. It's literally the counter-attack speed items that are just going to negate everything Soxu wants to do.
Especially because Red3 is hitting every single one of those hooks, and so he can just use that to get in on top of this Kog'Maw and apply whichever of those items he decides to use. I'd love to see the Frozen Heart, to be honest. Just sit on top of him and make sure he can't auto-attack very often. That kind of negates everything that you want to do as a Kog'Maw.
Yeah, a bit of a fight for vision here, as to be expected. 1 minute on the next Drake as well.
Boots.
Okay, teleport's coming through.
Get to this Sploss Cone.
Into the mid lane. We're actually seeing a fight here. Ornhorn's going to be used from long distance to try and keep alive the AD carries. Hope is taken very low, by the way. Kyrie has every chakram in existence spinning around this Aphelios right now. Didal will go down here. Bootin and Capslayer just tickling each other on the backside of the fight, I guess. Stun going to come through. Kyrie's here as well. Look at the damage block, sir, as Kyrie will melt through this Bootzin. Wow. Wow.
I feel like we haven't quite highlighted enough that QQR is doing absolute work with that ultimate specifically. He's just dropping it, boom, right on top of his opposition, and then they're not able to do anything. You can see in this fight, so Boots goes to go over the wall and gets slammed, not quite able to get away, but it's actually on the other side of the fight where Didal is just taking so much damage. Hope has to flash away. You could see out of Kyrie just every chakram being able to be landed. But still, you just land that ultimate off of QQR, and that's half of the health bars of your opposition just gone. That was a decision. I can understand it, to be fair. Kog'Maw takes these Barons very quickly, but you've now lost a good chunk of health and need to be very careful.
And crucially, they force the never mind. Notice, caught out a little bit there, QQR, like you said. That ultimate is just doing so much work here. A nice stun coming through onto Didal. Capslate, despite not being on a meta pick here, doing so much on this Poppy. Double kill going the way of QQR here, 7-1-5 now. Kyrie, you might be forgotten as this Victor just takes over here in the late game.
You put a lot of eggs into a Soxu basket. Not always the worst decision, but you didn't quite have the pieces around it to make it work. And Soxu, unfortunately, is just not able to get things done. I think Hope has really been shut out of this game too by Capsite. Just the ability to use that Poppy and just stop anybody dashing. Has already used it though.
Death Sentence is going to miss 5k health on the Dragon. Capslate just flashing in at this point. Soxu cannot play the game. Death Realm's going to be used here from Boots, and you have to imagine he can take down Capslate.
Can he?
Yeah, eventually. Ornhorn's being used now as well. That's going to land onto Bootzin. They'll be taken down as well. And this will be third Dragon as well as the Baron, as well as an 8k gold lead, just to sprinkle that on top here for the Germs.
Capsay is playing this Poppy so well, and that's now a counter for the Jarvan. Okay, Kyrie just takes that kill. I was expecting it to turn into a dive, but no, sure, just pick up that kill nice and easily by yourself. We can take a look back at what was happening down around this Drake. Watch Soxu. Watch Soxu, because he's about to disappear. There we go. Just gets insta-popped by both the laser out of QQR and Capsay going in onto him. And then Boots, sure, he's dealing a good amount of damage, but it's taking so long for him to be able to take out Capsay. And by the time that he's able to do so, the rest of the team's arrived. And sure, he's tanky, but he's not tanky in the face of this Aphelios. Kyrie is dealing more damage than I think any tank item would be able to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Ornaments coming through now as well, so we've already got the upgraded Kraken Slayer coming through for Kyrie. Imagine that QQR will get the next one onto the Leandries, and that's when, you know, we don't see that gold in the top graph. We don't see the extra gold coming through, but it's about 1,000 gold per upgrade extra on top of what we've already got. That's nearly a 10k gold lead. So this team is just so strong, and their team fighting is so big. Runan's Hurricane coming through for Aphelios as well. I really am worried for Samjay in this game.
It's making it seem like an incredibly tall task for them to be able to actually get back into this one. And Samjay, they showed us what they could do with a lead in the previous game, but we haven't particularly seen from this team that they're able to fight back from a deficit. We know that they can do, they've shown it in previous games, but in this series specifically, we've not yet seen that ability. So, gonna have to just keep it up, see if they can, you know, keep applying the pressure and maybe dodge a hook at some point.
Okay, there's a teleport coming through because Boodzin's in a fight for his life here. It's 3 versus 1. He's just taken down. Red3, though, will be traded back here. as he was sniffed out in the Baron pit. So at least
450
something.
shutdown on the support, but you're trading it for your base. You're going to lose out onto one turret. You're going to lose out onto an inhibitor. Not going to push towards the end. They're just going to go pick up another turret, and that is not worth it. 450 kill gold onto a support, and you lose 2 inner turrets as well as an inhibitor.
Yeah, really nice from Smee there to use that on-horn.
Yeah.
Cancel some bases there as well, force Soxu back. So heads up, and I think that's just what we're seeing from the Germs is so much good team play. They're playing around each other so well.
Yeah, they really are, just constantly keeping up the pressure, and this game feels pretty far out of reach. It is a 10k gold lead.
Oh, Kyrie.
That would be a big shutdown. Just flashes it out though, he's fine.
Yeah, still has the Moonlight Vigil with the heal as well from the Severum, so should be okay. Dredge line will not land there. They're going to pressure onto this tier 1 mid. I think you just give it up, that's fine. Yeah, you just give it up. Obviously, that's a bit of gold given back here, but
it's a chunk of objective bounty, and as Samj, you take that. You're pretty happy with having picked that up, but still, you've now got super minions pouring down the bot side, super minions pouring down the mid lane as well, and that makes fighting around these objectives coming up pretty soon very difficult because your wave management is just that much harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 1 minute 40 coming up on Dragon, they can pick up that mid inhib. They can keep pushing in top as well. Yes, QQR doesn't have teleport right now, so if you shift the Ornn up there, that fight around that Dragon is going to look huge. And we didn't even mention his soul point on the Hextech Soul as well. Hextech Soul feels fantastic, by the way, in the likes of Victor and Aphelios.
It really does. You just want to keep pressuring onto people. A little bit of extra damage and slowing people around you. That's so huge. If the Germs can pick this one up, it's game. It is game. Although, to be honest, they probably don't need it at this point.
No, it doesn't feel like it. Like you say, it's over a 10,000 gold lead now. We have a 10-stack Magi's Victor, which is just terrifying, by the way, if you're Soxu. And he's even within half a screen of you, you're dead. Like, straight up, just die. So it's really scary for some of these champions on the side of Samj to step up. 50 seconds now from Dragon. We're just going to see a bit of a contest over mid. Division War is pretty neutral at the minute as well. I really want to see how Samj look to navigate this fight.
Dido needs to be careful not to get caught out before the play starts right here. Rent-free, really good on these hooks this game. Honestly, he's really good on every single hook champion, but this Thresh so far, 3 games played, 3 games done really well on hook. Also going to have to just flag and drag away. You can see just by stepping into the jungle, the Germs just push Samj out with no questions asked.
Yeah, they really can take whatever they want right now when you've got a health bar the size of Smees. Look at the darkness. The Observer's doing such a good job there as Rent-free is going to land another hook. Ornhorn's going to be used early here. It's a little bit deep and they can't follow through. Oh, but a nice combination of CC there on the hook. Soxu, though, keep an eye on Soxu because Hasgo's popped up here. He's trying to do what they can. Kyrie's still very healthy as well. No Moonlight Visual there. Boot's doing a good job.
Soxu's doing well.
Soxu does get knocked out. Yeah, and just happens.
And it's done.
Capslay is so good on this Poppy here, just completely negating Soxu in that fight. They're going to pick up the soul here as well. And a great team fight win for the Germs.
This risky Cogmog pick is just not quite working out. It was dealing a lot of damage throughout that team fight, but never able to just sit and hit full long enough. You don't have that support. Hey, maybe if this Zillion was the pickup for Notice in the mid lane, you'd be able to actually play this matchup, but as it stands, you just can't. So let's watch Soxu. It's kind of the main carry right here. So he ghosts himself up in just a second and then deals a decent amount of return damage. It's a lovely hook onto Hope. And look at him. He's sat there. He's absolutely spraying his way through, doing his best Twitch ult impression. Rent-free also gets hooked up. And look, he's still doing fine, still doing fine, still doing fine. And then he steps to the side and out of nowhere comes Capslay to just stun him up. Manages to even survive with the shield, doesn't even get taken out on the back end, and Soxu, he's just not able to quite deal enough damage. Capslay has been, again, another heat-seeking missile just directly at Soxu, though, nobody else.
Oh, look at Capslay just again going forward there, not afraid to step up, and holy Victor damage blocks her.
He's dead.
He's just gone.
Oh my goodness, hey, Notice might also get taken down, just about saved by the fact that the timer runs out on that ulti. Victor is dealing so much damage, and QQR, he's had some decent games so far, but this one is an absolute pop-off performance. I mean, 9-1 and 9. As QQR, you've got to be feeling very proud of this game. We've not highlighted him too much because it wasn't his lane that was pretty explosive during the early game. He's just managed to pick up a lot of kills on the back end and now deals a lot of damage.
Oh, Hope looking for that last ditch engage. holy moonlight visual blocks just deleted Soxy on the backside of that fight. Boots in here left in a 1 versus 5, trying to do what they can, but it will not be enough, as that is the clean ace, the triple kill for Kyrie, and game number 3 going the way of the Germs.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up 1 inhibitor. 2 inhibitor if they want it? No, straight for those Nexus turrets. They're going to end this game, and why not? What a performance it has been.
So incredible here for the bounce back after game number 2. We see Kyrie back on that Aphelios and was able to do some crazy things there in that game. QQR, like you said, an amazing carry performance through the late game. Every piece that was there worked, and I want to shout out Capsley, because Capsley just did so much work in that game.
He really did, just constantly flashing into the backline and stopping Soxy from being able to do anything. If you take yourself a Cogmore, there's a reason it's called the Protect the Puppy comp, because you have got to protect him. And unfortunately, there was nobody who was able to do that. Sure, Notice had gone for quite a supportive build, but Didal had already got caught by a hook by that point, so he wasn't alive to protect Soxy. And Soxy try as he might, he just couldn't deal enough damage. Boods, once again, I don't think he did anything particularly wrong. It was just really clean play out of the Gerbs. Capsley, QQR, Rent-Free, all of them doing really well. To be honest, the only person who wasn't that flashy was Smee, and you're on and on. He was fine anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the reason that for so long we've seen Cogmore with the likes of Lulu, is, you know, what the Lulu offers with the wild growth and the shielding, plus the attack speed steroid and the extra damage, that I think that could have kept Soxy alive when Poppy flashes, and that would have been huge. That would have maybe changed that entire fight, right? But with a Nautilus, we highlighted it doesn't feel quite as good. And so I wonder if they sort of shift priority, move the supportive mid out, bring a mage in, and then maybe look to change it from a hook champion to a, you know, to a ranged enchanter. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Quite possibly. I feel like one of the ways in which SamJ have been drafting in their losses, they're going through the draft, no real plan, and then somebody goes, I want to play insert champion, and then they just pick it without looking at what the opposition is or about looking at what they've already picked for themselves. Even the first game, the Cogmore, and the second game. Because if you were thinking, yeah, we're going to want to play Cogmore in this game, and then you decide you've picked up a Nautilus first of all, maybe go for something else. You had highlighted the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa loves the Nautilus. There were other better picks that could have been paired up with that Nautilus, and if you wanted the Cogmore, that wasn't the composition to do it with.
No, absolutely not. It was just unfortunate there. I think we're going to be jumping into some replays really soon as well, so we'll have a look back at how that game played out there. It felt like just a great game overall. We certainly see the team fight here on the Dragon.
Oh, and it's just another situation where Boots is doing his best to kill somebody in the backline, but the Ornhorn gonna land onto multiple members. You can see the amount of damage that Kyrie is just able to lay down constantly, and laser after laser after laser is landing out of QQR, and that's all you really need to do. Once again, you can see as well, Capsley into the backline, knocking people up. He constantly was playing with about 2 HP, but that was all he needed. He wasn't dying, the shutdown was never going down, and the hooks out of Rent-Free are just the cherry on top of what was a beautiful, beautiful game.
Yeah, we're going to see this end fight here as well. Just look at they were gone. Where did Cogmore go? Like, he was evaporated.
He was just instantly getting popped right here, and see, Boots surviving for quite a while, but it's still going to be a triple kill onto Kyrie, and this man has been feeling himself. I don't know if you can keep letting that Aphelios go over to him, to be honest. There's a couple of picks that are feeling like, yeah, you can play against them, you can make it work, but do you want to risk it? Because right now, SamJ, they are down at match point. The Germs, they are 1 win away from taking this new championship right here. It's so close in all of these games. Do you trust giving over Rent-Free to a Thresh? I don't know if I do.
No, absolutely. And we just highlighted there seems to be so many one-off picks that it's really limiting what they can do in these drafts. And I think Aphelios, it has to be a priority. You know, I don't mind giving the Jinx to SamJ, but if you're giving the Aphelios back, then I start to worry, because like that's such an even matchup, and it's really about how they can play out the late game. But one thing what I've noticed is, compared to the Xayah, it feels like Kyrie does more in the early game. Right, so both games of the Aphelios, he was recipients of kills early because they were playing so well around it, whereas with Xayah, he was sort of behind, he was pushed in and stuff. So I'm concerned that if they do let Aphelios through, they're just giving up the entire series.
They really are, and as SamJ, you have got to fight back. You are the previous kings of this tournament. This would be a slightly embarrassing defeat to lose to of these big LAN finals in a row. It does not feel good. We have to give a lot of praise over to the Germs, though, because it's not SamJ messing these games up. It's not one of those, oh, the team just threw. No, no, no. The Germs have been making these victories for themselves. Capsley has been absolutely popping off. If he can keep up that same performance as he had on the Poppy, I think he could take his team to a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to keep our eyes on Capsley and the entire Germs lineup here in game number 4. Can they take it away? Can they bring it back after losing in a heartbreaking way last year in the Winter Finals? We'll be back after a short break to find out.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to game number 4 of the League of Legends Finals in the Amazon Esports University 2023 Spring Finals. Game 1, 2 and 3 were all incredible games, Bloxer. It's the Germs finding themselves in a 2-1 lead after a pretty convincing game number 3.
I'd say so. I think the Germs are feeling really good about themselves. Games 2, it looked a lot worse. Samjay actually had a brilliant pop-off performance, but the Germs, they've shown us more consistency over the course of these games, and they've got a couple of picks that are really, really working. That Thresh, Aphelios as a matchup. Oh boy, that is such a strong pairing, and it is making the lives of Samjay really difficult. I mean, they have had so many picks banned away from Samjay and from all of the members of Samjay, but Soxu and Didol specifically, and it's making them, I think, panic a little bit. They don't know what to pick. Throwing a Cogmore out there, and it didn't work.
Yeah, and I would like to think that Samjay are going to take it back to blue side now. So now they've got this question of, we can ban away stuff like the Thresh, Aphelios, Jarvan, but then we're letting things through that we want to ban as well. I'd assume we're going to first pick Jarvan if it's open, but then Thresh and Aphelios is picked up in R1 and R2, and you're straight back to square one.
Do you just want to pick up that Thresh for yourself, or maybe it finally hits the ban table? This is game 4. If the Germs pick up this win, they are the champions. They are new champions for this spring 2023 split, and what champions they would be having, you know, what would that be? That would be a 3-1 victory. It'd be incredibly impressive of them. Samjay, they've got to fight back, and there's so many things that you feel like they want to ban, don't have enough bans to be able to do so. Still, though, it's Samjay. They are our perennial winners for the past couple of years. They picked up that mantle off of Warwick once their full, absolutely insane roster moved on. It's now Samjay's and, you know, De Montfort's real dynasty that they are trying to protect, and that is seriously threatened right now.
Yeah, it really is, and, you know, huge props to teams like the Germs coming back after losing both finals last year, and really bouncing back here. They said, you know, they'd been thinking about drafts and stuff and preparing a lot more, and it feels like that because their drafts are so well-rounded. They're really thinking about what they want to bring to the table, and I think that's really important. What I think is actually hurting Samjay is having to ban away stuff like the Zillion. That's not a typical, you know, first-round ban, and it's really hurting them that they're having to focus on stuff like that.
It really is, and the fact that, I mean, almost everybody on Samjay has had a target ban put right at them. I think whoever is doing the Germs drafting should be very proud of themselves right now. Nothing has felt comfortable for Samjay, even in that nice victory that they found for themselves. You know, it was still a couple of players on things that they aren't usually on. We've seen the Mordekaiser up in the top lane for Boots. It is his standard pick, but it's not really working out in every single game. Fascinated to see what the drafts are going to be in this game 4, because this could be the last game of this tournament, and I want one more. I would like Samjay to be able to win this one so we can go to a game 5, really enjoy every single second of this matchup between these two teams, because it's been so interesting. Will Rent-Free miss a hook? I mean, obviously he's missed a couple throughout this series, but it is only a couple, and the ones that had to hit, they have hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you called it a heat seeker.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it feels like. And it doesn't just feel like a heat seeker, it feels like a Soxu seeker.
Yeah.
Like wherever Soxu is, Rent-Free is on top of, following up with a Flay and full CC in. it's very impressive.
It really is, and because everybody knows Soksu's name, he gets all of the target, and sometimes Samjay is able to deal with the fact that he's constantly targeted. Other times, though, it doesn't quite work out, and the Germs have been able to show how you can shut down Soksu. They're using the same kind of game plan that Exeter did in those NSE finals, and if the Germs are able to do this here over on the Newell, it will just be an incredibly impressive show, but also worrying for Samjay going forwards into potentially the winter split of this year and other things, because all of a sudden, this roster has a very clear weakness and game plan that they just can't play around. I wonder if it's the current meta, the current patches, or if it's a weakness of the team itself.
I do think some of it is owing to the meta, because maybe I highlighted this earlier, but it feels like Nautilus has been fine, but not great. It hasn't changed the game, but what I think could change the game is a Lulu, or something of that nature that's going to protect Soksu way more than a Nautilus is, because the problem is if your Nautilus is diving the enemy AD carry, he's the other side of the team fight and you're still on your own. But a wild growth coming through, something of that nature is really going to change a team fight. Maybe it's Sicilian, who knows? Maybe it's something like that, but I think that might be the key, because this is a protect the president type of playstyle that we need to see if they want to keep going forward, especially if Notice is going to stick to the supportive mids.
Yes, exactly. I was just about to highlight the fact that Notice has played supportive mids for the past 3 games, mostly with Karma, and has been pretty good on it, It's not been the big issue. However, when you're against QQR, who does thousands and thousands of damage per Q on Victor, what are you meant to do? What are you meant to do? You don't have that many shields to lay down. You don't have that much utility to provide. Not when your Cogmore is getting killed out just almost immediately in every single play. Are we going to see a departure from that? Because Notice does have plenty of other champions he can play. He's good on the Victor. He's good on the Ori, the Syndra, all of those champions. Karthus, it's not been banned, and he does play it. That would be that kind of global ability to help out the team in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing bigger than the Requiem in the 5 versus 5, And I think if Notice is willing to stay back and play supportive, maybe the fact of going in, dying, putting down that extra damage actually wouldn't be the worst thing, because you're helping your team, but in a different way.
Yeah, exactly. I would quite like that. I mean, it's not particularly meta at the moment, but if you want to keep supportive but be a little bit more damage dealing or a little bit more tanky perhaps, Galio. Galio is also a potential pick. It can be pretty good into quite a lot of the pickups that we have seen QQR take. Has a decent matchup into the Victor as long as you manage to survive during the early portion of the game. We will see, though. It's not necessarily going to change. I think Notice seems to be pretty comfortable playing these supportive picks. If the Zillion doesn't get banned out by Samjay, they could potentially first pick it, and that would be a brilliant pick because it's so useful and it's right up Notice's street.
Yeah, absolutely. It fits right into the meta. The meta they've created for themselves as supportive mids. It's obviously going to have a decent amount of damage. It's not spectacular, but the amount of CC it offers as well is pretty good. So yeah, Zillion could be a first pick if it wants to be the answer to the Thresh, maybe. We'll have to see. The only thing is you then do leave up the Thresh, the Aphelios, the Jarvan. This is the problem. So much to ban away, and that's really how the meta feels. But I think that's a good thing. So much to play, so much to try. It really varies up your playstyle, and you can still find things deeper in the pools.
You really can do, and we have to highlight the Germs again because we talk about Samjay a lot. They're currently nearly down and out. It's interesting to see how they're going to get back into this game, but the Germs got knocked out in round 1 of the playoffs. This is a Cinderella story that they are about to be able to complete. If they're able to, what an impressive lower bracket run that would be. We'd worked out they'd played 12 games to get here. If this one goes to all 5, that's a ridiculous number of games to have played to have managed to hoist a trophy. And if they don't manage to do it, coming short again, a second split in a row, having put all of that effort in, would feel devastating. So every bit of motivation is on the Germs.
Yeah, and do you think maybe that's played into it, this motivation of coming through the lower bracket, the massive swing they've had come through?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. It is a thing that can really motivate a player, and the way that the Germs have been playing with true vengeance against Soksu, it makes me think that they still remember being beaten by him in the previous series.
Yeah, so we are seeing some very similar bans coming through, just like we've seen across the board. Zillion will be taken away, so Syndra, Vigar, Taric, Viego, and Jinx, I think, perfectly mirroring the previous game here. And with Samjay on the blue side, let's see where the priority is.
Indeed. Are they going to first pick up this Thresh? Yes, they are. I like this. You finally are getting rent-free off of this Thresh pick that he's had for the previous couple of games, and he's done so well on it. So give it to Didal, who also is great at landing hooks, you know? It's not like Didal doesn't play this champion. It does mean that you have given up that priority onto the Jarvan, so it should be the Jarvan picked up. He's been the best jungler we've seen so far today. And then I'm expecting, to be honest, still potentially the Aphelios, if you want it, because the Jinx is gone, and that's the other big AD carry.
Yeah, and Aphelios is absolutely fine with a Nautilus, fine with a Lulu, fine with any of the enchanters. Like, Aphelios has a lot of options that are not limited here by losing that Thresh by any means. And I will say, I don't think the Lantern has really been that important for Aphelios, because every time Kyrie's on it, he's got 10 kills and he doesn't die anyway.
Yeah, indeed, it really hasn't been, and so it's going to be the Xayah pickup for Samj. Perfectly happy to play this one again. Soxu is pretty good on it, and it is a nice pairing with the Thresh. Is going to be this... Okay, Gragas gonna be picked up, and he is still very much flexible, to be honest, into the top jungle and mid, so you are still keeping yourself wide open.
Absolutely, and I think that's the huge perks of picking a flex pick like that on R3, or Blue 3, sorry. You're just gonna have so much flexibility going into that second set of bans, being able to see what they pick up here from the gems as well. There we go, so there's Lulu. So we spoke about it already, the Wild Growth will do such a good job of keeping Aphelios alive if there's a lot of dive onto him, which when you're facing a Thresh and a Gragas, there's definitely going to be. Lulu negates so much of that.
Really does, and it's exactly what you've been asking for very good reason, and the fact that we finally moved away from the hook/engage supports is good. It had to be an adaptation that came through. Interesting to see if it actually works out, though, because Aphelios and Lulu, they have a lot of poke that they can actually lay down. I'm expecting once again for Soxu and Didal to be pushed in a little bit with this pickup, because as we highlighted before, Xayah does not have a lot of range.
No, absolutely not. Does struggle into the Aphelios, especially because, again, he has the Calibrum level 1, so it has that 650 range, which is really going to poke out the Xayah. Lulu just going to add to that with the Q poke as well. I like that they're looking at what can hit Aphelios now and thinking, how do we get rid of that? So Malphite as an AD carry, you don't do damage to him, but it's the dive out of the Unstoppable Force that's a big thing. And when you don't have that Fresh Lantern, get rid of it.
Absolutely. Just make sure you don't have to deal with that. Absolutely fine. No issues right there. Interesting to see what their next ban will be. Is it going to be something else that can really jump into the back line? You are not entirely sure, you know, where any of these champions are going, where the Gragas is going specifically. 2 big bans going to go on to Smee. Still don't want him to pick up anything too aggressive.
No, and we still got a few things open. Mordekaiser, again, still open. Set still open as well. We've seen that, you know, I know Boozin played that during NSC, so that's there as well. So still a big couple of answers, and I would imagine we're going to see a top laner come through here. I cast a curse in it, and it's Victor actually picked up for the Germs.
I mean, we saw just how good it was by QQR in the last game, so what is the response now? Does Samj have something that they can pick into this? You can see plenty of laughs and smiles right here on the Germs players. They're feeling good about themselves right now. It's a lot more serious faces, I think, on Samj, but everybody's still got everything to play for. Ornn is a different, and I like it, to be honest. I think that the Ornn can give a lot of utility, a lot more protection to your backline as well, and it's just a nice big tank to sit up in the front line and, I mean, try to absorb the pressure out of QQR and Kyrie. What will this final pick be? Is it going to be a jungler, or is it going to be a mid laner?
Vi's still on the table here, so Vi could come through. Okay, it's going to be Wukong. Yeah.
So it is going to be this Gragas in the mid lane, and I like it. It's a supportive mid laner still that actually can deal quite a lot of damage. You can go for that Night Harvester build, and you still deal so much damage, and yet are completely tanky. Perfectly happy to just stand forwards and take as much damage as the opposition can throw at you. So it's a tanky enough composition that you can deal, I think, with QQR and Kyrie. Final pickup might be this Shen, and that's another great way to protect Kyrie. It is a protect the President composition out of the Germs this time.
Yeah, and Smee plays so much Shen in solo queue as well, so by no means is unknown on the Shen. Very good on this champion as well. Like you say, complete protector. But also, it's not just protect a President. There's 2 Presidents.
That's true.
Weirdly, in this this democracy. We've got a Victor and an Aphelios.
Yeah.
Very weird analogy, I know, but there's 2 people to protect here, and that's fine, because if one's behind, the other might not be, for example. Now, one thing I want to maybe pick your brain on here is something I'm scared about for Samj, specifically for Soxu. The rest of that team comp is very dive heavy.
Yes.
Xayah likes going backwards because of laying the feathers down. Is that a problem? Do you see that being problematic?
It could most definitely be problematic. You can see the ghost on Soxu, so clearly he thinks so too. He's going to have to be able to sprint forwards. The thing is, though, Xayah can go forwards. It doesn't mean it's ideal because, like you said, she wants to lay down those feathers, then bring them back. But because she has got the ability with that Feather Storm to jump up into the air, she's safe enough to run straight forwards. You don't feel awful about it. But like you said, the rest of the composition is just go, go, go. And so you have to be careful. I think the Soxu either has to play super far back, otherwise he's going to get jumped up by the Jarvan, or you have to just go full in, join the rest of your team. Screw it. If you're going in, I will too. And so Soxu, positioning is going to have to be a big thing for him, and that is something I'd say Soxu struggles with the most.
Yes, yeah. You've highlighted it multiple times through this series, getting caught off with random hooks or whatever.
Yeah.
It's. I think, you know, we should owe credit to the Cap Slayers and Red Freeze of the games for finding the angles, but Soxu stepping up into the positions to get caught is really rough.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you say, it has Ghost, so maybe that helps. You get Lethal Tempo propped up as well, and it's going to help a little bit. But you're surrounded by 4 melee. As a Xayah of 525 range against a Victor who's going to poke from half a screen away and a Felios who's going to poke from half a screen away.
Yeah.
It looks scary.
It's so risky, you know. This is a risky composition that they have drafted for themselves, but with a lot of solid pieces. And
yeah.
I think I like the Wukong in this situation. Wukong, good at jungling. And I mean, sorry, if anybody follows a lot of things that I cast, I usually say I hate the Wukong, but right now I'm pretty happy with it. I think that there's enough setup CC in all of the lanes for him to get involved. I mean, this mid lane specifically, if a Gragas can get ahead, this champion is ridiculous in how tanky and how much damage he can do.
Yep.
Oh, it sounds like I'm describing an Ornn as well for some reason. And so there's plenty of tanky champions who can deal enough damage in this game. It's just how fed does Kyrie and QQR get? Because if they are super fed like we saw last game, it doesn't matter how many stats you have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, we'll have to keep our eyes on the level 1s as we have every single game so far here. It's Hope going to be starting on that top side. It's Slays going to be starting on the top side as well. And that means we're going to see some spiciness in the bot lane level 3+.
Exactly, as we have been experiencing throughout the rest of the game. After game 1, where we had that just ridiculous early game where everybody was in the wrong lane, diving at level 1, you know, whatever you wanted to do, everything else has been pretty standard. So you want to get down into this bottom lane because it really has been whoever gets the bottom lane ahead manages to win out on this game. You can see actually Soxu and Dino managing to get the early push in, which is not necessarily what you'd expect.
No, definitely isn't. I know we spoke about it, you know, the extra range, the poke coming through from the Lulu. You would have assumed they'll get that, you know, early push. But if Capsley can do something around this, level 2 or 3, that's going to be a massive help for that bot lane, and they've already set themselves up in a pretty gankable spot. I also like to think that a Jarvan pre-6 is more useful than a Wukong because of the CC he offers, whereas Hope, he's just going to be hitting and hoping to do damage.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be, you know, a little bit less useful throughout these team fights, but Capsai has shown that, you know, on this champion with enough resources, he can be absolutely insane. We've not seen the Wukong yet this series, though. See, both champions actually interesting little bit of pathing right here for Capsai to go straight to the Gromp and then take the blue buff, I guess. Although, look at the bot lane right here of Samjay.
Oh, getting a nice... Look at that ward. That's going to
ward.
completely find out everything Capsai was wanting to do.
Oh, he nearly got it.
Yeah, I thought.
He nearly got it. That would have really wrecked the pathing out of this Jarvan, but you now know exactly where he is. You're watching him take his blue buff, and it's forced right free to head up there to be able to take out that ward to at least give his jungler a little bit of privacy, you know, while a man takes a blue buff. Plenty of you watching right at it as Smee playing with fire right there, right underneath the turret, and has got a nice wave pushing under that Boots is having a bit of an issue trying to farm all of.
Definitely is. We'll have to keep an eye on level 6s on the top side as well. The Stan United will be so huge to help open up the map for the side of the Germs. But there's also a lot of interrupts coming through from Bootsin, so can Bootsin get an interrupt and stop that? That will also be huge. Scuttle's going to be taken here, though. We're going to trade both. QQR is very stepped up here.
So far up. He's going to have to flash here, surely.
Does have it available. Is going to put down the static field as well. Okay. Just be able to walk out there. Capslay's here as well. Hope maybe over chasing. And with that dragon flag, we'll just walk away from that one.
Interesting that there was no flash needed out of QQR. Real good, you know, confidence out of him actually to be able to say, no, I'm fine. I can just walk this one out with the gravity field causing enough of a disruption. But instead, Notice just going to help push through this. Hope just going to help push through this wave for Notice. is going to be frozen here by Capsley. Good
MVP.
guy, Capsley.
MVP for that, by the way.
Nice play, actually. That really does wreck the base out of Notice, because instead of being able to push that wave and get a reset and a nice quick recall, he's going to be losing out on quite a lot, forced to blow that TP.
Yeah, exactly that. If the wave got crushed in, he could have maybe kept the teleport, maybe had some use elsewhere on the map. We've seen teleports all over the map throughout this series, so that would have been really huge, but not going to be able to keep it there. And just a pretty chill game here so far. It's very different to what we've seen so far from this series.
It really is. Every other series has been insane. You know, somebody's hitting a hook down in the bot lane. Boots is going to ruin that.
Okay.
He's going to have to flash over this wall, isn't he?
Yes, yeah.
There we go. And now a flash is finally going to be blown. And that's finally, I guess, a summoner spell actually coming off of one of these ganks. But being pretty calm, and I wonder how much that is Rent-Free not being on a hook champion. He's not able to constantly look for those hooks and start the action down in the bot lane.
Yeah, teleport being channeled there from Boozin, so lost both summoners off the back of that play. It's going to hurt for a little bit, but we'll have them back up soon here. Dido, look at that, baiting out with the Lantern. That's a pretty high IQ play, I like that. Just forcing Rent-Free and Kyrie back, trying to deny a little bit of CS for them.
Gives just a bit of space as well for Soxu to step up, especially because now you see, as the bot lane of Kyrie and Rent-Free, oh, he's actually top lane.
Yeah.
He's nowhere near us. A big wave being pushed in. Smee gonna have to blow his teleport as well. None of that matters too much in the early stages of the game with those teleport changes. Once we hit level 14, then having to blow a teleport means just a little bit more. Drake, though, has been spawned up for a couple of minutes, and usually at this point somebody would have gone for it, but instead everything is just calm and collected, and I think you can tell for both teams that this is potential winning game for the Germs, and so they don't want to muck it up. And SamJ, they are one game away from losing out in a finals. They don't want to do that either.
Yeah, that's exactly that. The pressure's really high on this game here. Capslay's working his way down. They're finally trying to look at this bot lane. I'm going to know where the wave pushed in. Yeah, it's going to land onto Lulu's taken very down. There's the play call. But Stand United's coming through, so that's a massive shield to keep Rent-Free alive here. And Shmi did hit level 6 there, so able to keep Rent-Free alive. Quick fingers there, and will save the Lulu.
Holy, that was an absolutely massive shield out of the Stand United, and nearly Rent-Free dying, but very importantly, we just highlighted the fact that Smee had a huge wave pushed under his turret by Hope and Bootson, and it meant that he had to teleport back to top lane. Now he's just used the Stand United bot lane and has lost a massive wave top because he's had to just walk his way back.
And with that pressure found bot as well as Hope starting up this Ocean Drake. So as you said, nobody had gone to it yet, but with a bit of pressure created, is going to start them up. Capsley is here though.
But his bot lane is nowhere near to be found. It's going to be a much quicker rotation out of SamJ. Okay, no.
Nice though.
Hope decides just to leave. I can understand that. You don't want to risk it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're saying. Both teams here really playing for the stakes. Just actually going to take this one back up. So TY for leash.
Yeah, exactly. Germ's going to be able to just take this one away, and that does feel pretty bad, I'd say, for SamJ. Hope could have been able to push that one forward, but the thing is his bot lane hadn't based yet. They were still sat on their starter items, which means that you're really not dealing a lot of damage. Soxu and Dido are now going to be able to come back to base already with a pickaxe and a Noom Quiver completed. That's pretty ridiculous out of Soxu. So if Dido manages to hit a hook, I think that will be a very dead either Rent-Free or Kyrie.
Oh, but Smee, look at these traits. Again, he plays so much of the Shen in solo queue, so confident on his champion, knows the limits really well. And it does have a pretty damn good matchup into Booty. You can completely negate the slamming hammers.
Yep.
I don't know how else to describe it, but yeah, you can completely negate that, right? And it does such a good job of winning those trades out in the top lane.
Yeah, the brittle proc is the majority of the damage that comes out of an Ornn, and the fact that you could just say absolutely not to him, it's a great pickup, and you're going to be able to use that as well versus Soxu. And Hope, to be fair. There's a lot of champions who quite like to auto-attack on the side of SamJ, who now all of a sudden are not going to be able to deal that much damage to you. Coming into the 8th, 9th minute of this game, we're pretty much dead even on gold. It's going to be one Drake to the Germs, and the Herald not going to spawn again for another couple of minutes. Oh, sorry, just spawned even.
Yeah, so Hope, I think, starting that one up if you look at the minimap. Yeah, exactly that. So you knew he had a bit of pressure. It ironically doesn't have any solo laners, so if Germs come and check this, he's very much on his own.
Yeah, he definitely is, and Casper is around. Don't tell me this is going to be another leash.
Oh, it's going to be so sad.
It should be able to fully reset on health. There we go, but he is going to go straight for it. Capsay going to hit it. Nah, he's just going to back out. So the Herald will live for another day. The amount of pressure that Soxu and Dido have down in the spot lane is not what we were expecting with the double range advantage, but the thing is, in the early stages of the game, Lulu doesn't provide too much, and neither does Aphelios. And so this bot lane out of Samjay going to be able to deal a lot more damage. Up about 30 CS in this bot side, which is insane.
Yeah, they've done such a good job creating that space, pushing in so many of these waves. There's going to be Samjay back on this Herald here, and with both solo laners here this time, you'd imagine this is going to be free for them.
It should be a nice, quick and easy pickup right here for Samjay. They are certainly trying to send us to a Game 5 with this early game. Interesting to see where this Herald is going to be dropped. I think most lanes are pretty decent for it to go into, to be honest, but there's only one lane that you really expect it to go to, as Notice has to flash away, and I'm expecting this Herald to go towards the bot side.
Yeah, definitely. That's where it seems, you know, we're already seeing a good gold advantage there. Zaya's actually already got the Gale Force picked up, so that's really huge for any potential trading that they do in that bot side. Shmi and Ornn just, yeah, as you said, bit of a wet noodle fight in the top lane, kind of the same as we will expect to have 2 tanks here. But, I mean, with Hope working his way down and first item for Soxu, I can't help but think there's got to be a play here.
There really has to be. You've got to find something, because sure, you're up a ton of CS, but you know, you want to keep this pressure up. You get outscaled eventually by an Aphelios Lulu, so you want to find a way to get a couple of extra kills into your back pockets, perhaps. See if Dido's a little bit better at not kill stealing than Rent-Free was.
Yeah, they do have a really nice ward for it, just outside the river Tribrush there. Now, obviously, Wukong can go invisible with the W and work his way down, but they've also got a ward in the third bush in lane. So, for what it's worth, Kyrie and Rent-Free playing around the vision really well there and protecting themselves from any potential, like, dives or, you know, sneaky ganks that could come through.
Yeah, they are, and it's exactly what you want to see out of the Germs. Just protect yourselves. You know where Samjay like to focus most of their attention. The Herald is going to go down into the bot lane. It was kind of the only lane that was ever going to get it. Should charge through, won't fully kill this turret. Oh, just does land. So going to be a bit of aggression out of the Germs, not quite.
Okay, I didn't actually manage to see. I was focusing on the Herald health bar, but if Soxu got the gold from those plates or not?
I actually can't tell you either, because I was also looking at, like, is that going to go? Is it? It just about did, but only just.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, still this Zaya with an insane lead in this game, so it doesn't really matter. Either way is extremely ahead here. Maybe they're going to look for something here. There's no vision in this Tribush.
Could be risky, and you know that Dido and Soxu are going to want to push up.
Yeah,
now they see him.
Flay's going to be so huge. Nice polymorph though. Okay.
Great flash.
Great flash coming through. Yeah, Stan United juice as well. Death Sentence did lag, but Wild Growth going to keep Kyrie alive. Ornhorn's coming through. He's going to lash onto 2. Flash Gale Force coming through from Soxu here. Everybody's here. Apparently it's 5 versus 5 party in the bot lane. Hope's still very healthy and has Cyclone available.
All of that and nobody dies.
I don't know how.
Oh, they're going to go. Hope's going to go for this.
Oh no, was Cat playing the shot?
Yeah, he was caught shopping for first blood. Capsay going to be slain, and that's straight over onto the dragon, because that is your jungler dead. Samjay managed to just about pick up a kill right on the back end of that fight. I mean, everything blown to get everybody down into the spot lane, and it's 1 kill because somebody was caught shopping.
Yeah, I mean, heads up plays from Hope to keep looking there, but what a crazy fiesta. We couldn't have expected anything more. We have hyped up again and again this bot lane matchup, and no surprise we see a 5 versus 5 in the bot lane there. Dragon picked up as well, so Samjay at least do stop any bleeding there as well, get first blood, and we're seeing about a 3k gold lead coming through almost for the side of Samjay.
Yeah, indeed. There's so much damage onto these carries. Soxu is up by, what is that, 40 CS at this point? That's a ridiculous lead to have over your opponent. Everywhere else is relatively even. Actually saying that, QQR's got a pretty big lead, as does Smee. And that could actually be impactful, because we've seen how much damage this Victor can do. But let's have a look back at this play. Right on top of a ward. And of course, Hope's going to go for this play. Bonk, bonk. One more. Bonk. It's so nice, so easy. 400 quick gold as well onto one of your main carries. And what more could you want? Okay, Soxu and Dido, they've got their tower bot lane. Now they want to get their tower top lane. Just keep funneling as much gold as humanly possible into the back pocket of this Zaya. She will be able to carry you through with enough gold. And because you get outscaled into the late game, I'd say the outscale of an Aphelios versus a Xayah is pretty big. You just got to keep up the pressure right now.
Yeah, and the Xayah with the BF sword extra on top of the Gale Force, that damage against Kairi was just so crazy. And yeah, I think, you know, we can only hype up Soxu to an amount before the audience get really bored of it. But this is the person you need to be watching. This is the superstar. And when they're this ahead, when they're this fed, it's a really, really exciting prospect as this game goes on.
Really is. You can see a lot of pressure onto this turret. Just going to keep chipping away at it. If you want somebody to watch from the Germs, it's QQR right now. He was one of the highlight players as we came into today, but he's had a relatively quiet sort of game because the thing with a Victor is that he's doing so much damage, but you don't really notice it unless you're in an isolated fight versus the Victor because it's just coming down from that ultimate.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is something a sight to behold, seeing an own run away.
Yeah, usually they're the ones just going straight in. Notice it is here, though, finally going to make Smee back off, as there's multiple champions up in the top lane looking at each other. Potential dive. No, they're not quite going to go for it.
They really want this tier 1, though. That's safe to say. They really do want this tier 1 on this top side. Capsley is here, and Hope's recall did actually go through. He will be seen on a ward.
They need to back out right here. Capsley has plenty of damage on this champion with the Gore Drinker already completed. Soxy also doesn't have a flash, so don't be risky with it. Just step back, let the play unfurl, and there we go. Going to be nice and safe right here. So the Germs, they're not particularly out of this game. It's like a 1k gold lead, but still, they need to find a way to stem the bleeding and to not let Soxu continue to make more and more money off of just farming everything. Oh, Renfrey. Nice flash.
Yeah, Cyclone down as well. Actually, Capsley had started up the Baron as well, so sorry, the Herald. Yeah, so had to get out of there as well. So that's actually not terrible trade, flash for flash and stop that Herald as well.
Yeah, just going to be the next big objective. Everybody is wandering around. Capsley just hovering out the back of this pit. Hope also just around, and nobody's actually going to go for this one right now. So, once again, 60 minutes into this game, Lotus being threatened right here, but I mean, as a Gragas, you feel pretty good about your chances of getting out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, and can we just talk about, like, it's felt for the last few minutes, wherever Capsley is, he was on a ward.
Yeah.
Or at least going to be on a ward before he looked for a play. I really got to give a shout out to Sanjay. They've stepped up the revision game massively, and they've constantly known where Capsley is. It feels like for at least the last 5 minutes.
It really has been an impressive showing. Look at this, 4 members straight onto the Herald. This is more than you would usually expect. And it means that this one going to be picked up nice and easily by the Germs. It's going to go on to Capsley, and so instead, Samjay sending a couple members down towards the bottom side of the map. Not got too much vision around this pit either, though. 50 seconds until the Drake spawns. The Germs basically pick that one up for no real loss to themselves.
Absolutely not. They also had to stand united, so things do start to look like a fight's brewing. That's going to come through as well. That's the power of the Shen, can completely stay away from these, you know, the early trades and then just come in towards the team fights. Really impressive there. Soxu's probably not going to be far off his Infinity Edge here. Hasn't even picked up tier 2 boots yet, just wants to go for maximum damage on this Xayah. And that's, again, part of the reason you go for IE over Navori, just go for the maximum damage in these team fights. Really, really good stuff out of Soxu, just wanting to completely steamroll this game.
Yeah, just doing the absolute most to be able to take this Xayah to the heights that this champion can potentially reach. You can see everybody around this bottom lane player, other than Bootsy, who does have the teleport. Could be a potential flank right here, because right now Notice is down towards this bottom side of the pit. If you can get a nice Gragas barrel in to split everybody up out of the Germs.
Was on the wave though, so they do have a suspicion that he's there, right? They know he's somewhere behind. Haven't actually warded for it yet. They're bringing it out on the minimap though, so yeah, so Notice is going to have to walk back through. Again, we're going to see a 5v5 around the Dragon here. It's going to be started up by the Germs. A nice little bit of poke coming through. Oh, QQR, you cannot be there though. Good flash out, Wild Growth as well. Ornall's going to be used. They're trying to get some damage down on this backside. Cataclysm's still available there, so Smee's going to pick up the third kill in this fight. There's the collective cast. Smee is doing so much work. Will be rooted up by the Blade Caller though, so we're in a 4 versus 4. It's both top laners dead here. Dragon is actually doing quite a bit of work for Sanjay here, poking through with the electrocute damage from these lightning strikes. It's now Sanjay back on it. Both jungles are available, so both smites up as well. 7k. And this is the problem with Hextech Drake. It just hits through your entire team and pokes you out consistently.
So much damage off of the Drake. Not what you want. Look, though, Soxu's going to be coming back off of this wave. Hook lands.
Again onto QQR. Look at Soxu's just walking straight up there. Aphelios has got two more shotguns flashing forward from Kyrie. There's the Featherstorm coming out. There's no actual pullback available. It's still going to be a couple of seconds off here. Kyrie, does he have an extra kill? Oh my god, the triple kill! The triple kill for Soxu. He's going to pick up Kyrie there, and they're actually going to win the fight. Renfrey goes down as well, and that's basically a clean ace coming through.
Oh, just Smee managed to pick up this kill. Surely he should be able to. There it is.
Okay.
Finally, Soxu dies, but there we go. That's the carry pants that Soxu is so well known for. Oh man, look at these hooks out of Dido as well, managing to hit it both times onto QQR. Not quite going to work out though, because that Chaos Storm goes into the back of the team fight, just shredding through people. Big barrel to be able to get Smee into your backline and deal enough damage to just about be able to take him out, and that's a huge of the front line gone for the Germs. And then it's just hook nearly landing after hook nearly landing, until once again Dido just about manages to land another great hook, basically from the same place onto this same champion. There it is. What a ridiculous hook. And then watch how much damage Kyrie is doing. He's shredding through people, and it looks like he's going to be able to pick up Soxu right. If there was a pullback right here, maybe. Soxu manages to wait, bide enough time to get that pullback on the feathers, and just about salvages what looked like a disaster for SamJ.
Yeah. Despite all of that, Dragon's still on the map here, so SamJ coming off the respawn, they're able to pick that one up, get their second Dragon towards that soul as well. Wow, I mean, what a crazy fight. Both AD carriers completely stepping up in the fight and just doing everything they can to try and push the team to this victory.
I know, it's been the AD carry show throughout this entire game, and that is not letting up in what is potentially the final game of this fight. Let's see. Okay, everything's just going to calm down. We have got the Baron spawned, though, and that is pretty huge.
Definitely is. We just heard we apparently missed a kill during the replay, which is absolutely fine. We may try and look back for that one here. But yeah, I mean, crazy fights across the board. Baron, Dido. He really took it personally when we said round 3 was good at Fresh. Explosive cast coming through. There's Stan United, though, and a Moonlight visual with the flamethrower up as well. He's going to do a decent amount of damage.
He's dead.
Shut down, I think, going the way to Boots. It picks up 400 gold off the back of that. Smee cannot move blocks, and that's 2 kills with Baron on the board as well. This is scary times for the Germs.
It should definitely be the Baron pick up for SamJ right here. You've lost your main carry. You can see how much damage Kyrie is doing, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when there is so much CC. Notice, deciding to pop the explosive cast, even when the Stand United was on, that's going to be one dead jungler as well. And so, that should be 100% Baron being picked up right here for SamJ. They absolutely want to send us to a game 5, and oh, I want a game 5 too. I'm going to back out though, because look at the low health bars. QQR does so much damage.
Yeah, it really does. And again, that's something you can't ignore. This Victor will continue to scale up, i.e. almost up for Kyrie as well. So maybe once we see that come through, these fights start to look a little bit different. But I genuinely think Dido just was disappointed. The Red 3 was being hyped up and thought, I can do that, but better.
Yeah, and he really has been landing a lot of those crucial hooks too. If you can keep hooks onto QQR, that's kind of exactly who you want, because the rest of the CC seems to be going onto Kyrie. And so stop QQR from being able to lay down that big Victor damage, and you should be able to be finding a recipe for success. So, 2 minutes 50 until the next Drake is up. Baron is what we're really fighting over, though. You can see at the moment the vision is not particularly strong right here. Dido, oh, he was looking. He was lurking in that fog of war. Eventually looking to be able to pick up a kill onto Kyrie. And that's really what you need. If you could take out Kyrie early on into these team fights before he can lay down all of that damage with the chakrams. Ooh.
Yeah, it's very scary. I'm just going to take a quick look here at the scoreboard. Bootin now at level 13 means ornaments are going to start coming through. Has upgraded his Radiant Virtue, so that's there. But if we take a look at the items, there's just so much of a disparity. Look at Soxu compared to Kyrie especially.
It's ridiculous, the amount of gold that Soxu has got over Kyrie. Kyrie has got himself 1 item and some scraps of a second, whereas it's a fully completed second item and well on the way to that 3rd item for Soxu. Kyrie, it looks like he's trying to pick himself up that... Why is he going to build into that? He's going to go straight for an eye edge, interestingly, which is not necessarily the build I would have expected out of an Aphelios.
Yeah, I think, you know, kind of mirroring what Sox is doing, just trying to get out the maximum damage possible. He's going to have it before Dragon, which is going to be really crucial, I think. And it really is where we start to see if Elios come online, is with that Infinity Edge. Oh, they're choosing to stay after a good cancel from Soxu, so we'll pick up one more wave. Maybe it's an extra pink ward or so.
Yeah, might as well. And you don't want to be losing this entire mid lane turret, especially. Soxu dealing plenty of damage to it. Oh, that was risky. That was risky business. I mean, in solo queue, you know, you drop your lantern down and your bot laner just walks straight past it. In this situation, Soxu wants to take that lantern and nearly gets himself killed for it.
Yeah, but that's the type of fire that Soxu does like to play with. It's what he's so famous for in these finals. It's just walking that edge so well. And does such a good job here. Again, just, yep, that's
so you can use it. Yeah, just keep doing that and take poke after poke after poke off of that turret. And it's all you need to do, because just being able to straight siege it is going to be far too difficult. Hope.
Cyclone's come through there. Wildgrowth's already going to be used nice and early. Ornhorn is going to hit Victor on the backside. Hope with the second Cyclone there, not able to do too much damage there. It's just a trade of a few ultimates.
But Wildgrowth being gone right before this Drake is about to spawn is pretty huge. It's been one of the main things keeping Kyrie alive. So without that, going to be quite risky business for Kyrie to step up into these fights. San United is available though.
Yeah, another hook going to land here. And look
Things
at the
on the Baron, okay.
Yeah, that's exactly that. They want to try and trade for Baron here. They're like, they're happy to give second Drake. They want to fight for the Baron.
Absolutely, and why not? You're going to be able to melt this one pretty quickly. The response is coming out from the Germs, though. Potential flank. Just trying to slow them down, right?
Looks like it. They are going to hop off here after the CO5, maybe just not wanting to flip the game here on a single Baron play. But with that as well, but look, they're hovering around. They're going to go straight back to it, I think.
Yeah, and straight back onto it. The thing is, there's a ton of pinks all over, and now the Drake has spawned, so you need to make a decision as SamJ, because you've given your opponents priority access down towards the Drake. Capsulate is already onto it, so you need to pick a fight right now. Where does Didol hit this hook?
All eyes on this Thresh right now. Can he do anything here? Picture-in-picture, Dragon being taken down, soloed by Hope here.
Soxu, my man, if you're already halfway to the back of where the lantern's taking you, just walk it. You're fine. He's so good at playing with fire and giving all fans of De Montfort a little bit of a heart attack.
Yeah, just absolutely so much confidence here. But with all of that, deciding to go for Baron Edge is actually costing the Dragon there as well, not able to pick up the Baron. So a pretty good play for Germs. Still down 3k gold, but as we get later and later into this game, remember the gold isn't going to matter that much because the items are going to start to be completed.
Ornaments too, they are huge.
That's true. That is true.
Like you said, a K gold worth of extra stats. And there are already two completed. One onto Bootsy, but the other one is on Soxy. You've got an upgraded version of the Gale Force. I couldn't tell you what it's called for the life of me. They're all such odd names, but either way, you're going to have a ton of extra stats onto this one. And as if you needed to give Soxu extra damage.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, he's already at 3 items as opposed to his counterparts 2. Has the BT now as well. So he's going to be constantly healing up and have the overshield as well. So Soxu's in a really good place.
Back onto it.
Yeah, they're just poking it away. And I don't even see, look at Notice, just bodyguarding this entrance here. Renfrey cannot get a ward in. It's 5k health already. I think it's gone.
It is most of the way. You do have the Jarvan over the back of the pit. Do you want to potentially risk it?
Oh, Didol, though. No fear at all. He's just going to dive onto the backside. Hope here's going to pick up 2. Catsley is gone. Everybody is dying here. Stan United was not enough QQR. I don't think can do this on his own, and that means Baron will be going the way of SamJ.
Straight up into SamJ's back pockets. QQR and Smee, they're trying their absolute best to keep threatening, but Didol's more than happy to be able to drag people over the wall. Look at this play!
Yeah, Soxu's going to be able to rain down feathers from above.
Hang on.
QQR, though, actually turned that one. There's no mana on
They've stopped it. They stopped the Baron.
Yeah, and Boosie's caught out with no mana. Smee can get out here. This is really good for them. Oh, but QQ...
Oh, okay.
Notice just flashing in there. Will actually get that kill down onto QQR, going the way of the Ornn as well. Huge plays. Plays support for 3 games and then just does that.
Yeah, exactly. Just decides to go body bop somebody. And sure, the Baron was stopped. You can see some pings back onto it now. But either way, you're perfectly happy as SamJ to just pick up a couple more kills. That was a delayed ace over the course of that fight. That's a ton of extra gold that's going to be spendable right here for SamJ. They just need to find a good opportunity to go back and spend it. Dido goes flashing in, gets Kyrie, and then you can see Hope just flying into the backline. Double knock-up on the Ornhorn as well. And overall, it's just everybody getting split up out of the Germs, and that's exactly what Gragas ultimate does to people. It wasn't used in that situation, but you're just constantly worried about standing on top of each other because you'll get blown apart. Makes actually just positioning for a team fight really, really difficult. And so once again, Samj are perfectly happy to just set up around this Baron and say, come on then, walk into us for part 2. Do you want to try that again?
And I don't know how they do. Sang United is about to be off cooldown, so that's going to be available for Shen with no teleport.
Half health though, half health on this Baron. Notice it's going to play bodyguard once again.
So many wars though as well, like you say.
Box him away, burst it, burst it, burst it.
2K. No flash available, they're just going for the fight instead. Wildgrowth's being used onto QQR, who's then Stand United on him as well, but still, he's going to go down here. Kyrie, can he do anything here? He's dropped the turret down as well. There's a double kill going to Wukong, and the entire time, Soxu's kept the Baron going. So that's Baron and multiple kills for Sanjay.
Clear. We're going to go to a game 5.
Feels like it.
Hell yeah, that's exactly how this new finals should be ending. We deserve 5 games of this absolutely beautiful series. Samj, they've got the Baron. They're now massively far ahead. And you can see you're in a great situation to be able to just burst the Baron. That's what I'm calling for once you've managed to barrel away. But instead, just go flying over the wall. Why not? Capsule gets blown up. You can see how much damage this Wukong is doing. Soxu over the wall too. And then the rest of this team fight is pretty dang easy.
Yeah. Zaya there at the backside of the fight used the Feather Storm to avoid anything from the Chaos Storm as well, so didn't get taken down by the Victor, which was, I think, absolutely huge there, keeping Soxu alive with that big bounty. Oh,
okay.
Poor Capsley.
Okay, Dido, just perfectly happy to step up. And so, the Germs are going to have blue side if we go to the next game, perhaps. Do you first pick the Thresh again? I have to feel so. Obviously, we have to get through this game first. It is not over till it's over. Samj need to be able to break this Nexus. Just thinking about all of these incredibly impactful picks we've had throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Thresh has been that premier pick for both supports, actually. Both of them doing such an incredible job. Yeah, I guess so, right? Because there's nothing else that's felt like completely defined these games other than this Thresh. But like you say, it's not over till it's over. We're still 2 for 2 on Dragons, so, you know, maybe the Germs find a way back in that game.
Capsley going in onto Boots, not exactly the person you want to be catching. This Ornn is one tanky boy. Drake is up and available, but with so many waves being pushed in, the Germs really can't step out of their base far enough to be able to contest for this one, so... Soxu has the Lantern. This is exactly why Dido having the Thresh is, I think, more impactful than Rent-Free having the Thresh, because Kyrie plays with sensibility and restraint, and Soxu is a madman at all times and has been using that Lantern as a get-out-of-jail-free card, which in the previous games he just didn't have.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does feel like that's the difference maker. We've said so many times how he's not been able to stay up because of lack of things like the wild growth and stuff, so Lantern is going to do that exact same thing there for Soxu. They're just going to keep pushing in here on this bottom tier 3. Now, I always like shouting out players that build really well. Serpent's Fang on this Wukong is insane, by the way, because he's...
shields.
Exactly, and the fact that he's permanently diving onto the Kyrie, the QQR as well, where the shields are going, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's definitely the right decision to be able to have picked this one up. And you can see just how much damage Hope is doing. He's flying into the backline, and just 1 or 2 bonks with his magic stick. Kills everywhere, even onto the tankier members. And being able to stop the Shen from shielding people up, being able to stop a Lulu from shielding people up. It's just such a good building. Absolutely right to be able to highlight this. So, Samj, they just need to push through all of these waves, keep up the pressure, wait for the next Baron, pick that one up, and then end this game. They are relatively short range. That's why they're not able to actually siege onto these towers that effectively. There's plenty of wave clear from their opposition, but they're still finding ways to make it work. Soxu, he's fine. Okay. I'm always worried whenever this man steps up near a bush. Hang on, Soxu.
Take him.
He's gonna die.
Wait, very low.
He has to use... Oh, he had to use his full Feather Storm, and that's risky.
This has to be the fight, though, right? No Soxu, they have to go here. They've still got so much available. Capsley recognises that. Going to use the Cataclysm onto 2. Ornhorn's coming through as well. 5 man! Oh my god, it hits onto everybody. Moonlight Visual's still up as well, but Aphelios does not have great guns for it here, and I think recognising that They're back again. Byron isn't available, so it's not going to mean that much, but holy Ornhorn. Okay. QQR. Dido, we see you hitting that hook onto QQR there. Dido, though, maybe...
He's gone quite far.
A little bit deep. Does hit another hook, but just going to gift over a bit of gold there on the backside of that fight.
Boots, he saved that team fight.
Yeah.
That was going to be a really bad situation. You can see the amount of damage QQR was able to do with that Chaos Storm. Just dropped it on top of Soksu's head, and he had to pop his ultimate. Otherwise, he was going to die to it. And then Boots locked up in that baby cage and is still able to land a 5-man Ornhorn. And then they turn it into another kill onto Smee. I mean, okay, watch this. So it's looking super bad. Both Boots and Dido are going to get caught up in this Cataclysm. And this is a situation where the Ornn shouldn't be allowed to use his ultimate, still is going to land it, knock up every single member of the Germs, and that means you're able to get Smee. Now, if Dido had have calmed down, that would have been a great play. Unfortunately, he goes a little bit too far forwards, gets himself killed. Nearly they get a kill here. That's good. Blow of flash, perfect. However, he's feeling himself at this point. He goes across the wall and... Oh, Dido. Dido giveth and Dido taketh away.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, great play, though. I can only think, though, how that looks if Kyrie had better guns. His guns were so poor for that fight, and he didn't even use the Moonlight Visual at all in that fight because he recognized how bad his guns were.
Yeah.
And that's the importance of monitoring your weapons on Aphelios. Green and purple is fine when waves are pushing. That's exactly what you want. But in team fights, it's so bad, and it's so hard to navigate team fights with that.
But he was expecting pushing waves. He wasn't expecting a team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I grant you that. Soksu was, you know, the star of that fight with a slight overstep. Yeah, fair enough.
Hope over the wall is going to just rejoin the rest of the team. That's a death brush if I've ever seen one. Rent-free, or if that hook had landed just there, that could have been an absolute slaughter. 50 seconds on this Drake. It is going to be the soul for Samjay, but right now what they're interested is picking up this Baron.
It just dies so quickly to a Xayah. Going to do so much damage here. Can they look for anything? Keep an eye on Capsley.
He's over the wall, he has Flag and Drag, he has his flash.
Explosive Cast was used there. Yeah, to try and push no...
And they instantly back out.
Yeah, heads up, I think, because they realized they couldn't stop Capsley there. They don't want a 50-50 and risk the entire series on the back of that. Dragon up in 20 as well here, so with, you know, Explosive Cast down, that's one of the big picks. Oh, but look at this block, sir. Straight
back at it. We saw this previously. It didn't work out perfectly because they weren't able to fully finish that Baron on the first attempt. This time around, though, they shred it so much faster. It's already down to half health. Capsley is once again here. He's not going to be able to get into the pit. He's not done it.
Smee has got in there. Moonlight Visual, look at the amount of shock rims again here. Ornhorn is going to go down here. Smee's just dragging the notice off on this backside. Kyrie is trying to do everything they can, but that's an Ornhorn notice. Double coming through. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? Pentakill. Give it to him. Pentakill. It's a pentakill here for Soksu to end this game, Bloxer.
Oh my god, you said it might happen to Soksu. If any man was going to get a pentakill, it was going to be Soksu to send us to a Game 5 in this new finals.
We were so afraid that the range would be the problem in this game for Soksu. He played on the knife's edge permanently, but he found the right side of that knife there to get the pentakill, and it's the superstar AD carry bringing it here to Game 5.
Oh, this series is far too hype. Both of these teams have gone through 20, 30 games to get here, to be in this moment, to be able to say that they are new champions. Both teams have played their absolute heart out, and it comes down to a best of one.
Exactly. Exactly that. Everything. Everything. This is the defending champions here. This is the biggest contest they've ever had. I don't think we've seen them in a Game 5 in any of the finals. It's been 3-1s pretty much across the board.
Pushed to the brink.
Yeah.
And what a series it has been. Viewers at home, are your hearts still in your chest? Because mine is going at a mile an hour right now. Absolutely running it through. And oh boy, we're going to have to take a real breather to be able to get hype for this next one, because I don't know who's going to win. I've never come into a best of 5 and a 5-game with so little clue of who's going to be able to take this one. Samjay, they've shown us 2 really good games. The Germs, they've shown us 2 really good games. does Soksu get ahead? Yes, no. If yes, Samj pick up that trophy. If no, I think the Gems walk away with it.
All eyes, I mean on both AD carries,
Yeah.
right? Kyrie and Soksu. And I think we're going to jump into some replays here from what was an incredible game number 4 here, Bloxer. And there's so much to break down in this one. I'm so excited to see it again.
Alrighty, so we can see just the amount of CC and damage that's just being laid down. Hope going into the backline, taking people down, and plenty of damage you're able to lay down. Look at Soksu, man. He's stepping up, perfectly happy to be the front line. Him and Dido with this Thresh plus Xayah combo, even when stunned up, even using the ultimate defensively, still plenty happy. And you can see that it wasn't just the Soksu game. It was a great game out of Hope. That's been a common theme as well. In the 2 games that Samj have won, it was Hope in a really strong position, managing to get themselves ahead. See, just... oh, it was so close. And then as soon as that 3rd kill landed onto, I was like, yep. And Soksu flashing forwards lands that final bit of damage. And
So good. So good.
So
and
good.
for anybody to get it as well,
Yeah.
right? For it to be Soksu.
Yeah.
We've highlighted for 4 hours now that this guy is the superstar of University League of Legends. For him to get it on something like the Xayah feels so good.
And I want to see this man at an even higher level of competition. That's the thing. We know how good everybody on Samj is. The winner of this, they're in the competition running to go on to those esports masters that we will see in later on in the summer, which is a super interesting competition. And so whoever goes, whichever team goes, is going to be a truly great representative of the League of Legends that we have in the UK. Do you have a prediction for who wins this next one?
I will predict after the AD carries are locked in.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
It's, on the one hand, I'm like, oh, that's a little bit of a way out. But on the other hand, if it's another Cogmore, I would agree with you. I don't feel good about it. Whereas if it is that Xayah, I would feel great about it. Both of these teams playing their absolute heart outs, and I can't wait to see one more game of it.
Yeah, and if you've been as hyped as we are, you're definitely going to want to stick around because Game 5 here, the League of Legends Finals, it's guaranteed to be banger. Will Samj defend their crown, or will we grant a new title here today? Stick around, we'll be back very soon.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Welcome back after that short break here. One game separates Samjay or the Germs from crowning themselves as the Spring Amazon University Esports champions here at the Newell Block. So we've seen everything. We've seen multiple drafts, pentakills, pop-off AD carry performances. We have seen it all.
We really have, and we get one more game of this awesome series. I mean, I'm so happy that this game has gone 2-5 game because it's been insane. Everything has been absolutely ridiculous. 2 great games out of Samjay, 2 great games out of Germs, and I just would love to see one more great game. I'd like it to be back and forth. Give us 40 minutes of amazing gameplay, please, because I I'm enjoying this so much, I don't want it to end.
No, absolutely. And I mean, both teams have put absolutely everything into this. They want it so bad, and you can tell. We have the defending champions, but the people who came so close in winter and just missed out, and they're both fighting so hard to get here. And like I say, it's one game. Everything else is out of the window now. Sure, you think about the drafts and stuff, but it is one game between them and being crowned as the champion.
Did you miss a hook in a previous game? It doesn't matter now. Did you misclick on trying to get an auto attack? It doesn't matter. It is everything about these plays right here. That being said, Soxu's got to be bolstered by how good a performance he had in the last game, getting a pentakill. Awesome. Awesome plays for De Montfort. The Germs, though, QQR has been great on this Victor, you know? It's been some really impressive performances out of every single member. I don't think you come out of this series and go, oh yeah, it was insert player's name's fault that we lost, or it was only this player that carried us and everybody else didn't really do anything. Everybody has had a standout performance for their team at some point during this series, and I just want everybody to be playing at peak performance in this final game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm expecting here. Drafts will be perfect, players just on point. I can't imagine a better way to do it here. We're going to look at some quick replays here from game number 4. And what a crazy game it was.
It was absolutely ridiculous. So many amazing plays. And you can see just how much aggression and damage was being dealt across the board. Spells flying everywhere. If you're new to League of Legends, that's one of those team fights where you go, I have no clue what's happening, because it's just everything all at once. The Ornhorns out of Boots were really good. Managed to get a 5-man knockup at one point. Always hitting at least a couple of members, if not more. This is the amazing pentakill out of Soxu, landing each and every feather just perfectly, and with the final little flash at the end, just about picks up that one. That's one for the memory books right there.
Yeah, Rent-Free really didn't want to give that, though. That flash at the end, he really didn't want to give it. No, but I absolutely love it. Like you say, just played that fight so well, and there's nothing less than to be expected out of Soxu. We were so worried about if he didn't get the jinx and was lacking the range, but he put all that aside in that game and said, I can play Xayah, and I can do it goddamn well.
Yes, he can. We can see both of these teams. We were just having a quick look at Samjay. Germs, not everybody quite back yet. You know, have to get a little bit of decompression between games, because this is a 5-game series, and each game has gone to at least 30 minutes. League of Legends is a ridiculously long game. When you have a best of 5, it's so much time. These players have had to be locked in and fully focused for the past, 5 hours or so? You can understand why they need to have a wander around between games, get their heads on straight, because what we want right here is peak League of Legends. Samjay, if you're trying to play around anybody, of course, it's going to be Sox and Dido, but you need hope on something he can carry from. He had a really good performance in that last game on that Wukong. Usually, I'm not a fan of the Wukong, but it was played incredibly well, and just a couple of early kills, and he snowballed it into a brilliant rest of the game. Notice, I really liked that play on that Gragas. You know, he'd been playing supportive champions the whole rest of the time. It's still not standard mid lane, but it gave plenty of support whilst also dealing a bit more damage. Everybody on Samjay was playing well together. We've seen the same thing out of the Germs, though, just not in the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. And one person we didn't even shout out because they're all doing so well, Boodzin, just turned it around so much from last week or a couple of weeks ago in NSE, and that's great to see. Players bouncing back, realizing, you know, yeah, I didn't have the strongest series. Let's go and get in the solo queue, put the, you know, the time in.
What did you say? Over 100 solo queue games?
151.
151 solo queue games across the course of 2 weeks.
Yep.
That is a truly ridiculous amount, and that shows how much he wants this, how much he wants to be able to lift that trophy once again. The Germs, they failed last time to lift the trophy versus Samjay again. A team that's constantly been so close in the conversation for top team in the UK, and never quite that. Kent, they're looking to pick themselves up that first trophy in quite a long time. Will this roster be the one to be able to do it? I mean, it depends. Does Rent-Free get that Thresh? Because it's now a first pickable champion. The Germs back onto blue side, and blue side has been the winner in every game of the series.
Yeah, but you know, I think it's just Thresh. Dido did so much on it. Like, hitting every hook, was playing around the Lantern so well, because again, Soxu's playing with fire the entire time, and Thresh just has to be the premier pick. It's going to get through, because I imagine the first round of bans will be very similar to what we've seen in all 4 games going into the 5th one. Thresh is going to get through, which means I think Rent-Free gets it, and then what's the answer?
Exactly. Or Do you see a change-up? Are some of those standard every single game bans something you want to stop banning this time around? We've seen the Taric taken off the board every single time. Taric has not been that big of a threat in most teams throughout this recent meta, except for on Samjay.
Yep.
Do you risk it? Do you say, hey, I don't think Taric is the pick? Because Taric is great when you're ahead, when you're able to call, hey, we're going in now, drops down that ultimate, everybody's invulnerable as you go in, perfect. When you're behind, though, and you're scrambling to press it after you've already been jumped on, it's a lot less good. It's not necessarily an insta-win pick. And so will that come off of the ban board to make room for something else? There's a lot of interest here in the draft. We can see most of the players for both teams back, and so got to be expecting to get into draft pretty soon.
Definitely have to hope so as well. And then one thing I will say is I really doubt we're going to see a Taric Pike in Game 5 of a final.
If Samjay do that, I'm going to be so mad.
Nah, I cannot, after a pentakill, believe that Soxu would ever do that. And that's why I think, yeah, drop that priority on that ban. I really don't think it's important, especially because it doesn't have many great counterparts right now. Like, Callista's very poor in the meta.
Yeah.
You're not really going to play Samira right now, I don't think. The only one I could ever see it being good on is Tristana, and that didn't look great in Game 1.
No.
So I think drop the Taric priority and look at taking away the Jinx. Maybe if you're taking Thresh on B1, if you take Jinx away, do you put him on Aphelios, put Soxu on Aphelios, and then, you know, we haven't seen him on that yet.
We haven't, and we can see how much damage it could do.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the right pick for Soxu, though, because the reason Kyrie was able to lay down so much damage was he was playing calm and collected, sat quite far back, not getting too involved, doing everything, I'd say, pretty much right. That is not how Soxu plays. Soxu was needing each and every single lantern he was given in order to survive throughout those previous games. And so on the Aphelios with no real survivability tools of his own, I would be worried, but I don't necessarily think that's a full reason to not do it. If it's the best available AD carry, do that rather than taking the Cogmore again, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely do not want to see a Cogmore pickup. I mean, now we see how good Soxu is on the Xayah, and the fact that the range differential doesn't hurt him, that's fine. I still think there's a lot of Premier AD carries to pick up. Like we said the Draven the entire time. If Soxu being Soxu wants to go perma-aggression, perma-fighting, that's still on the board as well. So yeah, I actually think that taking away the Jinx is still not that big of a hindrance to Soxu, but also will force the teams to adapt a lot more than I think maybe taking the Thresh away would.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of big picks that we're gonna just have to wait and see what happens in the draft. Whoever's been drafting for the Germs, I've been pretty happy with it. Soxu and Samjay, it's been a little bit more up and down. I think the Germs have been the more consistent team overall, but the highs that Samjay have shown us have been much, much higher and have sort of overcome the still consistency out of the Germs. I think in the wins that the Germs got, Samjay didn't necessarily look great, whereas even in the wins that Samjay got, the Germs were still fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like the Germs still not wanting to play against that Taric there. Syndra taken away from QQR as well. I think you mentioned it earlier. If not, we know that QQR is an incredible Syndra player, so it doesn't surprise me that's been taken away. Viego going as well. No one wants to see that top-tier jungler being picked up in this one.
And let's see the rest of these still just going to be those standard every single game bans. This is the point at which things usually get a little bit more interesting. Do you leave Thresh up as Samjay? Still going to take out the Vigar. Everything remains even. Oh man, if you're just going back into this game and you think we can coin flip it better, because that's what it feels like at this point. After you've been through 4 games and you've not found a winner, it's going to be the Jinx taken off the board for the Germs. You do not want to give Soxu that in a Game 5 final. I 100% agree with that. And so, final pickup will be the Thresh. It's been the premier pick of this entire series. Rent-Free has been an absolute madman with it. Those absolute lasers of hooks landing onto Soxu and Didal most often. What do you want in response? You have played lots of things into the Thresh so far this series. Not a lot of it has worked.
No, absolutely not. And with that hover, I think that's going to be the pick. We said we didn't expect Soxu to pick up the Aphelios, and it makes sense. Which means Kyrie will probably pick that up on R2. Oh, but we're going to see the Lovers duo here. Finally!
It's finally been allowed through. I'm completely blanked that it wasn't taken off the board, but obviously because the Zillion was banned, they're not going to take it.
Wow.
Well, I mean, you don't necessarily have to on this pickup.
I guess.
I mean, unless, of course, the Germs decide to pick yourself up that Rakan, but I would have to expect that to be the support pickup right here for Didal. I mean, why wouldn't you? The Lovers duo is so good at the moment. The Rakan's actually the better bit of the duo. Whereas we've been focusing so much on the Xayah because that's the bit that usually gets through the draft. So, we're expecting the Aphelios, What else? Wukong, it was shown to be very good by Hope in the previous game. It adds a lot of priority and also works pretty well alongside the Thresh because you can go in and get pulled back out with that Lantern. And also the Lantern will probably be needed a lot less for the Aphelios because I don't expect Kyrie to go quite as far in. It is the Lovers duo in the bot lane, and I'm pretty hyped for that Samjay bot lane.
Yeah, but the thing I will say is the negation with the Lantern is a big thing against Rakan, and it is a skill matchup.
Yes.
If you can hit the Flame, which I absolutely believe that Renfrey can, it really negates a lot of what Rakan does. So I'm okay with it. I think it's a good trade, and I think it's going to be a very good bot lane, where there's going to be a lot of skill expression coming through in the supports.
Yes.
We're now going to see the mid lane pool hindered here for QQR, but we know we can go very deep. Were we expecting a Cathio at the beginning of today?
No.
Probably not. So yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter how much they limit it, I don't think.
Not necessarily, but you can see another ban out onto the jungler, and so not necessarily thinking Hope's going to pick up this Gragas. Obviously, Notice was the last one to take it. Once again, though, you take your bot lane, which are inflexible champions, and then the Gragas in your first rotation. It's so good to allow you plenty of flex, and because it is red side for Samjay, they're going to have that flex available until the very last moment of that counter pick right at the end. Going to see a Fiora and Orianna taken off the board, Jarvan, and one more ban for the Germs in this entire split of Newell. What do they take off the board? What do they think Samjay are going to use to try beat them?
Taking the absolute maximum amount of time here to decide. Again, there's so much you can take away, and it's still going to leave
Look at
really...
Soxu's face.
Yeah, it's very serious.
So that is a man that is usually laughing and smiling, and he is dead serious right now. You can tell how much it is. Sorry, not Thresh.
Hecarim.
Off the board.
The new Hecarim logo.
It looks so much like Thresh.
Yes, exactly. But it makes sense if we are lore nerds. It does make sense that he looks like Thresh.
Oh.
This is a hover, Bloxer.
It's locked.
Wow.
Graves. Okay, Hope gonna take the Graves. That's super risky because if it gets working, it's great. If it doesn't, though, it's almost like the Evelyn that we saw right at the beginning of the day. It doesn't add a lot of utility to your team fights. Hope didn't have a good performance at all on that Evelyn at the start of the game. I think that the Graves is slightly more useful overall, but still super risky pick for Samjay. Keeping their options alive, top and mid. Expecting it to be a Boots pick into this Ornn, so it's not going to be Ornn over onto Samjay this time around, and now you need one more mid laner.
And Victor still available.
Yeah.
I feel like it has to be.
It's been so good on QQR, like why would you change it at this point? It wasn't the Victor's fault that the loss happened in any of the games whatsoever. QQR has shown real priority on it. There are dashes. There are dashes on this team. I can see why. You know, Graves, Rakan, and Gragas all have dashes that are going to be negated with that miasma. Don't.
This is a champion.
It is a champion. It does well into an Ornn. That makes more sense.
Yeah, but it's boring.
But it's fun too when it goes flying in with an unstoppable. Yeah, I much prefer this choice. The Darius, while it would have been wild and interesting and it has a good matchup into the Ornn, it's so risky. And you've already gone with a risky jungler, and so I would rather you take a safer top lane. Ornn versus Malphite top lane. That is a wet noodle if I've ever wet noodled. And so we can ignore it.
I mean, it would be on this series to completely change that though, right?
Yeah.
If anyone's going to change it, it would be Smee versus Boots in this game 5 of Newell Finals. But yeah, absolutely. This is a draft. Like, these are really standard comps, really like easy to play front to back team fights, and everything makes sense.
It really does. The difference is, I think the Germs are a little bit better during the laning phase. You know, you've got that Cassiopeia Twin Fangs can constantly be poking out this not ranged champion of the Gragas. You know, he's going to have to step up to get minions, and that means you're just instantly going to take a huge chunk of damage. Miasma gets laid down, you can't head backwards. Bot lane, the Thresh with the hooks constantly threatening is a lot better in lane. However, once we get into the big team fight situations, I'd rather have a Gragas barrel probably. I'd rather have a little bit more just pure damage out of the Zyra Khan. He can go flying into the backline, knock somebody up, and so we'll see. Are the Germs going to be able to get themselves a nice early lead, or are Samjay able to get us into the mid game in a relatively even state? That's kind of the ideal for Samjay, but I don't think they know what trying to play for evens even is.
Yeah, no, I especially, you know, we keep highlighting the stakes here. I don't think anyone is going to be doing that here, and it really does come down to this. We have to set the stakes. They're so high. They really are. This is the pinnacle of esports in the UK for university players, and everything rides on this one game.
Can you win right here, engrave your names in history, and hoist that trophy? Samjay, they've done it before. Germs trying their best to be able to do so right here, right now. Will it be another crushing defeat for Kent at the hands of De Montfort, or will De Montfort be served a taste of their own medicine? We're going to find out in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just the anticipation to get into Summoner's Rift here. We've done everything we can with these drafts, and here we have it. Confetti, make some noise here for game number 5. It's gonna be an absolute banger here as the Germs look to take down defending champion Samjay. Bloxer, are we ready?
I am so ready, and so are Samjay.
Oh my.
Instantly gonna be blowing a flash out of Kyrie, and poor man, he's not allowed to even breathe.
The confidence you have to feel for Soxu and Dido after that last game, Soxu specifically after getting that pentakill to end the game, they must be on cloud 9 here, and they're starting off with so much aggression early. No flash on Kyrie will be huge as these junglers start heading down towards bot side.
Absolutely, it's only having that lantern that's really going to be able to save Kyrie in a lot of these situations now, because Aphelios is such an immobile and squishy AD carry. He's going to have to play so defensively. Once again, both of our junglers are going to be starting up towards the top side, because where else would they want to be having some fun than down bot? Ooh, we should be highlighting though, QQR has gone up to the top lane to be able to face up against Boots, and I really like this decision.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, we highlighted it in game 1. We're going to highlight it now. It's an armor stacking Malphite, and if you're stacking MR, you're stacking Ronk. QQR will just consistently be able to poke out and win out in that lane. We're already seeing a push come through. And you know, an Ornn mid's fine. It's perfectly safe. It can play into the Gragas because Gragas is a top laner. So this is a great heads-up play from the Germs.
It really is. It's exactly the kind of play that you want to make. And it does, however, mean that Notice has a much nicer matchup. He'd rather play into the Ornn. Melee versus melee, it's much easier for this champion to be able to play down here. You can see he's still being pushed in pretty hard by the Ornn, but you're not going to be poked out constantly as you would be. But it is still a nice play out of the Germs. Both junglers now taking their buffs. And pretty soon, somebody's going to get down into the spot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We're already seeing really good trades here in this bot side. Half health on both supports already here. It's crazy how even these jungle clears are. They're absolutely like pixel perfect similar.
Identical.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's exactly what you expect, though. We've seen some mismatches previously, but between a Wukong and a Graves, it is pretty even. Wukong, a little bit more utility that he can provide to the team. Graves, though, just about the pure damage. Are you able to just straight up kill your opponents? It's kind of exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, and look at this again, playing in the vision. We've got a ward in that bottom brush here. Hope, though, looking mid here, so this is going to be a bit of a change up. Smee will be able to dash for that one. I'll take a bit of damage here from Hope.
It's a good chunk.
See the thumbs up, though. He knew it was fine.
Absolutely. Wasn't going to have to blow a flash or anything, but it's still a good chunk of damage, and it gives Notice a bit of breathing space. But bot lane...
Oh, unlucky they didn't land the flay there, so not going to be able to follow this one through. Nice dash out from Dido to keep them alive.
Hope stat in this bush, I think. Capsite, oh, he's just going to recall there. He's not just going to walk into this bush. If he face checks into Hope, he will take a ton of damage. Clearly, though, Hope is actually just hoping for everybody to step up. They don't know he's here. They do now. Okay, it's now spotted out. Everybody is well aware of what's going on. Every jungler is stood on a ward or has walked through one. Nobody should die here.
Yeah, nice of Hope, though, to actually take that recall. Capsley is still wasting time in this bottom lane and doesn't actually realise how much time he's wasting.
You can see already Hope off onto the map, getting some pickups. All you have to do as Samjay is be patient. I know that Soxu and Dido don't love to do that, but...
Hope's still here. That's flash out. Grand entrance will land onto a couple. Blade Call is going to come through, but Graviton will actually root both up here. There's not going to be enough damage follow through there with that early Aphelios damage.
Okay. I said they just needed to be patient. Soxu doesn't know what that is, still manages to get caught by that ward. Teleport coming into the top laners.
Yeah, Ornn's here as well. QQR's taking a little bit low, but Ground is going to come through. Flash being forced out for Hope there. Nice TP coming through from Smee, can pick up that wave as well and let Cassio base off.
Yeah, had to do that, otherwise it would have been one dead Cassiopeia. Instead, it's just going to be a flash blown out of Hope, and so you can feel the knife's edge that this game is on. Everybody is... Oh! First blood!
I picked up my water bottle, and first blood happened.
Yeah.
What happened?
Smee flashed forwards to get the Q off to be able to take out Boots.
Okay, Nota, don't look away from the screen. It's game 5, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is a quick injection of gold. And what did we say? We said top lane wasn't going to be interesting.
Blocks her.
We shouldn't have done it. Absolutely not. You were so right. Of course it would be this game to prove it wrong. Wet Noodle fight ends in a kill. Sure, I mean, it was kind of the Cassiopeia that did most of the damage, but we'll ignore that.
Just completely forget that bit. Congrats, Smee. You're the better Noodle in this here fight. Dragon will be started up by Wukong though, so, you know, the Germs trying to take a commanding lead. They're already playing early for the Dragons.
Yes, they are, as once again, you can see how half health right here, and I mean, Ornn just does so much damage. He's just come back to base as well, so he has more items as well than this Malphite. Flashing away, but still just going to be able to quickly flash, Q, boop, and pick up this kill.
Nice.
Importantly as well, because you're an Ornn, you don't then have to base to be able to get the priority out of that gold. However, Smee also died up in the top lane to a gank from Hope while this... Okay, so Drake went over to the Germs, so they picked themselves up a kill and a Drake, and at the same time, Hope manages to get a gank off top lane and picks up a kill for himself. Now that's pretty impactful. We need Hope to be getting a lot of kills because otherwise this Graves doesn't give a lot of utility to the, to the team.
And it looks like, based on his back with that dagger as long as the longswords, he's going to be going for shield bow. So not going to be going the Gore Drinker build that we've seen coming through out of Graves to make him a little bit tankier and give him more sustain. That shield bow is the more upfront damage and more upfront, you know, burst onto something like a Cassio or a Aphelios.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just looking to deal as absolutely most damage possible. Makes a lot of sense. It's the playstyle Hope likes to go for. Soksu and Dino.
Okay, Kyrie though managed to step back out of that. He's going to take down the tank. Oh, Kyrie managed to pick it up actually with the Calibra proc. That's huge. That's huge. This is the first time, by the way, we've got to kill bot lane and it hasn't gone to Renfrey first.
Exactly. Renfrey has been picking up a ton of kills for himself during this series, but instead, Kyrie gets it, and we've seen what Kyrie can do with his champion. Hope gonna go for a repeat gank top lane. No flash.
No Ornn Horn either here. Looks like Smee will just go down here. Good amount of damage onto Hope as well. Trying to just pull and waste as much time as he can.
Good.
Yeah.
Kill goes over to Hope. That's now a second kill. And sure, if you don't want to make top lane an explosive lane for the top laners, you can at least use it to farm up champion kills for your Graves. And I mean, Kyrie going to be dealing ridiculous amounts of damage, sure, but if your Graves can just slide in and execute him all of a sudden, that's certainly one way to deal with a fed Aphelios.
Absolutely. Smokescreen as well is going to do so much against the likes of an Aphelios who can't get those extra procs off with different various weapons and stuff. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Hook going to go a little bit wide there from Renfrey, so not able to pick that one up here. And we'll just take a bit of a breath. Take a bit of a breath. Herald is going to be started here by Capsley. So again, it feels like the Germs have had really good priority on these Heralds the entire series, actually. And it's nice to see that carried on here in Game 3, trying to look to push the lead.
It really is. Just want to watch how much the Germs can keep themselves in a nice, secure spot in this game. Picking themselves up a Drake, picking themselves up a Herald. Where do you want to go put all of that gold? I mean, I'd say down into Kyrie, into your Aphelios. You've got another 5 minutes to do so as well, so there's no rush to be able to put the Herald down, get that turret plating. And I think the Germs have been pretty strong, actually, at picking themselves up basically every single one of the Heralds.
Yeah, all but maybe one or two, I think, at least. Definitely, the priority's been so good. And the fact that their lane is signing the way they are, so they set their bot lane up for that in case there was a fight and sent Smee down, it's so heads up. It's so advanced. I actually think they're playing at such a high level in this, and they really are showing the caliber of shot calling that they have. I don't know who their shot caller is. They're doing a fantastic job in these games. That's a phase check. Wukong is around as well, has Cyclone available. Ornhorn's still there as well. And Renfrey gets out crucially. So Hope's going to go down here, and Capsley is going on to the rest of the fight here. Soksu's being forced to use the Featherstorm here. Oh, okay, a nice flash coming through there to just dodge out on the Moonlight visual. But they do actually manage to pick up a kill despite the phase check. Maybe Notice is caught out here.
He was going to go back for a boop, ends up not being able to hit it though, and I think Notice might also go down here. Can he get over the wall? Nice flash.
Yeah, he's forced to flash out. I think should be fine here. There's not that much damage left.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Just waiting on that dash right there, excruciatingly long, and that looked like it was going to be a really good play for Samjay, but the Germs able to turn it around nice and quickly. I mean, just Renfrey, he survived for so much longer than you would expect, and it left Hope just out to dry.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, if we just ignore all that, Cassio's currently on 95 CS, catching another wave under tower. So this rotation up for QQR was fantastic.
Oh yeah, this Cassio is sitting pretty, and QQR has shown what he can do on any of these aggressive picks up in the mid lane. Just keep it up, funnel gold into where you want it. Oh, what, you've got a massive CS lead onto your Cassiopeia and you funnel 2 kills into your Aphelios? Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about yourselves.
Yeah.
Samjay, though, they've got a great team fight composition. If they can find a big pick, split people up with that barrel, bop onto them with that Malphite, and then Soxu can just clean up alongside Hope.
Yeah, exactly that. It does feel better, at least, that Soxu's been slightly negated in this game. We're not seeing like a huge lead out of Desire that we saw in the last game, but it's Soxu. His team fighting mechanics are so good here.
Dido. Oh, he nearly ran right into that hook. Dido has been pretty bad at dodging hooks throughout this series, I've gotta be honest.
Yeah.
And so whenever Dido is stood near Renfrey, I'm holding my breath. I'm worried. I am worried. Hope walking way forwards, plenty happy. Does get hooked.
Renfrey is just so good, but the collateral damage is actually going to try and get him out here. Moonlight Visual?
Oh.
Nice, okay, so the Inferno Moonlight Visual there, going to take out Hope. Did have to burn the flash as well.
And now, Boots gonna have to just turn tail and run. Another hook doesn't quite land. And Hope, he was stepping way too far forwards into an area he had no vision in. It's gonna cost them the Drake. That's the second Drake into the back pocket of the Germs. And Samjay, come on, fight back. Give us a really back and forth series, because so far in this game, it's not been that close.
No, it really hasn't. As another hook is going to land. Dido, they're going to use a grand entrance to work his way out. Explosive Cash used as well, just to try and peel off for Dido. They're going to get this wave pushed in here. Another plate for Aphelios.
If you lose this game as Samjay, you feel really bad about the fact you didn't ban that Thresh, because you knew it was going to be first picked. It has been the first pick champion. You knew it was going to happen, and you just let it go. And that's got to feel bad. Herald going to be dropped down in the bot lane as well.
Can't play. A nice Petrifying Gate, though. He's going to land onto 2 Didos here as well. There's the Featherstorm. He's not going to land onto anyone. Flash out from QQR.
Boots is here. He can land that ultimate. Or they're just going to back out. That Petrifying Gaze stopped that play in its tracks because Soxu was on his way in.
That was interesting. We'll just get straight back to League of Legends, because that's all we care about, am I right?
Absolutely. Soxy stopped right in his tracks, otherwise he was beginning to feel himself might well have been able to pick up a couple of nice quick kills. Then everything is just fine once again. Say 2k gold lead for the Germs. They're up 2 Drakes, managed to pick themselves up. No turrets though for anybody on the board.
Yeah, exactly that. Dido just walking up a little bit here. QQR pretty low on mana, but still safe enough to just walk up to this wave. And honestly, it's only a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Like, let's not blow this completely out of proportion. But there's 2 dragons. They've got first Herald as QQR just
stepping forwards with no mana. He doesn't care. No.
Does not care at all. But my point going to be is, they feel like they're in a pretty good spot, right? The Germs, it feels like no one has specifically won this game and no one's lost it yet, but the Germs feel pretty damn good to take this one. Yes,
absolutely. They've positioned themselves well, and with a composition that scales into the late game way better. We've had some pretty back and forth compositions where, oh, maybe this bit scales well, but on the other team they have an Ornn, and no. Everything on the Germs scales better right here than Samjay. I would prefer to have a Wukong in the late game. I would prefer to have a Cassiopeia over that Gragas. And obviously in the bot lane, Aphelios is one of those best scaling pickups, plus some ornaments just on top for an added little bit extra. You know, no issues, no problems. And that makes a recipe for just absolute domination if this game goes too long. And so Samjay, they need to find a way to accelerate this game now. They need to find a big set of fights right now. The next big objective is not spawning for another 2.5 minutes though, so where are you going to find it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think if we have a look, Wukong again on Herald. So continuing this trend, just put so much pressure around this. They've got the bot lane there as well, so they're really strong on this fight. Not that there's going to be one because junglers are bot lane. I mean, maybe Hope is looking for something on the bot lane if we keep an eye on the minimap.
Could be a dive right here. QQR sniffs it out a mile away, knows that he's just going to have to turn tail and run. Hope just going to steal away a couple of camps, and Soxu waiting to guide another wave in to be able to pick up first turret blood. That is pretty impressive considering both of the heralds have been picked up for the germs, for you to be able to pick up first turret blood for yourself. Plenty of pressure mid lane, but Notice safe enough when he just sits on the turret.
Definitely is. I really do want or wish someone out there had done a counter for how many hooks Renfrey has hit this game. It's insane.
The proportion of hits to misses has been very good, and even hitting like a 50-50 split on Thresh is decent. It's a pretty hard ability to hit. You've got quite a long wind-up as well, but the accuracy with which he's been doing it, incredibly impressive.
Definitely is here. There's rotations coming through, like you say, that bot tier 1 going down. So they're going to move their bot lane up here as well. But, I mean, QQRs is going to be the recipient of that bot wave, so they're going to be happy with that. And honestly, despite Wukong being down a decent amount of farm, everyone's got substantial leads for the Germs.
I mean, look at these player camps right here. Such serious faces, everybody. Full game face on, trying to win this final game of what has been an absolutely incredible series. The Germs in a really nice spot, like you said, to be able to close this one out, but we're still early on into the game. We're just transitioning into the mid-game portion at 16 minutes time. Baron spawning in not too long, 3 minutes until that one comes up, but more importantly, 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. If the Germs pick this up, they're already on Soul Point.
And that's where it gets really scary, because like you said, for a couple of games now, they then get to pick their fights as the game goes on, and they can do what we saw SamJ do last time and just trade Baron for Dragon, etc., and start these like back and forth dances almost around Baron that have become really hard for SamJ to navigate. They have great engage tools, don't get me wrong, but it becomes really hard to navigate if you're lacking vision and you're down gold. So we have to see if the Germs can put themselves in a good place here. 6 seconds now.
Oh, Hook just missing. Herald is going to be dropped into the mid lane, though, so that's a lot of pressure that SamJ are going to have to send somebody to respond to.
That will do it, everybody, as Kyrie is gone off the map here. So much CC coming through. Can QQR turn this around, though? Using those Twin Fangs, getting damage down. Soxu stepping up, though. The hook is not quite long enough to hit him to Soxu. And an insane angle coming through from Bootsin will pick up that kill to Kyrie. They're still pushing mid, though. Catsley is still pushing mid, so they're happy to trade this Drake here.
You're going to lose a ton of it out of this play. SamJ just about do manage to pick themselves up the Drake, but because the death didn't quite come through for Catsley, just not going to be able to take him out. You may end up getting 2 turrets on top of that. That's a ton of gold injected. Uh-oh, might be losing Dynal as well.
Oh, nice.
He's slippery. He's a Rakan. No worries on that one. If that play had gone slightly different and Capsley had taken one more auto attack, honestly, then all of a sudden SamJ have put themselves massively back into a lead. They've still evened up the gold a little bit. It's now just 1k difference, and they've stopped that Drake stacking, so it's still a great play, but big ups to the Germs, and Capsley specifically to be able to turn that into what could have been a massive loss into what was okay.
Yeah, and if we're taking silver linings, Kyrie didn't use any summoners, didn't get a chance to because he just imploded with a nuclear boots in on his head, but he's still got Flash available, still got Exhaust available, and obviously Gale Force as well. So if the fight is slightly different and he seeds boots in early, he can flash that, he can be out safe, rent-free with Lantern. It doesn't feel terrible. Like you're saying, a good answer in the mid lane. Baron's going to be on the map in 50 seconds, though, so the next fight, I think, really will determine who picks up this first Baron and starts to blow this map open.
Really is. And you said, hey, if he sees Bootsin, then he can flash away from it, but that's a big if. That is a big boy if. Bootsin has that teleport as well. We've seen him have some pretty good flanks on the Mordekaiser. I'd rather have a flanking Malphite, though. And if he can land another one of those 2-3-man knockups, hey, if he could get a full 5-man knockup like he did on the Ornhorn in the last game, that is absolutely a game changer. You have plenty of damage through Soxu and Hope to be able to respond to that. And the fact that once you knocks everybody up out of that unstoppable force, that's not the only bit of CC you have. You still have the ultimate I've noticed. You still have all of the CC that Dido can produce. These champions all work very well together synergistically. Baron spawns for us. Let's see who's going to be able to take it. DMU, they've got the upper hand in the pit.
Yeah, just a fight for vision here, I think.
Ooh, that felt risky.
Cyclone was up,
yeah.
And after Dido used that first E, that for a second, it looked terrifying. But yeah, I think both teams here just trying to play respectful, just want to start farming up for the next items. Kyrie must be close to the Infinity Edge, now has all 3 components for that, so I think that's a big spike for them as well. And maybe we start to see more fights once that comes online for the Aphelios.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just be careful of the Aphelios. We've seen just how much damage it can do.
Yeah.
All those shock rooms up, and you can shred somebody very quickly. See though, as the Baron is spawned, there is vision for both teams around the area, to be honest. You know, a lot of wards. Look at that, 3 wards in a line right just outside of the top side of the mid lane jungle bush. Yeah, there we go. See? It's very difficult to walk through any of this area and not be spotted, as QQR very helpfully demonstrates for us. Neither team wants to have a Baron snuck out from under them, but as Samj, you've got to be more worried about that, because any team that has a Cassiopeia on it will take a Baron incredibly quickly.
Yeah, especially with an Aphelios with white-red as well.
Yeah.
Those two together will literally, it will be gone in well under 10 seconds, like not even close.
Yeah.
As red buff going to be gifted over here as well. They know who their carry is. Kyrie, very, very healthy and strong this game.
Oh yeah. It's the AD carries that are the carries. What a shock.
Didn't want that red buff though?
No.
Guess not.
I mean, Wukong likes it, but you're an Aphelios, man. Take it.
Maybe just choosing the mid-wave and then going back to it. We'll have to see.
Maybe wants it later on to have it for longer?
Yeah, I don't know. They're way bigger brain players than I am, so I'm just going to give benefit of the doubt here. Nice little sidestep there from Dido just to dodge out on that hook. 1 minute and 10 seconds here on this next dragon. Infinity Edge is now up for the Aphelios with a little bit of change in the back pocket as well. And look at Cassiopeia's items as well, a needlessly large rod coming through compared to the likes of Soksu. And notice the item difference is just insane with this dragon fight coming up.
It really is. Soksu still sat on a lot of scraps, not being able to fully pick up that second item, which would be huge. Having that Infinity Edge would be massive, whereas it's the start of a 3rd item for Kyrie. Drake is available in 40 seconds. Can Samj find themselves another great team fight?
Everything is available here. All ultimates, all summoners.
Chasing Boots away.
Yeah, and this is just the fight for the vision here.
Boots is half health. He's been half health already.
Does have teleport though, so look at this ward on the Raptor pit, by the way.
That's a huge flank ward. Boots said just gonna wander around, come join his team. He is now gonna base that teleport flank ward.
That is terrifying, by the way.
Just hold it as Samj. You're just waiting for that flank to come through. Someone's gonna call it. Now the Drake has spawned. He's going. Oh, he's gone to the wave. Okay.
Well, and they just opened up on the fight. You see the teleport come through and they have numbers. They know they have the numbers there. Dido just gone. Deleted off the map. That kill going over to QQR. Dragon as well. So that will be 3rd dragon here for the Germs. Fantastic play from them in the river.
Not deciding to go for the big boy flank, and I'm disappointed, to be honest. I think Boots could have gone for it. Unfortunately, Dido stepping way too far forwards once again. All you had to do was wait for your Malphite to join you, but unfortunately, throughout this entire series, Dido has been a little bit bad at stepping too far forwards. Sure, on a Rakan, you're a slippery, but you don't want to be getting yourself caught out. You're about to face check here.
Hope didn't actually manage to get up with the collateral damage there. Has been forced to use Flash, but Ornhorn going to come through as well. Second half of the Cyclone to get out Boots, and Kyrie will pick up that one. They're just finding these picks so well at the right times here, and there's no escape tools for the side of Samj.
There really isn't. You're kind of forced to just go all in with your composition as Samj. Straight onto the Baron, go the Germs. You have Hope dead, so it should be a nice, easy pickup right here, but still going to be a response out of Samj.
Oh, and the Hook's going to land onto Soksu. Thunderstorm's going to come through as well. It's a nice blade caller, but it isn't enough. The Inferno ultimate into the Petrifying Gaze will just be disastrous here for the side of Samj. Explosive Cask will just displace their team, but they're turning to Baron. They do not care. That's 4 dead, and they will be wearing purple.
What a great play right there out of the Germs. QQR even is doing so much damage, as is Kyrie. And honestly, it feels like nobody on Samj can step up, because the second that you do, you just get sliced down instantly.
Yeah, and you know, we've spoke about Soxu's positioning. Getting caught with that initial hook was so unfortunate. But what the sad thing is that the Blade Caller really didn't do enough damage to really open that fight up. And that's the problem with Xayah when you're even, or in this case, probably behind Aphelios. You're going to see that here in this replay.
Yeah, we can take a look at it right here. Soxu getting caught by that hook, forced to use that ultimate way early. But look how it pulls back. Capsley takes a bit of damage, but nowhere near enough, and then it's just a bounce house with this Wukong. Great pickup. We saw how impactful it was in the previous game, exactly the same this time around. And the bounce house is meant to be made by the Malphite, not by the Wukong, but this way around, you know, you've got so much CC to deal with between a Thresh, an Ornn, a Wukong. Everything is able to lay down damage. And oh yeah, QQR, he might just take away your health bar with that Twin Fang, but then also he'll stun you up too with that Petrifying Gaze. You can't move around this map. There is so much movement that Samjay is missing out on through being stopped by a Miasma and just pure CC.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just look at the items coming through as well. Now Cassio has found herself with the Seraph's Embrace as well, as Didal's going to get caught out there. He's going to get hooked up. He's just,
He's so dead.
Okay,
hooked again.
Yeah, we're not surprised here as Smee just going to use the Ornn Horn, because why not? Turn from Bootin, I think, trying to protect Soxu there, knowing he is a sacrificial lamb on this play, so will go down. Renfree going to pick that one up, because why not? It's a story of this series. But man, Samjay cannot get anything going this game.
They can't. Nothing has started. It's so sad to watch from Sanjay. But still, the Germs have been great. They have absolutely wrecked this game through just clean, nice play. The great swap during the early stages of the game to move the Cassiopeia up into the top lane. That was brilliant. And now they're just closing this one out nice and cleanly. It's going to take a miracle from Samjay to be able to turn this one around.
It really is. You know, the range disadvantage is facing the Siege is going to be really tough for them. The fact we're on 3 Drakes is going to be really tough for them, with the next one coming up in a minute and a half. It feels very, very hard to navigate these fights, and we're going to see these recalls and just look at the items. Just everyone keep an eye on the items. Runan's coming through. Stopwatch for Cassio. Like, these are big breakpoints that are going to help turn fights. Stopwatch for Wukong as well. They're going to turn these fights and keep people alive for that little bit longer.
Nobody's going to be able to actually move, and once you manage to catch somebody as Samjay, you can't kill them. You can't actually get through any of the health bars. Somebody's just going to go golden instead as well. You see Didal getting himself caught out, and then these two needed to just keep running. Unfortunately, though, Ornhorn going to come through. That is a wide hitbox to be able to hit both of them in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And still, it takes Boots just going in to be able to get his partner back out again. Oh, they're all sat on a ward while trying to make this play.
I mean, Boots trying to do what he can. Capsley will heal up a little bit, but there's an Ornn Horn onto multiple people. It's going to hit Didal on the backside. Another death sentence is going to land just because why not? But look at this fight. Soxu's got one. He's managed to pick up one here. It's 1-for-1 so far. QQR with the Twin Fangs here. Doesn't have flash available. Will be forced back from Hope. Still 1-for-1. But the jungler is down for the Germs here, so there's no jungler for the Smite. They could win this on a Smite fight.
I'd say that's a win right there for Samjay. Only losing one member, still they are incredibly low, going to have to get themselves back to base in limping back pretty much. And the Drake is still going to go over, as if it wasn't difficult enough to get through the tankiness of an Ornn. Now there's an Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul with a Cassiopeia and an Aphelios and a Wukong. Feels awful.
Yeah, it truly does.
Especially because there aren't great Grievous wounds dealers on the side of Samjay. They don't have that sustained AoE damage that you like to see with a Grievous wounds.
No, you really don't. So we'll take a look at this play once again. Boots going forwards, trying to deal a little bit of damage onto Capsay. Getting this Ornhorn through, it only lands onto Didal, and actually, interestingly, Soxu is far enough away from this big fight that he's able to take down Capsay and kill the jungler. It doesn't end up meaning too much in the end. You can see how much damage QQR is able to lay down. It's only a smoke screen that really dissuades him from continuing that chase, and it doesn't really matter. The Germs just turn themselves back onto that Drake and pick up the soul.
I really wonder what that fight would have looked like if QQR had flash. I think Soxu was dead, like instantly.
Absolutely, he would have just gone, because why not? 3-0-4 on this Cassiopeia. Got that Seraph's completed. You've got that Rod too, and just... Oh man, that's just a ridiculous amount of damage that's able to be laid down. And as Sam J, you are scrambling right now. You need to find a big wombo combo play. You are 6,000 gold behind though at 30 minutes into this game. It's not completely insurmountable, but it is certainly close.
Yeah, and I mean, Aphelios now back in for the last Whisper. We're getting very close to a death cap on Cassio. It's just really looking terrifying. I just don't understand where they find these advantages. Bootsim needs to find one of these big flanks or something with, you know, with this Malphite ultimate to just open this team fight up. We never even mentioned ornaments are coming through as well now, so that what is 9k gold, it's really 10, 11k gold.
Exactly. It's even worse than it looks on the surface, and I gotta be honest, it looks pretty dang bad.
Yeah, it really does here. And just look at the confidence Renfreid is walking up, getting these wards in. They know they're in such a powerful position. And I feel like they just need to play the game out perfectly. Like, don't take the risks, just push your waves, which is exactly what they're doing.
Oh, every time Renfreid decides to throw out that death sentence, I'm worried it will be the final nail in Sam J's coffin right here. Winner of this hoists the trophy. Loser has to go home feeling pretty bad about all of the small ways in which this series has been lost. This could be a big fight right here. Oh, it looked like Smee wanted to go in. Instead, everything remains. Wave being pushed in down in the bot lane. Somebody's going to have to deal with that at some point from Sam J.
Okay, nice little
big stun.
Yeah.
Imagine if there was some follow-up there.
Yeah, but I mean, whilst we're saying this is all going on, QQ was just farming top lane happily. Just got this 60, 70 CS lead up there as well. Like,
there's the fight.
Okay, they're looking for it. Dido does have ultimate as well. Soxu playing with so much aggression here, but remember, Cassio's not here. A nice flash from Kyrie to dodge out on that. Cyclone's going to land onto multiple here.
Capslay?
Yeah, Capslay is going to go down on the back end of this one. The mistimed blade hold on. Here is QQR as he's going to shred through everyone. If you hate snakes, then this snake will end it here for you. Double kill going to Kyrie on the backside of this fight. Capslay is flashing forward. They're TPing for the end boxer. This could be it.
This should be it. It should be the very end. It should be the Germs picking themselves up the victory. Boots is up. The death timers aren't ridiculously long at this point into the game. 30 seconds until Soxu is available though, and you're pushing with so much confidence and dealing so much damage to these turrets. Is this the end? It certainly should be.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're crowning a new Newell Amazon University Esports champion here today, Bloxer, and it is the Germs. Kent University take that title back after losing both finals in winter. They do it here.
Oh, and you can see just the relief on the faces of the players to be able to hoist that trophy. 5 games. What a grueling series for both of these teams. Kent coming out on top. The Germs, congratulations. Sam J, they fought right to the end, but it just didn't go correct in that final game.
No, honestly, both teams played so incredibly well and had so many highlight moments, but the draft in Game 5, I think, just favored the Germs. They executed so perfectly as well. Kyrie and QQR, these carries, did exactly that, and, you know, what an incredible job.
Thresh, man.
Yeah.
Thresh.
Absolutely.
Specifically, rent-free on Thresh just is so clean. Every hook it felt like was landing. You couldn't go in because you were just constantly being chunked out. QQR had some incredible performances. Kyrie shredding through people with the Aphelios, really a big pick for that man. Capslay, Spee, everybody on this team had standout performances. There was nobody who felt like dead weight there.
Exactly that. Like, you honestly, like, could hand MVP to any of them and I wouldn't feel mad about it. Like, they all did such a stellar job of, you know, enabling their team, of doing their damage when needed, as, you know, for QQR and for Kyrie, and honestly, just a fantastic job. And to crown a new champion after having the Warwick Dynasty, and then, you know, to have DMU popping up, to now crown somebody new feels so, so good.
It's such a good boost to Kent as a university as well. Show off their brand new champions, and what a performance out of their entire team. Sam J, they just lost in the finals over in NSC. They've just lost in the finals now in Newell. I mean, impressive to get to both finals. You cannot discount that, but to lose in both, what a crushing defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at how they got here, the replays of that last game. What a game it was.
What a game it was. It went wrong very, very early on. The solo kill for Smee up in the top lane. Great aggression as well. Just constantly being able to get in onto the back line. Soxu having to flash away Dido 2 over this wall. And every single play it felt like it went okay for Sam J at first and then very, very badly wrong. This one was almost okay, and we say that because it was only a 1-for-1. Instead of Sam J losing entirely more players. This missed unstoppable, which just feels terrible. And then the mistimed Blade Caller, as you pointed out, it would have been a kill onto Capslay, but not quite gonna be able to land that one. And that was sort of the name of the game in that final game.
It really was the like micro differences that just made all the difference there. And yeah, we pointed out if Aphelios can flash it, they win the game. And he did exactly that. Kyrie had those fast fingers at the end there to end that one. Such an incredible game block. So honestly, an incredible series. It's been a long day, but it's been such a good day. You know, you play 5 games of solo queue, you put your music on, you're chilling. It is, well, I say chilling because solo queue, but 5 games at this level, when it's so intense,
stressful.
yeah, honestly, such a big props to these players for doing such a good job all day.
Exactly. They've just been incredibly professional about it, playing to such a high standard and delivering quality content for us to cast over. I mean, this has been incredibly good fun. And what a series it was. I mean, every single game was a banger from start to finish. We got a pentakill. I mean, to get a pentakill and then to lose the series.
Yeah. I know, heartbreaking.
Truly.
And yeah, we should, obviously, you know, we have said it, but Sam J have played so well all year long. Like, they've, in winter, winning both, getting to finals, both times in spring, they've played so well.
Yeah.
It's honestly really sad to not see them retake their title. They were a dynasty for the best part of a year. Yeah,
it was a truly impressive run out of De Montfort, but we've got some new champions right here. Kent taking that victory after making the Cinderella run. They lost out in the first round of the playoffs to Glasgow, and then from that point on, ran it through. They ran through Manchester, Exeter, Warwick, and then they've just managed to run it straight through Sam J. Truly an impressive performance out of all of them, and the amount of games that they had to play, because this went to 5 games as well. They played 12 games to get here, 5 games today. They just haven't got to stop.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff. Thank you for sticking with us. We're going to hop straight back over to Connie on main stage. We're going to have a winner's interview here. I cannot wait to hear from the Germs after that. Connie, take it away.
Thank you very much. And now we have ourselves our brand new League of Legends champions. Everyone, give it up for the Germs. Now, let's get straight into it. Rent-free, that was a stellar performance for yourself, that game. But overall, how did you and the team feel during the series? Because it was very back and forth.
We spent a lot of time sort of figuring out what the key to the puzzle is in terms of drafting, and we felt B1 Thresh was the key, and yeah, we kind of abused it.
Easy enough, but overall, what really impressed me was your objective control throughout the entirety of it all. But let's peer into the minds a bit of the Germs. You know, how were the team comms during that sort of, that sort of stuff?
They're pretty clear. When it's up to like a minute and a half before an objective, we just kind of talk about our reset timings, prepare what we're going to do with our waves, and then we all just go there together. Yeah, it's pretty much a team coordinated effort.
I love it. Well, it's resulted in a championship, and let me get away for you guys, because this bit is the special part. The trophy is all yours, and introducing as well a brand new champion. It's going to be the Germs, everyone. Give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, after all this, we have our champions, the Germs, for everyone, which, of course, impressive game regardless. But coming up next after this, it's going to be Women Non-Binary Valorant. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon, very shortly, for that extravagant, wonderful game.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
I hope you're gonna lay it out for me, 'cause I'm backing up to where I used to be. I won't stand for you being on